Buenos días. Buenos días.
Good morning. Hola, buenos días.
¿Nos escucha ahí, Milena?
Sí, yo te escucho perfectamente.
Perfecto. ¿Podemos hacer una prueba de video, por favor?
Claro que sí.
Perfecto. Muy bien.
Muchas gracias.
¿Tiene alguna presentación que va a usar?
No,
Sí.
no, estamos sin
Tú a
presentación.
ti
Perfecto.
y tú a
Gracias.
ellos. Ajá.
Bienvenida.
Gracias.
Te las pasamos nosotros, las que lleguen de Zoom o de acá, del público, nosotros te las pasamos, pero tú tienes tus propias preguntas por si no tenemos nada para pasarte. Hola.
Tenemos 84 personas en entonces ya nos vamos haciendo y Jelle está listo.
Ok, perfecto. Sí. Ya los voy a poner. Buenos días.
Buenos días, les invitamos nuevamente a acudir al auditorio,
Good
por favor.
morning,
Vamos a
and
comenzar
once
en
again, we
breves
invite
segundos.
you to come into the auditorium because we are about to begin.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a este
Good
segundo
morning,
día,
and be
segunda
welcome to
jornada
this
del
second
primer
day
foro
of the
sobre
first forum
recarbonización de los suelos
on
agrarios y
recarbonization of
descarbonización de los
agricultural
sistemas
soils and
agroalimentarios.
decarbonization of agri-food systems.
Agradecemos
We
la
thank
presencia del
the
público que
presence
tenemos
of
acompañándonos
the
aquí de
audience
forma presente en
in
el
the
auditorio.
auditorium.
El día de ayer
As
contamos con un público
yesterday, we
cercano a las
had
90 personas.
almost 90 people
Y hoy
in
vamos
this
empezando la jornada,
auditorium,
pero
and
seguramente podemos alcanzar y superar
today is
también
still early,
ese número.
but quite probably we will
Algunos
have
avisos rápidos para los
even
que están
a
aquí
larger
presentes
number
con
of
nosotros.
people. Some
En
household
primer
announcements
lugar,
for those
recuerden
of
mantener
you
sus
present
teléfonos
in this
celulares
auditorium.
en
Please
silencio.
keep
Se
your cell
portaron muy bien el
phones
día de ayer, no hubo
muted.
una sola llamada,
Yesterday,
una sola
you
interrupción, así que
really
gracias por eso.
behaved well.
Y
There
si
was
tienen que
not a
tomar
single
alguna llamada,
interruption. Thank you
recuerden
very
que
much.
pueden salir
Please,
del
if you
auditorio
have to answer
para
a
ello.
phone call,
Contamos
you
con un
can leave
servicio
this
de coffee
auditorium
break a
at
su
any time. We
disposición.
will have a coffee break
Principalmente para esos merecidos recesos que
available
tendremos
at
durante
all
el día, que lo
times.
pueden hacer
especially for those breaks along the day, but you can have something from that coffee break at any time. And at the entrance of this auditorium, you will have headsets if you need the simultaneous interpretation service in both English and Spanish. Whenever there is a participation in English, the audio in the room is going to be in Spanish. However, if you want to hear the presentation in English, you can get your headsets. And we thank very much our virtual audience. Thank you to all of you who are following us through Zoom. I would like to update the figures because we're very proud. We've got 980 people already registered to have access to this forum. So we're about to reach the ceiling. However, this is the second day. And yesterday, along 400 people followed this forum in the day. However, everything will be recorded and the recordings will be available to you so that you can hear once again the information, or you can go back to it whenever it's necessary. And remember, we got a Zoom service for interpretation, and you can click on the icon or in the three dots to choose your language of preference. And once again, with regards to the questions and answers sessions, for those of you who are in the auditorium, you can write down your questions in the notepad that was given to you, and we'll give them to our moderators. If you are connected through Zoom, you can use the chat and the Q&A box in order to post your questions. Some challenges for today, main challenges, and we have to consider. Of course, the main challenge will be actions, agreements, commitments that will be made among all of us throughout the day. But we also have some logistics challenges that we cannot neglect. An important one is that today we're going to have several participations through Zoom, panel members that will be connected virtually. Their agendas are prepared to start at the exact time as scheduled. So please be very, very stringent with the time allocated to your participations if you're going to speak, because we cannot run longer for any presentation, but we will be telling you in advance so that you are aware of how much time is left for you. And we also have another minor additional challenge. We began yesterday with this tongue twister with recarbonization and decarbonization. I have heard that the organizers who gave this title to this forum want you to start playing with these terms at different tenses, and that will be another great challenge. But anyway, let's begin on time. To open up today and making the transition between what happened yesterday, everything that we heard of in this forum, and what we will hear about today, different subjects, but they are supplementary. We have the presence of Dr. Jelle Van Loon. Dr. Van Loon is representative to CIMMYT in Latin America, Director Associate of the Sustainable Agri-Food Systems Program at CIMMYT. He's an agronomist with a PhD in biosystems modeling. He's got more than 10 years of experience in agricultural research for the development in Latin America. He coordinates a cross-functional team and leads initiatives of research towards resilient food systems and rural development at the long term, including aspects such as linkages with the grower markets and responsible supply, development of capabilities, and community extension. His work explores multiple interfaces among adaptation, adoption, and scale-up from the social and technical standpoint of research for agricultural development. And with no further ado, I'll give the floor to Dr. Jelle Van Loon.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muy bien. Buenos días a todas.
Well, good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, experts, researchers, growers, and all of those who are enthusiastic and want to get a sustainable future. Thank you to all of you who are connected through Zoom. It is an honor to give you the warmest welcome in this second day of the Forum for Agricultural Soils Recarbonization and Decarbonization of Agri-Food Systems. Yesterday, we had the opportunity of immersing ourselves in a world of knowledge and experience, which showed the urgency and the potential steps that are needed to transform our agri-food systems. We were attesting to the results of long-term trials and studies, and experts shared with us their experiences on carbon capture and agricultural soils and showed successful projects of regenerative agriculture both in Mexico as well as in other countries. These findings reassert to us that regenerative agriculture is not only a term that is in fashion, but it is a necessity. And likewise, circular economy is a structural solution that can help us solve a climate crisis. Within this context, soil recarbonization emerges as a key strategy. The institutions organizing this forum, ICA, FIRA, and CIMIT, play a major role in this process. CIMIT, through scientific research and tech development, offers us the necessary tools. ICA, through articulating the actions of sustainable agriculture within the region, is joining us in a common effort, and FIRA, by providing funding and the proper financial framework, is giving us access to such projects. And in order to play with those words that give the title of this forum, decarbonizing our soils is essential in order to survive, to preserving our forests and preserving the soil potential to stock carbon. We will be able to reduce CO2 emissions and mitigate the climate change effects. Agriculture and its supplements, such as cover crop, agroforestry, and the use of new techniques are of utmost importance to attain this goal: avoid erosion, protect forests, and promote soil health are steps necessary to have a sustainable future. But there are still many other things to do. Yesterday, we said that we need collective action of every stakeholder involved, especially growers. And thank you so much for those of you who are with us today, because you are the crucial pillar for this paradigmal change. Cooperating through a regenerative agricultural practices and linked to bioeconomics, we can make major inroads and ensure food security, reduce poverty, and jointly build a more sustainable future. Today, I will invite you to continue building up this future together, sharing experiences, knowledge, and strengthening our cooperation networks. Together, we can transform our agri-food systems and ensure a more sustainable planet for future generations. So, giving continuity to these programs, in this second day, we will go deeper into the key
darán
topic
forma al futuro
that
de la
will
agricultura
shape up
sostenible
the future
tiene,
of sustainable
uno, el
agriculture.
financiamiento
On the
innovador
first
para
hand,
la
we'll talk
agricultura
about
regenerativa.
innovative
Vamos a explorar
funding
nuevas
for
herramientas y
regenerative
mecanismos
agriculture. We'll talk
financieros
about
para
new
que
tools
permiten
and
escalar las
financial
prácticas
mechanisms that will
regenerativas
help us
y
scale up
hacerlas más accesibles para
regenerative
todos los
agricultural
productores y productoras.
practices so that more growers can
Segundo,
have access
políticas
to them.
públicas y
Number
marcos
two,
regulatorios.
public policies and regulatory
Analizaremos cómo
frameworks.
las
We will
políticas
analyze
públicas
how
pueden
public
incentivar la
policies can
adopción
provide
de prácticas
incentives for the
sostenibles
adoption
y crear
of
un entorno
sustainable
propicio
practices and
para la
create
inversión
the
en la
proper
agricultura
environment for
regenerativa.
investing
El
in
papel de los
regenerative
jóvenes y
agriculture,
las
the role
mujeres de
of
la
youth
transición
and
hacia
women
sistemas
in the
agroalimentarios
transition
sostenibles.
towards
En esta
sustainable
parte
agri-food
destacaremos el rol
systems. In
fundamental
this
de
area,
las
we
nuevas
will
generaciones de
pinpoint
las
the main
mujeres en la
role of the new
co-creación de
generations
soluciones
and
innovadoras.
women in the joint creation
Tecnologías
of
emergentes para
solutions.
la agricultura
Emerging
regenerativa.
technologies for
Descubriremos
regenerative
cómo las
agriculture. We will
tecnologías
unveil
digitales y de
how
sensores pueden
digital
mejorar la gestión
and
de los suelos y
detection
optimizar la
remote
producción agrícola.
technologies can help us
Finalmente,
promote higher
construyendo las cadenas de
productivity in
valor
agriculture.
sostenibles.
And then we
Exploraremos en esta
will
sección
strengthen
cómo
the
conectar a los
sustainable
productores
supply
con los
chains. We
consumidores
will explore
y
how
crear
to connect
mercados
consumers
para
with
los productos
growers and
agrícolas
create markets
regenerativos
for those
bajo un esquema de
regenerative
responsabilidad
agricultural
o
products
corresponsabilidad.
based
Muy
upon
bien,
a
estos
framework of
temas, junto con los
responsibility or
conocimientos compartidos ayer,
co-responsibility.
nos
So
permite
these
trazar una
subjects,
hoja de
along with
ruta
the ones that
clara
we
hacia
talked
el
about
futuro,
yesterday, are
donde la agricultura
tracing a
será un
very
motor de
clear
desarrollo
roadmap
sostenible y
towards the
resiliente.
future where agriculture is
Les
going to be a
invito a
driver
participar
for
activamente en las
resiliency
sesiones de hoy
in this
y
world.
hacer
And
preguntas
I
y
will
compartir
invite you
sus
to participate as
experiencias.
much as
Con
possible.
estas
Please ask
experiencias podemos
questions, share your
posicionar y entender
experiences.
mejor
With your
cómo conectar
experiences,
los
we can
diferentes
position
necesidades y
ourselves better
deseos de
and we
cada
can
uno.
understand better how to
Juntos
connect
podemos
the
construir un
needs of
futuro más
each
sostenible
stakeholder.
para todos.
Together, we can build
Muchas
up a more
gracias.
sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, doctor Van Loon.
Thank you very much,
Pues
Dr.
empezamos
Van Loon.
la jornada
And
y la
we
mañana
will
con
begin
dos paneles.
today
Uno
session
optimista
with
y
two panels,
esperanzador
one which
sobre
is
ya
full of
casos de
optimism
éxito
and
de
hope,
lo que
talking
esperamos
about
que sea
success
nuestro futuro.
stories,
Y
about what
otro
we
sobre plataformas de
expect our
bonos de
future to
carbono, que
become,
sabemos que
and
es un
another
tema que
one,
ya salió
the
durante el
carbon
día de ayer y
bonds,
que
which
empezó a
was a
generar
topic that
mucho interés,
we
así que
mentioned
hoy
yesterday
estaremos
and
abordando.
created a lot of
Para este
interest.
primer
So today
panel, les
we'll
decía yo,
deepen into
optimista y
it. For
esperanzador que
the
tenemos
first
sobre
panel,
casos de
full of
éxito,
optimism
voy a
and
pedir
hope
a los
on
diferentes
success stories, I
panelistas
will
que
ask
nos pueden
the
ir uniendo
different
ya en el
panel
escenario
members to
y por
please come into
supuesto
the
a
stage.
nuestra
And of course,
moderadora a
thank
quien
you
yo
so
les
much to
presento.
our moderator. I will introduce her.
Sofía González Pinzón
Sofía
es
González
licenciada en
Pinzón
Relaciones Públicas
has
y
a
tiene una maestría
bachelor's
en
degree in public
Mercadotecnia,
relations with a
ambas por la
master's
Universidad
in
del Valle de
marketing,
México,
both by
así
Valle
como
de
un
Mexico
diplomado en habilidades
University,
de alta
as well
gerencia y
as a
otro en
diploma
comunicación en
certification
redes
on
sociales,
high skill
ambos por la Universidad
leaderships,
Iberoamericana. Cuenta
high
con
leadership
35 años de
skills,
experiencia en
and also
comunicación
social
institucional
media.
y
She's got
relaciones
35 years
públicas
of experience in
en
institutional
sectores,
communication and
como
public
el
relations
bancario,
sectors such as
educativo,
the banking
energía y
system,
los últimos
education,
18
energy, and the
años
last 18
en
years
el
she has been
sector
working
agrícola,
in the
de los
agricultural
cuales
sector,
casi
out of
6
which
han sido en
almost
CIMIT,
6 years have been
participando en
at
proyectos
CIMIT,
como
participating in
divulgación del
projects such
programa
as
de
spreading out
agricultura de
information on the
conservación,
program of
el
conservation
secretariado de la
agriculture,
iniciativa
the
de maíz para
secretariat of
México
the
y
maize
actualmente en el
initiative for
equipo
Mexico,
de
and
enlace
currently
con la
she
iniciativa
works at
privada.
the team of
Sofía también ha
linkages
incursionado
with the
como docente
private
en
initiative.
instituciones como la
Sophia has
UVM, la
also
Universidad de la
worked as a teacher
Comunicación
at
y la
institutions
Universidad
like UVM, the
Iberoamericana. Pues para
Universidad de la
este primer
Comunicación, and
panel
Universidad
exitoso, panel de casos
Iberoamericana.
de éxito,
So
les
for
dejo con
this
Sofía.
very successful panel of success stories, Sophia will take the floor now.
Bien, muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you
Gracias
so
a
much.
todos.
Thank you, everyone.
Pues para mí es un honor tener la
For me,
oportunidad
it is an honor having
de moderar
the
este
opportunity of moderating
panel, en el
this
que
panel,
participan
in
dos
which
mujeres
we will have the
agricultoras,
participation of two
líderes y promotoras de la
women
agricultura
farmers.
sustentable,
They are
regenerativa,
leaders and they are
y
promoting
dos empresas que son
regenerative agriculture,
aliadas y
sustainable
muy
agriculture, two
importantes gestionadas
companies
por
which
el
are
CIMIT
allies,
y
and
por
they
todos los
are
consumidores. Ya verán por qué
very
son muy
dear to
queridas por todos
CIMIT
los
and to all
consumidores. Ahora
consumers.
que
You
se
will
presenten.
hear later on why.
Y me voy a
Why
permitir
consumers
pedirles
really love these two
por uno de
companies,
ellos que
and I
me hagan
will
favor de
ask our
acompañarme
panel
aquí
members to come
en el
forward
escenario.
to the
Primero,
stage, please.
Por favor, la
I
señora
would like to ask
Muñoz
Ms. Elisa
Rodríguez.
Muñoz Rodriguez to come forward.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Brevemente les voy a platicar de Elisa.
Briefly, I'll talk about Elisa.
Perdón. Elisa Muñoz Rodríguez es
Elisa Muñoz Rodríguez is a chemical engineer, and since 6 years ago, she started working in agriculture at her family's land, Domingo Muñoz García and María Guadalupe Rodríguez Gallardo. Are her parents. The lands are located at Palo Verde community at Benjamo, Guanajuato. She is considered as a very intelligent, committed person, full of passion for whatever she does. When she decided to start working at her family land, she decided to increase yields and improve the quality of the crops, considering as a crucial factor to integrate engineering principles to optimize the results, which is well aligned with her academic training, because being a woman in agriculture is really a great challenge due to the cultural and educational barriers of her community. She decided to accelerate her learnings to adapt herself into an environment which requires working in an efficient, fast, and assertive manner. The challenges are very heavy, and they depend on many difficulties such as price, economy, etc. However, despite all odds, she decided to continue working very hard in order to achieve the highest quality and the highest yields. Elisa is considers herself to be fortunate and blessed for having a profession that does not only fulfill her as a woman, as a person, but also contributes to feed many people. Elisa, it's a pleasure to have you here. We love having growers in these events, especially if you are a woman grower. Now I would like to ask María Eugenia Rico González to please come forward. Thank you. María Eugenia. María Eugenia Rico is an innovative grower from Valle de Santiago, Guanajuato, and she is a true pioneer in sustainable agriculture with 18 years of experience in the field. She has been able to combine her love for the land with a deep commitment towards the future. Her work is not only a task, it is her way to leave a legacy to our children, inspired in the desire of giving them a healthier and more productive field, a place where the work is respecting and regenerating land. María Eugenia grows maize and sorghum in the spring-summer crop season, as well as chickpea and barley in the fall-winter crop season. And she has embraced innovation through the project called Growing a Better Mexico, in which she works actively. Her journey in conservation agriculture began years ago, hand in hand with engineers of the International Center of CIMMYT, who have given her the support and the necessary technical support to transform her way of working the land. With the support of CIMMYT, María Eugenia has implemented water efficiency management practices, comprehensive fertility, pest control, weed and disease management, as well as conservation agricultural techniques. This commitment has rendered fruits. She has reduced by 20 and 25% her production costs while protecting and reviving her soils. Currently, she applies conservation agricultural techniques in almost 90% of her plots, thus transforming her land in a model of sustainability for the region. María Eugenia is truly unique due to her vision, a combination of passion and love for the field and a relentless commitment for innovation. She wants not only to maintain the land, but enhancing it, leaving a positive fingerprint that will serve as an inspiration to our children and the future generation of growers. Her history is a reminder that true change of agriculture comes from those who love the land and are willing to take care of it for those coming afterwards. Thank you very much, María Eugenia.
Ahora, desde
And now,
Colombia, vía Zoom,
from Colombia,
nos acompaña Milena Zambrano. Milena Zambrano es ingeniera industrial con más de 15 años de experiencia en cadenas de suministro de bienes de consumo masivo, como responsable de clima y abastecimiento sostenible en Mars Pet Nutrition Latinoamérica. Milena busca ayudar a los objetivos del negocio para lograr un planeta sano, minimizando el impacto ambiental a través de estrategias que generen cadenas de suministro más limpias y sostenibles, impulsando también proyectos clave con pequeños agricultores de diversos países de Latinoamérica. La sólida experiencia de Milena en la gestión de la cadena de suministro,
her sound experience, her passion for sustainability, and the sector's practices has lead her to successfully complete projects both for the company and local communities throughout strategic alliances with collaboration in a meeting point with industry, governments, NGOs to lead to positive and long-lasting results. Milena was recently contesting in the Procurement Award 2024 for the category Sustainability in the project The Earth for Coming Generations, promoting regenerative agriculture practices to create sustainable supply chains benefiting more than 100 Mexican farmers, being Mars a congruent company with its vision. Mars' vision to incorporate in this journey every stakeholder across its value chain. Plus, Milena was leading in the Sustainability Summit in Latin America in July 2024, where leaders from this organization were presented along with projects to meet sustainability objectives of Mars, their impact, plus opportunities to promote this business in a positive and efficient way. Thank you very much, Milena, for joining us in this scenario. And along with this group of successful women, I would like to ask this gentleman, Alfonso Pedrero from Quelanova. Alfonso, thank you very much. He is leader of responsible supply for Latin America in Quelanova. He is an agronomist engineer from the Tecnológico of Monterrey, Campus Querétaro, and he has collaborated with input companies for agriculture machinery, agricultural producers, creating strategies for supply, investment, and sustainability in supply agricultural chains. He is currently on a master's degree of sustainable technologies, and he is a fellow of cohort Mexico 24-25 of Kirchner's Foundation for Impact. Welcome, Alfonso.
Bien, pues muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. Let's begin this discussion. The mechanic will be as follows. We will ask you a series of questions. I will ask you that all the topics are very interesting, and I think we could spend hours talking about them. I will ask you if you could limit your answers to maximum 3 minutes in order to continue with the flow of this program. So you have 3 minutes to share all the information regarding the question. So I will give you the floor And the first question, Elisa, we can begin by you if you're okay. So, Elisa, could you share which are the agricultural practices that you have implemented in your different crops to reduce carbon emissions? Yes, hello. What we are doing right now is to incorporate crop residues before these. What I do is I cure with beneficial bacteria and organic fertilizers these residues. We apply these before, and then we incorporate everything. With these, we can prevent emissions to grow than other people that burned these residues. Since my father was the lead worker, we always incorporate these residues. As we know, organic matter is always important to have better plants, and also we have tried to use some organic products like diatomeas, earth, grounds, soils, also beneficial insects. And this is some of the practices from previous years. Thank you. And all of these practices
sido por conocimiento de ustedes, se las ha compartido a algunos agricultores.
These practices, you learn them by other farmers in the region or some technicians that were advising you. Well, yes, one was like recommendations from the engineers, and others were due to the previous experience my father had, and I research and I try to incorporate. This is not done mechanically, but it is part of our common practice. We always incorporate crop residues in the same soil. And do you have feedback from your neighboring farmers? Well, I am sorry to say that right now we are in the middle of a complex situation. Most of my neighbors, they sell all the stubble to do forage. Very few people in my region where I work, very few people do the same. Very few incorporate all the crop residues. Usually they sell it all for forage, and other people, well, they burn. I'm sorry to say, even if you ask them not to burn, reinforcing the benefits of that they will have a better crop next cycle, that they will harm the environment. They don't see it in their way of living. Yes, it needs a cultural change. And although they can see with their own eyes the results because our production is there on the field, it's very difficult to convince them. Yes, okay. Yes, it's complicated. Yes, well, it is a matter of insisting and insisting. Yes, we insist, and like we, because of a situation, we decided not to grow wheat, and we do things very slowly. But when they are in a rush to begin the next cycle, then they need to prepare their land because the rain is coming. Well, for them, they remove the stubble, some of them burn it, others don't, and they prepare the soil for the next cycle. That's the way most of people work, sorry to say. And what about their production results? No, they aren't as good, and not even with that. I know they will change eventually. Thank you very much. My pleasure. Thank you, Elisa. So now I would like to ask Maria Eugenia a question. Maria Eugenia, how do you see access to technology and resources as an influence in your efforts to have a more sustainable production? Well, certainly, yes, the change in technology that I have seen in agriculture, certainly, precision agriculture, the use of drones, that for me is completely new. And what I have done, I think, has yielded good results. Everything I'm doing, I will leave to my son, who is an agronomist. And this is a new generation that is pushing forward with all these technologies available, and it will be up for them. In my time, I think we have had good results, and certainly with the training that we receive from technicians and engineers, they are always motivating us because, you know, I was afraid of the things that I didn't know because I didn't know that some technologies existed or I haven't used them in the field. So I have worked hard to implement this, and certainly we have been benefited on this. I can see the difference. We don't use tractors and that, and with that, that is our contribution to reduce carbon emissions. Perhaps you, like institutions that you know everything about this research, you have a more scientific method, not for us. For us, it's all empirical, but this is the way I contribute, and this is the way I take this step forward to continue with innovation. Well, and now that you mentioned that you are not using tractors as much as you did, can you see an impact in your cost? Yes, yes. I began with conservation tillage about a few years back. I wasn't familiar with agricultural practices, but I attended some meetings, some lectures, and I learned about the benefits. And my starting point was that I didn't have the machinery to begin being a farmer. So it was a huge challenge to have the machinery to begin because I literally started from scratch. And throughout the years, as I said to the agronomic engineers, is that this is a change of mindset, a change of culture, a change for caring for the environment, and I will leave these to future generations. We are not taking anything with us when we part. This is all for the next generation. So I had to focus on the cost because at first I didn't see the field as a company, as a business. So if something would help me save 20-25% cost of work, that would leave more for us to profit. But it doesn't mean that I should say I will implement conservation tillage and my profit will be higher in the next cycle. No, I know this takes time, and this has been my journey. Since I began, I have gained, I don't know, half a ton or perhaps 300 kilograms of yield per hectare, but this is a little by little gain, like step by step win. So conservation tillage, many people say it's only for 1 year and they are not convinced. I know, I think this is a concept that gradually we need to adapt to because otherwise we are depleting the plots. And that was going to be my question. Can you tell with your plots and plots from farmers that do not follow conservation tillage? Yes, that's right. You can see the benefits there. future. And this drives me forward, implementing it in my land. And do you promote this with your neighbors in your region? Yes, as Elisa was saying, they are hard to change. And I will add to her answer the fact that I am a woman also, or that we are women, they wonder if we are able to do that. And when I hear my workers, they say, the lady boss, do you think she has good results and all that? And I know they see me because I've been here for 8 years practicing conservation tillage, and they see me, they're still working. So maybe they are wondering if they should change their mindset, implement it, and instead of hoping for results 1 year to the next one, they will realize that this is a long-lasting journey. And now, Milena, before asking the question, and here on site and online, we want to be more in tune with what is Mars. Perhaps not so many people know what is Mars, and I'm sure everybody loves Mars. So before answering the question, could you tell us about a bit Mars? Yes, thank you, Sofia. First of all, I would like to thank CIMMYT for the invitation. I am so happy to share this space with you as a speaker and with all the audience. And now regarding the question about Mars, Mars is a global family company with a pipeline of snacks, foods, plus products and services for pets. Some of our brands are well known in the world, and I think that well known by you. This is chocolates and candies, which are Snickers, M&M, Turin, plus Lucas. And also we have our division for pet services. I work in the pets division. We work for a better world for pets with food manufactured for them. We have leading brands in the market that I'm sure that you are familiar, like Pedigree and Whiskas, and another division of Mars like Royal Canin and Eukanuba. So in a nutshell, this is what Mars is, and these are the flagship brands that represent us across the globe. Thank you, Milena. So, yes, I would like to refer to the commitment that Mars did last year when they disclosed their commitment to be net zero carbon by the year 2050. But before that, they were already on a decarbonization journey. What was behind this decision, and which are the efforts you implement in your path to the year 2050? Yes, of course, Sofia. As I mentioned, Mars is a global company, and as such, we measure our carbon footprint, and approximately our carbon footprint is the size of a country like Finland. That is why we should do our part to contribute to this task that at some point the United Nations asked the world to keep the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And as you know, this is really a challenging scenario right now. And also a few years back, we worked on Ipsos regarding a study where we consulted more than 14,000 people in the 7 largest economies of the world, when on average 70% of grown-ups think that the focus of companies to fight against this climate change should be greater or equally as to fight economic means. And we realize that 9 out of 10 Mexican people think that large companies like ours have the responsibility on the work of climate action. And to reach our net zero goal and accelerate this, we divided this in 6 pillars of work related to transition to 100% of renewable energies, redesign our supply chain to stop deforestation, optimize our recipes, improve logistics optimization, incorporate climate action like the DNA of our business, and last but not least, and clearly linked with this panel's topic, is the pillar for scale work with the initiative of agricultural practices friendlier with the environment. So these are our pillars, and we try to include initiatives that will enable us to reach the net zero carbon goal in 25 years. Thank you, Milena. This is a huge challenge, and thank you very much for this information. And now I would like to ask Alfonso Pedrero, and just as Milena, if he could briefly present Kelanova. I dare to say that this is a company that all of us like. And then I will ask you the question, Alfonso, please. Of course, certainly, and thank you. I would like to thank CIMIT for inviting us to be members of this panel. I am honored to share the panel with women leading the transformation of agriculture towards sustainability, and also with a woman from responsible supply chains. And Kelanova, it's a company stemming from 100 years legacy, and we are a global snacks power. Last year, Kellogg's company decided to focus their efforts in the snacks market. This was a decision of the cereal business in North America. So we have Sprinkles, Rice Krispies, Corn Flakes, and Zucaritas. And currently, with this change, we have become more ambitious in our strategy for sustainability. Thank you, Alfonso. So I think that, yes, we all have had a bowl of Choco Krispies and Zucaritas. So our childhood is linked to Kellogg's. Thank you. Thank you, Alfonso. And Alfonso, could you please share this sustainability strategy, how it is linked with Kelanova's needs? Of course, in Kelanova, we want to experience the values of our founder. That is why we have a sustainability strategy that we call the Promise for Better Days. We want to create better days for our consumers in the communities where we operate, the farmers, members of our supply chain. This is through 4 key pillars. One is hunger, where a company has the commitment to make available food to 400 million people. Additionally, with the global strategy for better days, we want to have a positive impact in 4 billion people. We believe that's the impact our products have, and we have the pillar for well-being, where the company wants that our products are part of a healthy, nutritious diet, and also the delight eating good, nutritious food has in our bodies. And also, we insist that there is a place for everybody at our tables. We have a pillar for inclusion. This is a milestone, and our quota is 50% men, 50% women beginning this year. And across agriculture and supply chains, Kelanova has that it is the DNA of our products, corn, wheat, and all the ingredients at the end is what we transform for the consumer.
Esto no puede
And
suceder sin un planeta próspero.
this
Para tener un planeta
cannot
próspero,
happen
nosotros
without a
trabajamos igual en
prosperous
muchísimos ejes,
planet.
desde
And
la
we
optimización
work
logística
across
de
many
empaques,
axes
pero de
from the
manera muy
logistics,
puntual y con
packaging,
mucha inversión
selection,
en un
but
portafolio de
punctual
proyectos de
and
agricultura
investing
que
in a
dependiendo de
pipeline
las
of agricultural
condiciones de
projects
los
that
mercados
depending
van
on the
desde
market
el
conditions,
poner
they
a
go
disposición de los agricultores
from
capacitaciones para que conozcan
training
nuevas tecnologías
for farmers
de
so they
agricultura
learn
sostenible,
about new
nuevas técnicas
technologies for
o
sustainable
incentivar
agriculture
porque
or
se adopten
incentives
prácticas sustentables
to
en el
adopt
campo.
sustainable
Uno de
practices
estos
in the
proyectos
field.
que
One of
nos da
these
siempre mucho orgullo
projects
mencionar es
that
el que llevamos
we
de
are
manera
always
conjunta con
proud to
CIMIC,
mention is the
maíz
one that
amarillo
we
en
carry
México,
along
en
with CIMIC,
donde la estrategia de
yellow corn in
sustentabilidad a
Mexico,
través de
where
este
the
proyecto
sustainability strategy
nos ayuda a
under the
crear la
umbrella of this
suficiencia de
project
abasto
help us
para
to
nuestras
create
marcas como
enough
cornflakes,
supply for
caritas,
our brands
que
like
usan el maíz
cornflakes and
amarillo
sucaritas
para
that
poner a
use
disponibilidad
yellow
proteína
corn
vegetal a nuestros
as a supply of
consumidores. Y
plant
de
protein for
esta
our
manera
consumers.
nosotros
And
operamos
in
en un
this way,
ambiente
we
que cada vez se ha vuelto más incierto
are
y damos
operating
las
in
oportunidades a los
uncertain
agricultores que en
environments,
mercados
but
muy
we provide
complicados
opportunities
puedan
for
aprender
farmers
aquellas técnicas
that in
que
the
aseguren
middle
su
of
rentabilidad a
complicated
futuro.
markets, they learn techniques
Entonces,
to assure
algo que
their
nosotros
future
reconocemos
profitability.
a través de una encuesta
Something
que
that we
aplicamos
recognize
anualmente
through
a
a
nuestros
yearly
agricultores, que se
survey
aplica
to
de
our
manera mundial,
farmers.
representando
This
miles de
is
agricultores
a
y casi
survey
millones de
across the
hectáreas.
globe with
Es que
thousands of
entre el
farmers
50 y el
and millions of
70% dependiendo de la
hectares, is
región,
that 50 to
ya han sido
70%,
impactados
depending
por
on
un
the region,
fenómeno de clima
have
extremo
already
que
been
ellos
impacted by
consideran
an
que está ligado
extreme
al cambio climático.
weather event that they feel is
Entonces,
linked to climate
pues
change.
la estrategia de sustentabilidad nos ayuda
So
a crear
our
las condiciones
sustainability
de un
strategy
abasto en el
help us to
futuro, seguir siendo un
create
negocio
conditions
comprometido
for
con
a
nuestras
secure
comunidades
supply in the future,
hacia
committed with
adelante
our
y
communities
también pues
moving
conseguirlo,
forward.
la
And
consecución de los
also
compromisos que hemos hecho de
we
manera pública, que son una extensión de los valores de nuestro
we
fundador, en donde
meet
buscamos
these
impactar de manera
commitments
positiva a los
based on the
agricultores dentro de
values
nuestra
of
cadena
our
de suministro.
founder, creating a positive impact
Y
in our
ejemplo de esto,
farmers.
pues
And as an example of this,
también es nuestros objetivos de descarbonización,
also
tanto de
we
nuestras propias
have
operaciones y
objectives for
reducir nuestra huella hídrica,
decarbonizations
como
in our
el comprometernos a
operations,
hacer lo
reduce
mismo en la
our
cadena de
water
suministro
footprint,
bajo
and we are committed to do the same
compromiso
across our
está
supply
trabajando hacia
chain
net
through
zero
a
2050.
commitment that is working to a net zero 2050 scenario.
Perdón. También muy
Sorry,
interesante
sorry.
todos los retos que se
Very
pone que la
interesting,
NOVA y
all the
que
challenges
alcanzan,
que la
en
NOVA
particular
has and
nos da
how
mucho
they
gusto todos los relacionados
overcome and
con la
meet
agricultura y
their
los
objectives all
productores.
related to agriculture and
Bien, pues
farmers.
pasemos a
So
una ronda
now,
de preguntas,
now
de
we'll
segundas preguntas
have
para
a
cada
round of
participante. Y
question number
regreso
2
entonces
per
con
participant.
Elisa.
So,
Por
Elisa,
favor, ¿nos puede decir qué
could
desafíos te
you
enfrentas para
tell us
adoptar
which are the
técnicas más
challenges you
sostenibles en tus
find to
procesos
adopt
de
more
producción
sustainable
de
techniques
maíz
in
y
your
cómo los estás
production
superando?
processes
Pues
for
mira,
corn and how
no
you
tengo ninguna
overcome them?
limitante
Well,
porque
I don't have any
digo, no
constraint.
soy impositiva, pero al
Well,
final
I
del
am
día,
not an impulsive person,
en las
but
tierras se hace
at the end
lo
of
que
the
yo quiero.
day, in my
Entonces,
land,
la limitante no la
things
tengo
are done the
porque
way I
yo
want
soy
to.
la que
There is
decido
no
en su momento
constraint
qué poner,
because
qué
it is
aplicar,
up to
cuándo
me
hacer
to
y en qué
decide
momento
what to
hacerlo.
apply, when to do it, how to do
Entonces,
it.
obviamente
So,
los
well,
procesos o lo
obviously,
que se va a aplicar,
the
previamente
processes
yo
or
lo
whatever is
estudio, lo
going to be
analizo
applied, I
y pues digo, va.
research on it, I
Entonces, para
analyze
mí ha
it, and
sido
I
el único
decide, and
reto
it's
que ha
go.
sido es
So the only
que
challenge so far
yo no he tenido
is
una fase de experimentación previa,
that
sino lo que
I
hago es que
skip
leo
a
y aplico
previous
y
trial
y
phase.
lo
I
único es
research,
que
I
si en la
apply,
primera tierra me funciona,
and if it
en
works
el
on the
primer terreno me
first
funciona,
attempt, on
lo
the
hago
first
espejo para
plot,
todos los demás.
I do a
Pero la limitante
mirror
no la tengo.
in the remaining part of the
Porque
land.
yo no voy a hacer
So
lo
there
que
is
mi
no
vecino
constraint because
dice,
I will not do as
teniendo
my
una,
neighbor
digamos,
says,
haciendo las cosas de una
like
forma convencional.
doing the continue
Entonces,
to do
no la tengo,
things
realmente
in
no
a
tengo una
conventional
limitante.
way. So there is no challenge,
sea,
no
Lo aplicas
constraint.
y sueles aplicar primero en una
And
parte
you
del terreno.
usually apply only in a
yo
small
aplico,
spot
en
of
la
the
primera
land.
tierra, por
No,
ejemplo,
well, I don't know.
vamos a aplicar algunas
On the
bacterias
first
o
land,
o
let's
algún tipo de
try some
fertilización
bacteria
diferente,
or some
por
different
ejemplo, una cuestión de
fertilization,
nutrición. Entonces, si veo
different
que lo que hice en
nutrition.
esa tierra me funcionó, lo hago
And
espejo para todas.
if it works,
Es de la forma
I
que yo
reply
aplico.
it
Y a
like
veces
a
ni
mirror in
siquiera
all the
me doy
land.
tiempo para eso,
And
simplemente
sometimes
preparo
I don't even have
y
time for that.
y
I
pues
just
vámonos
prepare
para todo igual.
and
No
let's go.
no
All in a
no
single
me
stroke.
detengo mucho
I
tiempo en
don't
pensar.
dwell too
Y bueno,
much
me ha
in
funcionado.
thinking.
Y
And so
la
far
parte
it has worked.
de la parte
And
sostenible, digamos,
for
pues es lo mismo, ¿no?
sustainable,
O sea, yo
well,
soy
I
quien
think it's
decido
the
qué es lo que se
same.
tiene que hacer. No
It
me
is
baso lo
me
mismo,
who
como
decides
decía
what to do.
la señora, es que no,
As
es muy difícil para
she was
nosotros, por
saying,
ejemplo, como mujeres,
well,
es el
yes,
clásico
as
comentario de
women,
que,
it is difficult for
oye,
us
tu
because
patrona no estará
they
loca
have this
porque
comment.
está
Is your
haciendo las
lady
cosas
boss gone
diferente
crazy or what
que
is she
nosotros,
doing
¿no?
things
Y sí
different?
le funciona,
And
y aunque
does it work?
vean y se enteren que les está
And
funcionando,
even when they see and
porque
they
tenemos una
realize
mayor
that it
calidad
works
en nuestro
because
producto, porque
we
tenemos una
have
mayor producción,
higher quality in
de
our
verdad, y
product,
que los
because our
terrenos se ven
production
completamente
increases
diferentes,
and the
es
land
muy difícil
looks completely
que
different, it's
mi
very
compañero
hard
lo acepte.
that
Inclusive
a
a mis
neighbor
amigos, por
man
ejemplo, a
can
mis
accept
amigos,
it.
los
Even
campesinos, los he
my
invitado,
friends,
oye, vamos a una
farmers,
plática, mira, va a
I
venir tal
have
ingeniero,
invited them to
o por qué no
lectures
aplicamos
from
estas
an
bacterias, o por qué no
engineer, or I
hacemos
tell them,
este
why
tipo
don't
de
we apply this
labranza,
bacteria? Why don't we
y
try
me dicen,
this
sí, sí lo
practice?
hacemos.
And they say, yes,
O,
we'll do that.
o de plano me dicen,
Or
no,
they
mira, es
just
que mi
say,
papá me
no, you
enseñó de
see,
esta
is that
forma,
my
y
dad
pues tú
taught
haz
me like this,
como tú
and
lo
you
quieras
do
hacer.
as you
O sea, es
please.
muy difícil convencer
I
a la
won't.
gente, realmente
So
que
it's
son muy
very difficult
cerrados.
to convince people.
Y
They
yo
are
lo único también que
close-minded.
pienso es que nosotros tenemos
And
que hacer,
also, I think that
nosotros
we
somos un
should
granito
do, because we are
de
like
muchas
just
personas.
a grain of
Entonces,
too
estamos
many
haciendo las
people.
cosas diferente
We do things differently
porque yo pienso que esto a un mediano plazo va,
because I think that in the
el camino ha
midterm,
sido largo y
the
sinuoso
path
y
has been
complicado.
long,
Nos la hemos
sinuous,
jugado
and complicated.
como empresa, nos la jugamos día con día,
We are
pero yo
there
pienso que
risking
esto en un
everything
tiempo a
every
mediano
day,
plazo va a
but I
tener muy buenas
think that in the
repercusiones.
midterm
No
we'll
solamente
have
en
a
la
good
cuestión
return,
ambiental,
not only for
sino
the
también como
environment,
empresa, yo pienso
but
que
also
vamos a
as a
tener mejor
business. I
rendimiento
think that our yields
en
will
cuestión de que
improve,
nos paguen mejor también nuestro
and
producto,
also
pero
our products will
porque
have
vamos a
better
tener una mejor
prices,
calidad, va a
because
ser un
our
producto más
quality will be
limpio
better, it
y
will be
porque
a
el
cleaner
consumidor
product,
es
and
más
because
consciente de lo
the
que
consumers
compra.
are more
Entonces,
aware of what they buy.
creo que el camino va,
So
creo que
I
vamos por muy
think
buen camino.
we're on the right track.
Entonces, yo también tengo poco
And
tiempo en la agricultura
yes, I haven't been for so
y
long
es
in
los
agriculture.
yo trabajaba en un tema de petróleo,
I
nada
used
que
to
ver con la
work in the
agricultura
oil
y
and gas company,
entonces
completely opposite to agriculture. So
me ha gustado porque
I like
me ha
it.
permitido también seguir
I
innovando
like it
y
because
eso
it
para mí ha
has
sido
allowed
muy
me
bien.
to innovate,
Y
and
pues
this
ir en
has been
contracorriente
wonderful
pues
for
también me
me.
gusta.
And swimming against the
O
current,
sea,
I enjoy that.
es parte de
It's
de
part
que
of it's
y es
part of
parte
this
del
process,
proceso.
and it is
Sí,
part of
hacer la
this
diferencia
process.
siempre vamos a
Yes,
hacer.
being different.
Lo nuevo siempre da
Yes,
miedo y
Da miedo, pero lo estamos haciendo y lo estamos haciendo muy bien, creo. Sí.
muy bien. Sí, pues sí, como dices, el reto
Okay,
es
so
grande. No darnos por vencidos e insistir
we have to
seguir invitando.
insist
Muchas
and
gracias.
keep on inviting them.
Va mi siguiente pregunta a
My
María
next
Eugenia.
question is
María Eugenia, ¿consideras
addressed
que
to
la
Maria
agricultura
Eugenia. Maria Eugenia,
sostenible
do you believe that
representa a largo tiempo,
sustainable
como más o menos
agriculture
ya no nos
represents at the long run
conceptualiza
As Lisa already mentioned, a more profitable type of agriculture, practicing sustainable agriculture will be more profitable at the long run. Yes, without any doubt. As I said before, at the long run, it will be more profitable because we will be cutting back on costs. We use less fertilizers. It is just based on a soil test and what the soil really requires. As well as in the efficient use of water, which is very important for the field. We have been implementing these practices in our plots, and definitely the engineers of Simit and Heineken have been supporting us all the way down, and we have increased the surface area of our fields under this kind of management, and with no doubt at all we will have benefits at the long term. We know some plots that have been under no tillage or conservation tillage for over 20 years, and they are yielding pretty well. So I have almost 90% of my land under no tillage conditions, and I do believe that it will be quite profitable at the long term. Thank you. Maru, you always demonstrate that commitment when you speak about environment and about the legacy that you want to leave to the next generation also. Right now, your question was, or your answer rather, was answering a question regarding profitability. You still go back to giving the best legacy possible for the next generations. Congratulations. Yes, indeed. At the beginning, I did not thank you for allowing me to participate in this kind of events, but it's very important because it helps us open our eyes. And you know, the environment is very important for me because of my personal situation. I was in the middle of everything, and I had to do something. I had to work for my family, and I was there, just right there in the middle of the field. So yes, I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you so much. Can you please give us an example on how Marx is giving priority to agriculture as an important part of decarbonization? And how do you manage to do it? As I said before, one of our way to reach this target, zero carbon 2050, is related to friendly environmental practices, agricultural practices. And if we analyze our carbon fingerprint in Mark, it comes in a great deal from agriculture. It is the most important source of this carbon fingerprint, and that's why we are concentrating our efforts in it. We understand the importance, we're aware of the importance of having successful programs that will help decarbonize our soils. We're very, very proud, extremely proud of having in Mexico new flagship projects in Mexico of this project called Land of the New Generations. This project began in 2023 in alliance with CEMET. In this project, we share practices that improve soil health through comprehensive or integrated management practices, how improving soil health and also lowering GHG emissions. We were able to supply 7,000 tons of maize to our plant at El Marqués, Querétaro City. So it is truly important for us to continue improving agricultural practices and to empower small landholders, because empowering them in Mexico is of utmost importance, and keep on promoting conservation agriculture is one of the targets that we set at the very beginning. And it was a commitment that we made along with CIMMYT's team. This alliance began in the first year under an agreement that included groups of smallholders. And so we just created this synergy. And this is our commitment, establishing sustainable supply chains. In this year, we have seen unbelievable results and a great participation by the growers. Of course, this is not an isolated effort. It's not just CIMMYT and Mark. Indeed, this has to be a work where many other companies take part. Companies of the same size of Mark, of Gelanova, of many others, linking efforts all together to aid this process. Obviously, the government is a crucial player, also the NGOs, institutions like CIMMYT and their technological support, as well as their teachings. This has been a highly satisfactory year, but also a year full of learnings and challenges. And now we understand that we need many other companies that can help us drive forward this project, beautiful project that we have along with CIMMYT. Thank you. Yes, Land for the New Generations is a program of which we are also extremely proud and highly satisfied. This alliance that we entered into with you, the commitment of Mars with the Mexican field, is highly satisfactory for us at CIMMYT as well. Thank you. And I will go back to Alfonso. Alfonso, can you please share with us how the supply chains benefit by decarbonizing the tasks, the activities that you do at Gelanova? Yes, of course. I believe that in this part, I would like to give a context. It is important to understand how a company seeks decarbonization. One of the main commitments that we have made with this initiative, the science-based targets in most companies, and we are inviting our partners to do the same, is to commit ourselves to net zero. There are very important milestones, 2030 and 2050. And the next step is the regulatory framework. Nowadays, we already have got carbon taxes in Mexico and some states. The manufacturing or the transformation industry is being charged by the emissions being released into the air, into the planet rather. So, looking towards the future, decarbonization, I believe, will bring about the next benefits. First of all, there is an opportunity of participating in the development of a new economy, a carbon-based economy, which is made up by two important markets, the conventional markets of carbon credits, which has been evolving throughout these years, and as of the net zero guideline was created, where companies using the land, the forestry, the agricultural and the industrial sectors are committing themselves. So towards this flag guideline, or the science-based targets, follows these lines. For instance, first, if a grower decides to ask for a carbon loan or a carbon credit, that credit cannot be part of a supply chain. So this gives rise to a secondary economy where those of us seeking to comply with these net zero targets will have to make the proper arrangements. What's the value of decarbonizing the supply
futuro, y
chain,
que creo que
which
ya
will
es muy
be the
relevante.
cost of
Otra parte
recarbonizing
muy
agricultural
importante
soils, etc. This is a
bueno, en
very
esta parte de
important part.
remociones,
Another important
dos
part,
pequeñas cifras y comentarios.
I would like to talk about
Cuando
two
hablamos de
figures
descarbonización,
with two
el
comments.
potencial
Whenever we
que
talk
Science
about
Based Targets nos dice
decarbonization, the
es que
potential of the
aproximadamente podemos
science-based
lograr
target
el
says that
8% de las
we
reducciones
can
que pertenecen al
achieve
sector
8%
de
of
la
reductions
tierra y la agricultura. Pero hay otro
belonging to
concepto muy
agriculture
importante
and the
que va a jugar
land.
un papel
There is
clave y es
another
en donde
major
realmente
concept
existe el
that
potencial
is
de
key,
alcanzar nuestros objetivos,
and that's where
que es
we
la
have the potential to
recarbonización del
achieve
suelo.
our targets,
En esta
which is soil
recarbonización del suelo, si
recarbonization.
nosotros contamos
With
nada más
soil
recarbonizar los suelos
recarbonization,
agrícolas,
if we are
aproximadamente
only
es el
thinking in
11% del
agricultural
potencial
soils, it will
que
represent only
tenemos para
11% of the potential
alcanzar la meta de 1.5
that
grados.
we have to
Y
reach
si
that
contamos
target of
adicionalmente
1.5
la contribución de los
degrees.
sistemas
And if we
agroforestales, podríamos
include
reducir hasta
the
el 24%.
agroforestry systems,
Entonces,
we can
esto
increase it by
junto con
4%.
prevenir la deforestación,
Now,
que es un
along
compromiso que ya todas las
with
marcas
preventing
comerciales tenemos también,
deforestation, which is a
es
commitment
lo
that
que nos va
all
a hacer
our
factible
brands
alcanzar
have
nuestra meta hasta
already,
2050.
we
¿Qué otro
will
beneficio hay en la
achieve
cadena de
this
suministro? Y
target
creo que lo
by
vivimos
2050.
en una
Which is
época
the
sin
other
precedentes,
challenge of
es
the
la
supply chain?
transparencia.
I believe that this
El
is an
consumidor
unprecedented time.
se ve
Transparency is
beneficiado, pero
required,
también
accountability, and the
la
consumers are
parte de proveeduría, los
benefited by
transformadores, los
this, but
agricultores,
also
se benefician de
manufacturers,
que cada vez es más público
and
esta parte de
agricultural.
las prácticas, quién
The
está haciendo
agricultural
qué,
industry per
cómo
se,
lo
the
está
farmers are also
llevando a
benefiting
cabo
from it.
y sobre todo qué efectos tiene esto en la empresa.
How are we doing
Nosotros
things,
como
and which
personas que
are the
trabajamos dentro del departamento
impacts
de
on our
sustentabilidad en una
companies?
empresa,
Us
tenemos
working
muchas
in a
veces contacto
company,
con una
in a
encuesta que se llama
department
CDP,
only devoted to
en
it, we
donde
work with a
que muchas
CDP
compañías,
company.
Telanova publica su respuesta cada año.
Telanova
Podemos conocer más de las
publishes
ambiciones
its
climáticas de
results every
nuestros
year, and we know very
iguales,
well
de
about
las marcas,
our
e
climate
igualmente de las estrategias que están tomando
ambitious
nuestros proveedores.
plans of
Entonces,
other
ahí
companies, our peer
hay mucha
companies.
información
And we have found
acerca de
plenty of
cómo cada
information
quien tiene un
regarding the way
approach
in which
a
each
la
one of us has
sustentabilidad,
a
pero
different
en cosas
approach to
muy comunes.
sustainability. But
Creo
we
que
have
la cadena de
many
suministro en
points in
general se
common. I
beneficia de
believe
esta
that the supply
transparencia
chain is
al
benefiting from
obtener
this
una seguridad de
transparency
que todos
by
estamos yendo por el mismo
understanding,
objetivo.
by
Y
having the certainty
finalmente,
that we
creo
are
que
all
hay una
pursuing a
cuestión muy
common goal.
aterrizada de agricultura
And on the other hand,
en la
there
cuestión de la
is
calidad de
a
los productos
good
agrícolas que
point in
salen de
agriculture
prácticas
because
regenerativas.
we are all seeking
En
for
la parte
higher
ciencia, algo
quality
que
products coming
hemos,
from
bueno,
regenerative
que estamos
agriculture.
siguiendo en la investigación científica
As
es
we
que el
base
uso de
ourselves
microorganismos en la
on
agricultura, el uso de prácticas de
scientific-based
recarbonación, como
agriculture,
tiene un
we know that
impacto
the use of
en los microorganismos del
microorganisms are
suelo,
beneficials
pueden
because they
llegar a
also have
tener un
an
impacto
impact in
también en
soil
las características
microorganisms.
de
They
los
can also have an
productos
impact
terminados
in
del campo.
the end
Un ejemplo
produce.
muy de alto nivel
A good example
existen evidencias de rutas
is that there is
metabólicas en
evidence
donde
of
los
metabolic
flavonoides, que
pathways
son
where flavonoids,
moléculas que para el
which are
consumidor son muy interesantes,
molecules
son
that for the
antioxidantes
consumer are very
y
interesting because
tienen
they are
evidencia de ser
anti-oxidizing
anticáncer. Se
metabolites
incrementan o
and
regulan
they
parte de
help to prevent cancer,
de la
are
interacción con microorganismos de la red.
upregulated as they
Entonces,
interact with
el
root
aumentar la disponibilidad
living
de estos
microorganisms.
químicos en los
So
alimentos los
the
pone en una
idea of
nueva
using these
categoría y es una
chemicals
oportunidad
into
de
the food
diferenciación
products
para los
make
agricultores
them
en su
belong to a
industria.
different category, and it is a premium and a point of differentiation in those products. Thank you very much for sharing this information with us and the actions that you undertake, and trying to be as trying to follow our agenda as stringent as possible. And in order to close this panel, I would like to ask each one of the participants to share a closing message, which is the homework that you leave us. Leave us a message, a peaceful thought, an invitation. Please help us close this forum, this panel.
Un honor estar aquí con ustedes compartiendo al final.
It's an honor for me to be with you sharing. Thank you very much to Simit. And something I would like to share with you is that we as farmers are fully committed to do our job.
Estamos tratando de hacer nuestro mejor esfuerzo.
We're trying to do our best efforts
particular de mi empresa, hablando como empresa, de
In
tener
the
un
very
mejor
particular
producto,
case of
más
my
limpio,
company, of having a cleaner
de
product,
mejor calidad, de
a
mayor
higher
valor
quality
nutricional,
product with
adicionando
a higher
algunas cosas que
nutritional
pueden ser
value,
benéficas para nosotros.
adding
Sabemos que el
other
proceso que
products that
estamos
can
llevando no lo
help
vamos a obtener
human
de un
health.
ciclo a otro.
We know
El
that
proceso es
our
largo,
target
sin
won't be
embargo,
accomplished from one
estamos
crop
haciendo,
season to
cada ciclo
another.
estamos haciendo las cosas
Every crop season, we
mejorando y
improve
experimentando
something. We
para
experiment
tener un mejor
at every
resultado.
crop season in order
Ahora
to
yo solamente les
achieve better
invitaría
results.
también a
Now,
ustedes
I
como
would
los
just
grandes
like to
consumidores,
invite you
es que de
as
igual forma
consumers
que nosotros estamos teniendo el compromiso
to
por
do the
tener un muy
same,
buen
just as
producto,
us
que
are
también
committing
tengamos
to
una
have a good
equidad de
product.
igual forma
Please
en los precios que nos
commit
están,
yourselves also to
que
be
nos están
fair with the
comprando
prices
nuestro
that you are
producto.
paying for our products.
Nosotros como empresarios
We,
estamos
as
cuidando
entrepreneurs,
cada uno de los
are
detalles de
taking
nuestra
care
empresa
of each one of
y
the
tratar de tener una mayor
details
utilidad,
in
teniendo
our
procesos
company.
limpios,
We try to
tratando
get
de
better
ser
profits,
creativos.
but at the same
De
time, we
igual
try to be
forma,
creative and
el
have cleaner
producto lo tienen
processes.
ustedes
Likewise,
y
the product
tenemos
is in
y
your hands,
necesitamos
and we
también
need
que el gran
your
consumidor
support as well. We need those large
aprecie
consumers
el valor que
to
nosotros
appreciate
estamos
the
dando
value that
y ese
we're
valor
contributing with.
lamentablemente es un precio.
Unfortunately, this
Necesitamos que
value
esos
is
precios mejoren
translated into
porque es la
price.
única
We
forma
need
que
better
nosotros también
prices,
podemos seguir
definitely, because
adelante y
this
que
is
no
the only way in
solamente
which we
sea
can
Elisa
continue
Muñoz o
moving
María
forward.
Eugenia los que
And
estén
it's not
sentados
just
aquí,
Elisa Muñoz
sino
or
que
Maria
esto sea
Eugenia sitting
uniforme de
here
tal
in
forma
this
que
kind
pueda
of
ser
fora,
un foro en el que ustedes puedan
but many more
obtener
people should
un
have
mayor grano, no
access to this
solamente de
kind of
2 o de 3 o
agriculture
de 4, sino
in a
que sea
way,
un
in such a way
unísono
that
para
you
que
can
la
have many
viabilidad
more
del
grains
negocio de la
of the
agricultura realmente
say
sea viable y
of
sea
the
un
same
negocio.
source with the
Ese es el único mensaje que yo les
feasibility
pudiera dar,
of
porque
many
el
other
compromiso
people,
lo tenemos,
for
el
many other
compromiso lo
people
tenemos con el
being
medio
open
ambiente, el
to
compromiso lo
be
tenemos con
part
la
of this
producción,
business,
pero
because
también
we are committed,
necesitamos
we are fully
el
committed with
incentivo
production, with the
que es una
environment,
equidad de
but we
precios.
need some incentives, you
Ese
know,
sería mi
and
mensaje para
definitely having
ustedes.
fairer
Muchas gracias.
prices will be a great incentive to us. That's my
Pues creo que nos
message to you.
llevamos una gran tarea.
I think that we're
Este,
taking back home a big
para
homework.
mí, el mensaje que dejaría es
The
llevarnos esa
message
tarea
that
y
I would like
empezar.
to
Yo
leave
creo
you
que desde
with
el
is
granito lo
to
podemos poner desde la
take
casa.
this
Sin
homework
duda
and
alguna, el
start
producto que
doing
vendemos a las diferentes
whatever we can,
empresas lo hemos
each one of us
trabajado
at
de la
home.
mejor forma, de
The work
entregarles un
done by
producto
large
de
companies has been
calidad.
great. We
Y
have
yo creo
tried
que
to do
las
our
empresas
best
lo saben
in
y así lo
delivering
reconocen, porque
to
cuando
you
menos
the best
en lo que estamos de programas de
possible
certificación, creo que
quality product.
nuestro trabajo sí se ve
It has been
remunerado
recognized. I
con
know
un
you know that
pago.
we have
A lo
good
mejor
products,
precisamente lo que dice Elisa, a
and
lo mejor necesitamos mejores
perhaps what
precios, pero
Elisa
yo creo que
mentioned
ese incentivo que
is very well
recibimos
said.
a la
We
hora de
do
entregarles un
need
producto que
fairer
sea
prices,
trabajado con
but
calidad,
you know, whenever
sí
we
lo hemos
deliver a
visto,
product with
sobre
high
todo los que
quality,
tenemos la
we
ya
have
certificación.
received the
Y en cuanto a
satisfaction
lo que
of getting
estamos aprendiendo aquí
higher
hoy
prices,
de
especially those of us
descarbonizar y
who
carbonizar,
are certified.
pues sin duda alguna es la tarea que nos
And
llevamos
now the
a
task
casa
is what
y
we
todos los
have heard
que
of here
ya
in
tienen
this
tiempo
forum,
trabajando, sin duda alguna van
decarbonization
a
and
contribuir a que
recarbonization.
hagamos un trabajo mejor.
So all of us together
Muchas
back
gracias,
home
Mar.
will try to do a better job in
Milena,
this
¿nos puedes
regard.
dar un mensaje, por favor?
Thank you. Elena,
Claro
can
que sí,
you
yo creo que
give
mi
us your
mensaje de cierre
closing
es más
message?
una
Yes.
invitación a que
My
nos
closing
unamos los
message is
diferentes
rather an
sectores, llámese
invitation so
sector
that the
privado,
different sectors can
público,
get together,
productores,
public, private
productoras,
sector,
ONGs,
growers,
para que realmente hagamos la
NGOs,
diferencia
so that we
y
can
comencemos a
truly
trabajar
make a
muchísimo más
difference.
en este tipo de
Let's work
proyectos
harder,
nacionales que son
let's work more
beneficiosos
with
no
this
solo
kind
para
of
nosotros
projects
en
which
este
are highly
momento,
beneficial,
sino para
not
las
only for
próximas
us right
generaciones.
now, but also for the
En Mars
next
realmente sabemos que
generations.
proyectos
At
como Tierra
Mars,
de
we
las
know
próximas
that
generaciones, prueba que la
projects such
sostenibilidad
as Land for
nos
the Next
llevará a los
Generation
resultados que
are
queremos,
an
no solamente en el
evidence
inmediato,
that
pero mucho más en el largo
of
plazo.
what the society
Y al
wants,
tiempo
not
estamos
only for the
logrando también
short but medium
impactos sociales
and
positivos
for the
que
longer
queremos
term
realmente
as
para
well.
nuestras próximas
We are
generaciones.
achieving highly
Por último,
positive
quiero dejarlos
results
con
at
una
the
frase
societal level,
textual
and we want that
que
for the
hace
next
parte
generations.
realmente de
And
nuestro
finally, I would like
ADN
to
que nos
close
representa
with
dentro de Mars.
what
Y es que el mundo que
forms
queremos
part of
mañana
our DNA
empieza
in
con la
Mars,
forma
the
en que
world that
hacemos
we
negocios.
want don't tomorrow begins with the way in which we do businesses today. That's why Mars is today here with you, and that's why Mars has this project called Land for the Next Generations and many other projects that are aiming towards the same objective, which we're considering quite seriously, being environmentally friendly, having a better future. Thank you so much for inviting me. It has been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you, Milena. Alfonso, thank you so much as well. Thank you for the sustainable supply program that you have with you. Please, your closing message. Yes. Well, on my side, I believe that one of the most important tasks that we can have as a company and in our cooperation with CEMET as well is to help and to make aware other links in the supply chain on the commitments that we are making and how we can implement in a competitive way the work that has to be done in the marketplace, because no single company can fight by itself to improve the conditions versus this climate change. The whole industry, the whole sector has to work together. And finally, I would like to make tangible the commitment that Kelanova has with agriculture and with the sustainability and profitability of farmers. Lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about resilience and mitigation. Quite briefly, I would like to say that, and this we mention it to growers whenever we have events, those growers that do not apply sustainable agricultural practices in 5 or 10 years, they will have to look for a different job because the market is changing rapidly. We cannot control which kind of demand we'll have in the future. We cannot envisage prices for the future either. However, we do understand that sustainable practices replacing fertilizers and using other techniques like, for instance, crop residue, cover up, etc., will help improving the production. Thank you. We're very happy because we accomplished several targets and we are complying with the time limits. We're being very punctual. And also we accomplished some of the targets that Dr. Van Loon mentioned in his opening speech, which is share knowledge with you and the participants through Zoom. Also, the lessons learned. Once again, I'm sorry that I'm insisting in this, but emphasize the major role that women and youth have in agriculture. And I'm sorry, Antonio, but we're very happy to have so many women in this forum, in this panel. And with no further ado, it has been an honor for me to be the moderator of this panel. Thank you so much. I wish you the best success in the remaining time of this day. Thank you.
Pues muchas gracias por este panel y gracias, Sofía, por el maravilloso trabajo de cumplir con estos tiempos.
Thank you so much for this panel, and thank you, Sofia, for being on time. You are making my job so much easier.
My job is easier thanks to you.
You have seen,
well, as we said,
this was an inspiring panel,
and it is reflecting a challenging outlook, and it has several options.
Voy a retomar una expresión muy de mi tierra y que además el origen, aunque después se haya utilizado
give a saying from my land,
globales tiene un origen campesino. Sí se
and
puede.
it comes from
Cuestión de
growers themselves.
voluntad.
We can do it.
Continuamos.
It
Vamos
is
a
just a
continuar
matter
ahora
of
con el
willingness.
panel, perdón, de bonos
Let's
de carbono.
continue
Como decía,
with the
ya ayer
panel
salió
called
este
carbon
tema
bonds. As I
acá
said
en,
yesterday,
los
we
diferentes
talked about
paneles
this
y
topic,
causó
and
realmente pues mucho interés. Así que creo
it
que va a ser
created a lot of
panel que muchos
interest.
ya están esperando.
It is a
Y
panel
para
that
ello,
many
les
people
voy a
are waiting
presentar
for.
al
And
moderador
to
de
this end, I
este
will
panel.
introduce the
Nos acompaña
moderator of this panel.
Moderar toda esta plática sobre bonos de carbono, el señor
As
Erick
a moderator
Rodríguez
of this panel,
Maldonado.
we have Erick
Él
Rodríguez
cuenta con más de
Maldonado.
15
Erick
años de
has over
experiencia
15
trabajando en
years of experience
instituciones
working in
financieras de desarrollo. Cuenta con
financial
experiencia también
institutions
en
for
emisiones de
development.
bonos
He has
verdes,
experience
sistemas de
in
análisis de
green bond
riesgos ambientales y
emissions,
sociales, sistemas de
environmental and
comercio
social
de
risk
carbono,
analysis
programas de eficiencia
systems,
energética y energías
trade,
renovables, uso de la
carbon
cooperación
trade
internacional para el
frameworks,
desarrollo sostenible
energy
y
efficiency and
planificación
renewable energy
estratégica de
programs, the
banca
use of
verde.
international cooperation for
Tiene
sustainable
formación
development and
académica
strategic
en
planning
economía
of
por la
the green
Universidad
banking
Tecnológica
system.
de
He
México, una
has
maestría en
a
economía
bachelor's in
internacional por
economics
la
by
Escuela
Universidad
de Negocios
Tecnológica
y
de
Derecho de
México, a
Berlín
master in
y otra
arts
maestría en
and
estudios en
international
liderazgo en
economics
sostenibilidad por
at
la Universidad
Hochschule
de
für
Cambridge. Erick,
German
bienvenido. Dejo el panel
University and a
en tus
master
manos.
in sustainability leadership studies by Cambridge from UK. Erick,
muchísimas gracias.
you have the floor.
Un honor para mí estar aquí. Qué gusto. Y bueno,
It's
pues
an honor
llamaría a
for me to
nuestros
be with you.
panelistas también a que nos
Thank
acompañen
you.
aquí al
Thank you
foro.
to the panel
Por
members.
favor, a Cliserio González, por favor, y a José Luis Castro, si nos
And thank you so
acompañan.
much to José Luis Castro. Can you come, please, forward?
Buenos días a todos.
Y José Luis, no sé si nos acompaña. Tal vez haya un pequeño retraso con José Luis.
José Luis, maybe he's delayed.
Y, bueno, pues si no, yo creo que podemos ir empezando el panel. Me voy a mover para acá.
Okay, we can begin with this panel. I will just move a little bit.
Gracias. Como bien decían, bueno, pues los mercados de
Well,
carbono han
thank you
estado
so much.
llamando
As we said,
poderosamente
the
la
carbon
atención
markets have
en tiempos
been
recientes,
awakening
que
a
no
lot
es un
of interest
instrumento que sea nuevo,
later
tal vez ya,
in recent years.
desde hace varios
And
años
this
ha
is
estado
nothing
presente, pero sin
new.
lugar a dudas
We have
hemos visto
had
un
them for
dinamismo
several years.
importante
However,
en los mercados
there
y una
is a
vuelta,
very interesting dynamics
otra vez a ver
happening in these
los mercados
markets.
de carbono como un instrumento que
And
pueden
once again,
dinamizar
we are
las
considering
reducciones de
carbon
emisiones que
markets as
necesitamos
instruments
en
which can
nuestro
help us
planeta y
reduce
especialmente el foco en
the
agricultura. José Luis, ¿qué
emissions,
tal?
that reduction that we badly
Ha
need.
sido pues importante estos mecanismos de bonos
And
de
these
carbono en
mechanisms
años
of
recientes,
carbon
pues
bonds
para impulsar el
have
desarrollo,
been
¿no?
of
Hace muchos años yo escuchaba a la
of
gente decir
great
que los bonos de
importance.
carbono
Several
eran
years
como los
ago,
ovnis,
I've heard
¿no? Que
people
todo el mundo
saying,
hablaba de
oh,
ellos, pero
carbon
nadie
bonds
nunca había visto
are
uno.
like
Y ahora ya
UFOs.
tenemos
Everybody
contacto
talks about them,
alienígena,
but
¿no?
nobody has seen
Ya
them.
cada
Now
vez
we
vemos
have
que sí es posible.
already entered into
Y por
contact
eso
with
mismo que
outer
estamos en
space
este
life.
panel, es un gusto
Well,
recibirlos
this is the
aquí.
same. It's a
A
pleasure
dos de
for me to
nuestros
have you,
invitados que son expertos en este
two
tema
of
y que
our
están en la
guests
línea de
who are
batalla, justamente eso
experts
es lo
in
interesante, yo
this
creo,
topic, and they are
con el uso de
really
estos
in the
instrumentos. Entonces me va a permitir
front flanks
presentarlos brevemente.
of this
Cliserio
battle. I
González
will
es
briefly introduce
agrónomo
you.
con más de 20
Cliserio
años de
González is an
experiencia en
agronomist
producción y
with 20
comercialización
years of
sostenible
experience in
de
sustainable
agrocommodities en
marketing
América
and
Latina.
production of
Tiene
agro
amplio
commodities
conocimiento de la
in Latin
producción y
America. He has a
procesamiento de
lot of
cultivos
experience in the
como café y
production and
cacao.
processing
Sus
of
estudios de
coffee
posgrado se enfocaron en
and cacao,
sistemas
among other crops. He
agroforestales
has
como
been
proveedores
working
de
also with
servicios ecosistémicos,
agroforestry as
incluida la
a
captura de
producer
carbono en
of
Centroamérica. También está
sustainable
involucrado como
products.
consultor en el desarrollo
He
e
has been
implementación de
working as a
programas
consultant in
rurales
the
en
development and
México y
implementation of
Colombia.
rural
Bienvenido,
systems in Mexico,
Cliserio.
Colombia. Welcome.
Y también nos acompaña José Luis Castro, quien cuenta con más de 25 años de experiencia en campos ambientales. Es conocido por fundar empresas exitosas como Ítaca Environmental. Como director ejecutivo, dirigió áreas de servicios clave como energía,
CEO, he
paisajes
has
sostenibles
directed
y
key
desarrollo con bajas emisiones de
projects like
carbono.
sustainable
También
landscape
lanzó
with
Mire
low
Solar,
carbon emissions. He also launched Mire Solar for solar projects and Cairo Solar for distributed solar generation in Mexico. In eco-securities, he managed international projects and the nitrous acid program, and then he oversaw transformation processes in the negotiation table of carbon credits. Currently, he is CEO of Canopia Carbon with nature-based projects to mitigate emissions of greenhouse gases. Welcome, Jose Luis. So I would like to say a few words as an introduction to this topic, and then each of you will present. And just to give you the context, in our planet, we are undergoing a climate emergency that puts at risk the prices of agricultural commodities. In this crisis, we also have agri-food systems with double impacts. On one side, they contribute to 1/3 of greenhouse gases emissions, but they are also one of the most impactful sectors from climate change, and it is one of the sectors that less funding received to mitigate the effects of these greenhouse gases. Currently, the food production activity causes almost 90% of the world's deforestation and on average uses 70% of fresh water in the world. There is also a drastic reduction of availability of ecosystems, and this is an important driver. All of this in the context that the food demand is foreseen to be duplicated by between 2020 and 2050. It might seem like so many years into the future, but they are around the corner. So the mobilization of private resources to fund the transition to these models. These carbon markets can be efficient mechanisms channeling these resources, although they certainly have challenges that are critical in the matter of transparency, quality, integrity of these credits that could be reflected in their prices. Like some important figures of this sector in Mexico, carbon bonds, 80% of carbon projects in Mexico are for forest. When in Mexico we talk about carbon bonds, it is forest carbon bonds. They are concentrated in 10 states with 85% of these bonds generated in these states. There are 7 developers that have been developing half of the market, and 95% of these carbon credits are certified with CAD, Climate Action Reserve, or the carbon bond standard, and we know that there are 5 verifiers which are the most active in our country. So this is the context in Mexico and the carbon market. And now I would like to give the floor to Cliserio González so he can present. Thank you, Eric, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I represent Bumitra. Bumitra is a company. We have been in Mexico for 2 years now. We were created in Silicon Valley, California, as a high technology developer applied to agriculture and livestock. We developed an AI model that allows us to calculate carbon on soil without the need to being there on the field, on site. This is based from information coming from over 100 satellites, deep learning, considering databases of soil analysis. So if I may, I would like to present our actions globally and some images of the project we have in Mexico. In Mexico, this project began a little over 2 years with 800,000 hectares, and now we are around 1.8 million hectares. And this is the advantage we have with AI, that allow us to create scale in the scope of our projects. I am not sure how many hectares it is for forest carbons here in Mexico, but I am certain we are almost on the same acreage with this project in Mexico. I will stand up. I don't feel at ease on the chair, and this is the pointer, the clicker.
Déjeme primero la domino y ya después me arranco.
Let me see how I can control my slides, and then I will begin. No, I think it's not working, the clicker. Okay, so perhaps from this other side.
Creo que no estaba prendido.
No, I think it was not on. Perhaps that was the reason. Yes, we got it. Okay, so as I was saying, I come from Bumitra. Part of our actions is to remove carbon in greater scale. And this phrase is to bear in mind. We are talking about that we are trying to solve a gigaton problem, which so far in every sequestration carbon project or greenhouse gas mitigation project, we are working with technologies or methodologies at gigaton scale. So it doesn't make sense, or of course it makes sense, but there is a lot to be done. Under this vision, Bumitra, following the approach of our methodology, we want to reach to carbon sequestration to this gigaton scale. And we are in a rush. The climate change is a gigascale problem. According to the IPCC, we have the urgent need to sequestrate carbon more than 40 million gigatons and more than 9 billion hectares need urgently adaptation measures. This is what we have in front of us. Now, as I was saying, Bumitra was created in Silicon Valley. This model of artificial intelligence is unique. It is patented. We are the owner of these rights, and it has helped us to work in different countries developing projects, but we only work with soils. We don't work with forest carbon. We work with agricultural and livestock soils carbon sequestration. We implement sustainable practices through methodologies developed along with BERRA in order to accelerate mitigation of greenhouse gases at a global scale, and we empower farmers from an economic perspective, but also through capacity building, learning how to use tools. What we do adjust to these sustainable development goals from the 2030 agenda, including the 17th goal. It's important because for the generation of projects, we partner with stakeholders whenever we conduct a project. We have a global network of projects. This is about Mexico's project. It includes all border states, Baja California Sur, Sonora, Coahuila, Chihuahua, Nuevo León, Tamaulipas, Durango, Zacatecas. These are the states encompassed by this project. We began with 800,000 hectares with livestock activity. This is regenerative livestock and feedlots. The common denominator is that they have different sustainability practices across the different stages of breeding, feedlots, and slaughtering. So we have a demand of hectares to open the second stage of the project, and we are surpassing 1.7 million hectares. At the same time, in the rest of Mexico's territory, we are working on a project in the center-south region. Our initial horizon is 700,000 hectares. This includes all all the states that are not included in the first project, all the way south to Yucatan and Chiapas. We also began a project in Costa Rica with Corfoga and the Ministry of Agriculture with 700,000 hectares. We agreed to these 3 months ago, and in Colombia, this project has been listed in the Berra platform also for 3 days. It is also 700,000 hectares. In South America, in the South Cone, we have a project that we began in March 2023 between Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and the south of Brazil with 800,000 rangeland hectares. In India, we have 200,000 hectares with sugarcane, with small farmers, and this is an important factor for Bumitra, small farmers, smallholders. And in Africa, between Kenya and Tanzania, we have 200,000 hectares of pasture land, along with Masai Mara ethnia. Additionally, we are exploring other crops in Latin America like cocoa, coffee, sugarcane. We have some tests on carbon sequestration in soils. The results are favorable. And I think in 2025, we will begin with sugarcane projects in Latin America and also in other markets we are exploring. We work in the voluntary market or certified carbon market, but we are considering exploring under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement, the compliance market, which is a direct negotiation to countries that have adhered to this article and whose countries are part of our projects, such as Mexico, Costa Rica, and Colombia, to mention a few. And we also have a collaboration agreement with Mongolia to conduct developing projects in their pasture lands. This is where we are standing. This figure needs to be updated. I think we are over 3 million hectares in our projects, more than 50,000 farmers in our membership of Bumitra, 4 continents, and 15 million carbon tons removed. This technology is proprietary, is patented. I call this our black box. We have inputs from more than 100 satellites. These are data that nourish or feed this AI model that based on big data and prediction of deep learning, we have as an output 3 variables, which is the remote measuring of carbon, soil humidity, 1 meter depth, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium at 30 centimeters depth. This is what feeds our AI model. And this algorithm is proprietary, is patented. We only feed data coming from this multi-spectral matrix, and we have these 3 outputs. Soil carbon can be monitored every month, how it accumulates in the soil, 30 centimeters depth, and we calculate carbon delta every year. Soil humidity could be monitored every day, 1 meter depth, and this can be used for a strategy for water use. And NPK, this could be a weekly model, 30 centimeters depth, and the idea is to reduce the use of synthetic fertilizers or opt for a biofertilization. This information is available to farmers through a platform. This is our homepage. Every Bumitra partner has a user and a password for logging in the platform, and with this we can manage the project across all optics. In this section, we feed all the information of the exploitation, animal heads, acreage, and every variable, and soil humidity. This is how it is shown on the map. And the farmer or the member in the region uploads the polygon information. This is the only thing we need. The system takes it, begins measuring. It has a backtracking and a forward tracking analysis on predictions of soil humidity. And based on a color code, we can see where the best humidity conditions are 1 meter deep into the soil. Also, the users have other information like market information. And this information with NPK data, we created an index for plant health, which is plotted here. And with these, breeders can decide where the better grasses are located. So we generate capabilities to use this tool, and also that they can have complementary information like weather alerts or weather information. And here we have an icon for it, like a telephone icon. This is an AI bot and breeder. The bot's name is Mitra. And whenever there is a question on which practice to implement, the user can ask this AI model, also in Spanish is available, on what to do, and this Mitra bot has a specific answer to that question. Bumitra has developed technology for this purpose, and this has been recognized. And I'll show you how. So how carbon sequestration works. This is a raw graphic on how carbon sequestration is shown in the model. In the x-axis, we have time horizon, and in the y-axis is the percentage of sequestrated on-site carbon. As you can see, there is a plot on carbon sequestration. There are some peaks and valleys, and these are all positive values. It means that this plot of land has a positive carbon sequestration rate that could vary with ups and downs across time. In some cases, the sequestration could be higher, others lower. And the fact that the plot is lower, it doesn't mean that there are leaks. No, it means that less percentage was sequestrated. There are leaks, but these leaks are towards the negative axis. In this case, it's a positive sequestration. This is a raw data plot on how the system receives it. And once the information was digested, that we can say that in a year, this plot had a capture of 1.8 tons. Next year, 1.9 tons. It decreased, but still positive. And this is how we generate carbon credits with the accrued delta year after year. These are transformed in carbon credits, and basically is 1 ton of carbon per hectare. These are one of our partners across the globe, and they are part of Bumitra's dispersion. Alquería in Colombia, Mercy Corps in Africa, and also the Amazon Foundation, the World Economic Forum, etc. We have more than 100 partners between NGOs, government bodies, and intergovernment bodies, private, public organizations that accompanied us throughout the implementation of this program. And I think I had different presentations because I am missing some images. I wanted to show you some images on how you can tell where the project is implemented, because we were talking about practices to implement. In the case of our projects in the north, these are sustainable practices for conservation of soil, water, rotation of pasture lands, electric fences, the trend to substitute agrochemical products in livestock, adaptive genetics for animals. And in the images, you can clearly see the pastures under this regenerative livestock management, and the opposite, and an image speaks more than 1,000 words. So why Bumitra has been successful implementing projects? Well, first of all, we have an online platform, completely transparent. Every user has access to the information anytime. Greater profit for farmers. This is key for Bumitra's success. No member pays a single peso. For us, it's important to guarantee breeders that they will not pay a single peso or enrollment fees for being a part of the project. Their participation has 0 fees. And the business model of Bumitra is so short. It is a property owner. It's an on-site implementing partner. What is this? Our partner here in the north of Mexico is Pro Natura. Perhaps you are familiar with Pro Natura. They are in charge to work with breeders. They associate with us, and it is 3 partners, Bumitra, Pro Natura, and breeders. I am being told I am running out of time. We have small holders, indigenous communities, community land, ejidos in Querétaro. These are minority groups. We were acknowledged as one of the most influential companies in 2024, and the CEO of Bumitra was named most influential people in the world, and Forbes was mentioned as one of the most brilliant minds of young people under 24. And last year, Bumitra won the Earthshot Prize in the category of Fix Our Climate, and he is a bit Morty. He is the CEO of Bumitra. This is all I have to share with you. This is how we do it, what we do it, and I want to conclude by saying that we bring breeders to the market, to carbon market. We measure and we introduce them to the market. We have a market niche and we trade all the bonuses. We have a good supply for customers, and this is my contact information. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Muy interesante la labor de Bumitra.
Thank you very much, Cliserio. Very interesting the work Bumitra has. I'm certain we will have many questions at the end. And José Luis, you have the floor. Thank you.
Prefiero estar sentado si no les molesta.
I think I'm okay sitting down. Briefly, I would like to give an introduction of what we do in Canopia, and without diverting to another topic, I would like to share a project, a new project with over a year, and how it links to carbon markets. Canopia Carbon began in 2021. We are in our 4th year by February, and in this very short time, we have managed to create a platform, not digital, but a platform for technical and legal capabilities in Mexico. For 40 people work in Canopia, spread across different states. We have our investor, Mercury Energy. They are dedicated to trading of agricultural commodities, and they were pioneers investing in carbon markets. With all this support and the team that we have 30 projects in operation in Mexico. As mentioned, most of Mexico's projects are for forest carbon. Most of them are for enhanced forest management, encompassing all the forest management programs authorized by Semarnat. We have a few of these projects, but we concentrate in projects of forest restoration. As you know, a vast number of forests in Mexico have some type of degradation.
En este caso, la de
And
reservación
in
climática, que
this
tiene un protocolo
case,
muy hecho para México, pues identifica que hay un potencial
strategy
de
for climate
restaurar estas
action
zonas forestales para incrementar la tasa de captura de carbono.
determine the potential for restoration of forests, and this is our focus mainly. We have projects in Yucatán Peninsula, in Oaxaca, also Chihuahua.
Pues entrando al tema que quiero
And
puntualizar el día de hoy, y que
focusing
está muy
on
vinculado a
today's
otros tipos de
topic,
proyectos como los
linked
que
to other project
presentaba
types,
Cliserio, pues
like the one Cliserio presented. Forest carbon is okay, but half of Mexico's territory is semi-arid, under water stress, although I think all the country is under water stress. So when we try to undertake projects in different areas, not tropical areas, we are face to face to the reality that the carbon and carbon prices are not sufficient to undertake a restoration, allowing to sequestrate carbon. It's very difficult because in arid areas there is no water, biomass really grows slowly, so the soil part of it becomes critical. But even so, it's not enough. The carbon that can be generated is not enough to restore in scale these ecosystems. So over half a year ago, our investor, they issue like an investment vehicle. It's called Sylvania. You can Google it up. It's public information. It is a fund of $500 billion. $500 billion.
Para empezar a invertir
or $500 million, he corrects himself, that have to invest in nature projects in the world. And us being one of their arms in Mexico, their arm in Mexico, they need to see how to channel this investment to new projects, but these cannot be small projects. They have to be large projects because they need specific investment caps, and otherwise the remedy will be worse than the disease. So from our pipeline of forest projects, we didn't need those levels of funds, and we realized that all the 3 R's projects, reforestation, regeneration, remediation, cost a lot of money to restore 1 hectare. But we learned that benefits are not only for carbon, but also benefits are to reduce water stress and also help with the biodiversity. A week ago, COP ended in Cali, and all this topic of nature credits, biodiversity credits, it's on baby steps, but it will scale. We cannot say there is a market, but there is a growing interest from the private sector, mainly from industries that are linked to the use of natural resources, and I am talking about agribusiness, the mining sector, everything on the extractive sectors that in the past have had an important environmental impact are considering these new biodiversity nature credits to meet these. This is in order to have a good restoration. So when you add all these resources, you can add up the scale and yield more benefits.
Entonces, lo que se nos ocurrió
So,
hace año y medio, después de estar viendo
what
diferentes
we
modelos que
thought
existen en el mundo,
about
pues fue
after
estos bancos de restauración.
considering all these options
Esta nota aquí me
was
gusta mucho, ¿no?
this restoration
Es bien
bank. I
difícil hoy en
like
día,
this
escuchamos
quote.
tantas notas
It's
negativas, o sea,
difficult
cada
today
semana hay
because
una
we
crisis
hear
ambiental en algún lado, hace
always
2 semanas en
different
Valencia no
negative
termina, o sea,
news, like
es una cosa
the
impresionante, donde es
flooding
mucho
in
más fácil
Valencia,
imaginarnos
more
todo
bad
lo que
news
va a
where
salir
it is
mal o que
easier
pudiera
to
salir mal,
imagine
que ponernos a
everything that
imaginarnos
could
cómo
be
podrá
wrong,
salir
that
bien,
imagine how could
porque
it be
pues así es la
right.
naturaleza humana y
Because this
construir y
is the
diseñar
way
algo distinto
nature is,
toma
and to
mucho tiempo y
build and
mucho más
design
esfuerzo, ¿no?
something
Entonces,
different, it takes
Takes a long
longer.
time and you have to make lots of effort. So these restoration banks are a project that has been designed in a slightly different way to what we have seen in Mexico, with a huge influence of the conservation banks existing in California. Maybe you have heard about them since the 80s. These banks have been a good mechanism used by the Californian government so that those companies that have environmental impact have two options. Either they work with a program of surveillance, environmental surveillance, to mitigate those impacts, or to do an environmental analysis, and they work with the bank. The bank is a legal entity and take that money to invest it in a series of actions in order to mitigate that environmental impact. This has been a very interesting mechanism for California, because on the one hand, the companies have to comply with this mitigation of their environmental impact, and also the government gets enough funding to do all the projects aiming towards lowering or mitigating the environmental impact. This is a very well-structured mechanism to reduce costs and to mitigate environmental impact. So based upon that experience, and the newest experience in Colombia, maybe you have heard about the habitat banks. In 2018, the law changed. In Brazil, it is basically the same mechanism with a different name. So we thought about it and we said, what can we do in Mexico? But maybe this bank should not only have a direct mitigation of the environmental impact, but truly help the resources in a given region. So we have designed this project in order to provide good environmental conditions, like increase in water availability, increase in productivity, not only for the agricultural production, but also for forestry and also for livestock production. Obviously, you need enough feed to raise cattle. And of course, we also want to mitigate the environmental impact of these companies, but at the same time, we want to obtain long-term sustainability of these actions. Which are the problems or the issues of these banks? Many companies have suffered an interruption in their operations due to environmental problems. For instance, water scarcity, excess of water. Some road accesses have been impaired because of heavy rainfall. And, this impact of adverse climate conditions, which are being affecting some companies. We know about those companies who run major climate risk events, and you can escape from it. And not the government, not a single company have a solution. We have to work all together because the budget, the funding required to mitigate this climate change impact is huge. On the other hand, you're losing because you cannot operate anymore. Your operations are being impaired. We'll give you an example of a company in San Juan del Rio, Querétaro City. This city is full of industry, and they have been suffering from severe climate change events in the last years. There has been a very dry, long season followed by heavy rainfall, and everything is flooded. So that's where we're concentrating right now. And on the other hand, we also have to prepare sustainability strategies. It is clearer and it is more important nowadays, the commitment of companies regarding ESG subjects, not only because you have to report your environmental impact every year, but because the risks, the environmental hazards identified based upon the new reporting standards, companies realize that if they do not invest now, tomorrow they'll have serious problems that may affect their profitability. So how can we have more cost-effective solutions? I'm going to rush because we have time constraints, so there are several problems. And our proposal is to have integrated management of this territory using cross-functional teams. We enter into alliances usually, so these banks have this purpose. In one single landscape, we want to provide carbon credits, and at the same time, we want to have good results in terms of water use efficiency and productivity, higher productivity. At San Juan del Rio, we're using methodologies based upon volunteer companies that want to comply with the targets. We want to capture more carbon in the soil, but also through biomass production. So that funding from different environmental results will help us maintain such an intervention along a long time. Like, for instance, in San Juan del Rio, we're already working with 12,000 hectares. And the job was done in 2 stages, including agricultural land, non-agricultural land, forestry land, livestock land, and that's where we have been working at. I'll go faster. There are a series of alliances that we still have to enter into. We're working in 2 banks at 4 states in Mexico. So we require lots of alliances. One of these allies is CIMIT. CIMIT has been supporting us with their know-how in terms of regenerative agriculture, but there are also other organizations like GIZ, Biofin, UNAM University. We want to use science-based data. It's important for the organizations that have formed alliances with us in this project. So I will stop here.
Excelente, pues muchísimas gracias, José Luis.
Thank you so much, José Luis. I think that both of you have presented feasible options that can be implemented in terms of businesses, solutions. Also, they are carbon-centered. They also provide additional benefits in other areas that are also suffering from the environmental crisis that the world is suffering. Let's go into the questions. We already have some questions, but to start warming up, I would like to ask you from your standpoint, and I believe that in your presentations you touched upon these subjects, but thinking on the solutions that you have shown us, which are the main barriers that you believe the carbon credit or carbon bonds market have in Mexico? Do we need a financial solution that will help us increase the carbon capture and at the same time reduce costs? Which are the barriers that you consider most important? Which are the claims, let's say, that you have heard of in order to expand this market further? Whoever wants to begin is fine. I would like to mention some. For us as a company, we work with a novel approach, AI applied to carbon capture in the soil. It is rather complicated even for science. During my PhD, I worked with a conventional soil carbon testing. We were walking in zigzag, preparing a mixed sample to send it to the lab with a very well-known methodology. Now, with the technology available, there has been some resistance to change. In order to understand that artificial intelligence enables us to do those calculations based upon big data and deep learning, we've got huge databases with soil test results in Mexico. And what we can do is to calculate in situ the carbon results based upon the polygons that they give us. We already have carbon results for the whole country, but in a very accurate manner. If you give me the polygon, I will calculate the exact carbon quantity in that polygon. Maybe next to it, that grower does not use sustainable practices, but the other grower does. So we work on customized basis, on individual basis. This is a novel approach, so that's why it has been kind of difficult, you know, because people somehow doubt about it, and they say, wait a little bit, let's see what happens first, etc. However, we have done many expert analysis, and even Vera, the certifying entity, took time to validate our results. Let's say that this is not a barrier that is impairing the process really, but it has taken longer for growers to accept it. And growers really like this project because it is non-invasive. That is, we do not go into their farms physically. The use of technology allows us to work at a mass level without any cost to the grower. But at the beginning, you know, this resistance towards what is new, rather novel, has been an impairment. I would like to talk on the supply side. To give you context, the global market issues certificates by 750 million tons a year. That is a little bit more than 1% of the global emissions that we've got every year. In the last years, the volunteer market has been criticized due to huge greenwashing that has been done. The figure, 750 million versus 3,500 last year. In fact, this is a mere experiment that should be scaled up. So let's get concerned when we have 10% of the emissions, we say. What we are doing right now is promoting the demand for such credits, for such bonds. The world should not allow to leave companies not paying the carbon that they produce. It seems that the new legislation is going to change. At least in Mexico, the Secretariat has decided to change this, and we have helped in lobbying and making some changes, amending the act. In Mexico, we will have more or less 250 million tons available for this purpose, and there will be a flexible mechanism in which companies which do not have sufficient credits to cover for their emissions will be able to buy carbon credits, carbon bonds, in order to cover their deficit, and that will ideally create around 25 million tons of certificates of bonds on demand. Of course, there are still many details to be taken care of. How much am I willing to pay for those bonds? Is it going to be easier for me than to pay a fine for those emissions? Well, there are a series of details, but I believe that at least the agricultural and livestock sector in Mexico will have different frameworks to work with a good offerings in the new portfolio. We will have almost 150 options already regulated, and that's a lot. So there are lots of options, and it's always difficult to explain this to people. You know, you go to the growers at their communal lands and we start explaining to them, and they believe that we're selling them mirrors. They don't believe what we are telling them. And once they start getting the money for their bonds, then they change immediately their mindset, and they said, gosh, I'm getting money for this. You know, we can solve that, but what we cannot solve is a liquid market when there is no demand at all. That would be a terrible barrier. And quite honestly, it seems that if the Mexican government does what they are planning to do, they will send an impressive and very important message to all actors in Mexico so that everybody starts investing in this. Great. Something that you mentioned called my attention. It's not a limitation, but it will be quite powerful to have a legal framework to provide incentives for regenerative agriculture and livestock. We've got an act of sustainable rural development. We have to update that act, and also the Livestock Act. It has to be amended as well. If we have a sustainable livestock act, it will be really great. What I mean that we need budget underlying these acts so that investment can be made. Sustainable works would be like, for instance, sustainable practices at the soil, at the farm level, works in order to better take care of water. That will require, for instance, investing in electrical fencing or other infrastructure. And that, if we amend those acts and they have budget individually, then we will be helping the growers and livestock raisers a lot. Okay, so we're running out of time, but we've got two questions for the panel members from the audience. How do you measure carbon in the soil, and which is the methodology that you use? How do you interpret the results, and who does the interpretation? There are very few methodologies available in the marketplace that measure carbon in the soil. BM42 by Berra is the most widely used. I think that you use that. Now, you know, there is an impairment with Berra, a challenge, really. They've got so many projects. They are the oldest company. They have such a backlog of projects that it has taken a long, long time for them to work with it. There is no perfect methodology. There is a new Berra methodology. It came out last year, BM47, which is of dynamic baselines, because there was a lot of criticism with regards to the projection of baselines based upon assumptions, future assumptions. We've heard that even at the Guardian magazine. There is a scientific process where a lot of peer reviewing has been done, and that area is a carbon market. Indeed, everybody gives an opinion. It's not perfect. BM42, BM47 are not ideal. There will always be implementation issues. For instance, in Mexico, trying to apply BM47 is really difficult. We are not the US Forestry Service. We don't have such information. That methodology was prepared in the USA, for the USA. So the type of challenges is huge. In here, we've got the soil inventory, right? But it's not like in other countries where they have plenty of data. So if we have to move towards more semi-automated processes or automated processes of satellite information linked to what is happening in real terms at the field level, we have to invest a lot in sampling processes, especially at the forestry area. I'm not a soil expert, but at the forestry level, a satellite will not tell you what is happening below the canopy. There are so many things that are happening below that they say, oh, there is a leader. Yes, but the leader means thousands and thousands of points that you have to interpret. And sometimes we go to a region and we say, what's this tree species? Even local people don't know. There are many things that we can do with technology. Yes, it can be helpful. It is another tool anyway. And we need well-trained people at local communities. Those people will be able to measure their soils, measure their trees, and maybe this is the answer to that question, right? Yes, there are new standards, but I will invite you to explore them. There are new standards which are highly competitive, like for instance, X-Carbon. It is a new standard coming from Colombia. They're doing incredible standard analysis. There is another new ecosystem standard analysis that is also working very well. So Vera is really having a huge backlog of their projects. We have to work with other methodologies and other tools. They take 2 years to respond. Okay. Few seconds just to give your answer, please. In Mexico, do you already have a project where you are already paying for capturing carbon to the growers? Yes. The audit that we conducted in the northern region of Mexico took place a year and a half ago. And we will be paying in the first 6 months of 2025 for those carbon bonds. We don't have any other observation coming out from those audits, but I definitely agree with the comments regarding Vera of my colleague. Yes, they're taking too long to work. And we are expecting to pay for the first stage of the project conducted in the northern region of Mexico in the first half of 2025. So thank you so much. Thank you for your participation. I congratulate you also for all your efforts. I would like to invite our audience to go into your platforms and get more information. And I would dare to say that if they have any doubts, you will be here in this event and they can approach you later on. Thank you to CIMIT. Thank you to the organizers for the opportunity of having you here. Thank you. Let's continue with our agenda.
Pues damos paso rápidamente a
So let's continue with a very, very brief break so that you can stretch your legs, have some coffee, etc. But 11:30, please come back so that we can hear the presentation from Oxford University, please. Thank you.
Doctora Laura Fritsch, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, hello.
Hello, Dr. Laura, welcome.
Thank you.
Your audio and video is okay.
Great, thank you. Hi, Ramiro, good to see you.
And then he goes and introduces you, and it just follows the procedure. Okay.
Great, sounds good.
All right. Ready? Yeah, ready. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you.
No worries.
el programa, porque como están viendo tenemos conexiones
continue
en vía
with
Zoom
our
desde diferentes
program because as
países.
you can see,
Y les
we
recuerdo
have
también
people
tanto a los que
connected
están en la
online
sala
from
como a los
different
que nos
countries. And I
escuchan
want
por
to
Zoom
remind
que
you
cuando hagan
here
sus
on
preguntas
site and
no olviden
the audience
indicarnos
in
a quién en
Zoom, whenever
específico
you
va
ask a
dirigida
question,
o si
please
es una pregunta
indicate
genérica
who
para el
is
panel,
your
pero por favor sí
question
háganos esa
for
especificación.
or if it is open to
Cambiamos
members of the
de
panel.
temática.
And now,
Tenemos
changing
ahora un bloque
gears,
temático
we have
dedicado
a
al
different
financiamiento.
section
Este
dedicated to
bloque se
funding.
compone, como
This
veíamos, los bloques del
block
día de ayer de una conferencia
is
magistral y un
comprised by a
conversatorio, pero pues
keynote
para que no se aburran
speech and
y
a
estén bien
discussion
atentos,
panel.
hemos invertido el orden.
But
Vamos a
we
tener
have
ahora el conversatorio.
inverted the
Después
other.
tendremos otra
Today,
actividad
first
diferente
we'll
y
have the
la conferencia
discussion
que va
panel,
asociada a
then a
este conversatorio la
different
tendremos un poquito más
activity,
tarde.
and the
Entonces es para que
keynote
no se nos
presentation
aburran y
will
estén
be
prestando
later
atención.
along the discussion panel.
Les presento al
I would like
moderador
to
de
introduce
este
the
conversatorio
moderator for
sobre
this discussion
financiamiento
panel
para impulsar la
on
recarbonización de los
funding
suelos
to
agrícolas
promote
y la
recarbonization of
descarbonización de los
agricultural
sistemas
soils and
agroalimentarios.
decarbonization of
Nos
agri-food
acompaña el
systems.
señor Jorge
Joining
Antonio Rosas
us is
Estavillo,
Mr.
que es
Jorge
director de
Antonio Rosas
agronegocios de
Estavillo,
HSBC. Anteriormente fue director de
Director
financiamiento
of
estructurado en Sociedad
Agribusiness
Hipotecaria Federal en
HSBC.
Ciudad de
First, he
México.
was in Sociedad
Trabajó como
Hipotecaria
director de
Federal
administración
in
en la
Ciudad de México.
Contraloría
He
de la
was
Zagarpa,
a
así
managing
como director
director at the
general de Planeación y
controllership of
Estadística de la
Zagarpa
Secretaría de
and
Hacienda del
also
Gobierno de
general
Sonora.
director of planning
Durante
and
14 años
statistics
ocupó
from
distintos cargos
the
en los bancos
Ministry
Santander,
of Treasury at the
Bancomer y
government of
Banca Patrimonial
Sonora
Banamex.
State. He
Entre
also
otras
has
actividades
held
y desde hace
position
32 años
in
es expositor en varios
Santander,
diplomados del TEC de
Bancomer,
Monterrey
and Banca
en áreas de
Patrimonial
finanzas,
Banamex.
participando
Also,
también
he
en
is
programas internacionales en
keynote
Sudamérica
speaker
en
in
países como
different
Ecuador,
diplomat
Guatemala y
courses
Perú.
at Tech of Monterrey
Bienvenido,
in
Jorge
the
Antonio.
area of
Te dejamos
finances,
a
and
cargo
also
del
he has
conversatorio.
participated in
Muchas gracias,
international
Camino, y gracias por
programs
la
Ecuador,
invitación a todos.
Guatemala, and Peru.
Ya nos
You
vieron la
have the floor.
parte
Thank
interesante,
you.
la
Thank
parte
you
del
very
dinero,
much for the
parte
invitation. And
financiamiento
now
de lo que
we'll talk
estamos
about the
tratando.
interesting part,
Y
which is
primeramente
money, funding.
voy a llamar
But
a
first, I
los
would
dos
like to
invitados que
call
tenemos para este conversatorio.
both
Tenemos
of
vía
our
remota
guests
a Laura Fritz,
for this
ella es
discussion.
cofundadora
Remotely,
de
we
Residual y
are
profesora
joined by
investigadora de
Laura
la Universidad
Fritsch.
en Oxford,
She is
donde desarrolló el
co-founder
primer
of
curso
Residual
de
and
maestría en administración de
researcher
empresas sobre mercados de
professor
carbono.
on Oxford
Ella es
University,
asesora del
where
CIBIC
she has
y
developed the
cofundó
first
OCA,
master's degree
de
course
Carbon
in
Insurance Company,
business
la primera empresa
administration
de
on
seguros de
market
carbono integral
on
como
carbon
parte
markets.
de Lloyd's
Also,
de Londres.
she's an advisor
También
of
fue
CIMIT,
investigadora
co-founded
doctoral
OCA,
en
the
el Alan
carbon
Turing
insurance
Institute
company,
del Instituto Nacional de
an
Ciencia de Datos e
insurance
Inteligencia
company as
Artificial
part of
en el Reino
Lloyd's
Unido.
London. Also was
Bienvenida,
on her
Laura, a
PhD
este conversatorio.
dissertation, a researcher in Alan Turing
Y
Institute.
presencialmente
Welcome, Laura.
también tenemos
And
a
on
un
site
colega, Rafael
here we
Gamboa.
have our colleague,
Rafael
Rafael
es
Gamboa.
director de agronegocios
He
de Banca
is
MIFE.
agribusiness
Es
director from
doctor en
Banca
economía
MIFE.
por la
He
Universidad de
has a
California en Berkeley y
PhD
cuenta con maestría en
degree
economía de la Universidad
in
de
economy
Western
from
Ontario y una
Berkeley
licenciatura en economía por el ITAM. Tiene más de
University
17
of
años
California, and a
con
master's degree in
experiencia en el
economy
ámbito
by the
financiero,
University of
sector
Western
público y
Ontario,
privado,
and a
y ha
bachelor's degree
desempeñado
in
cargos de
economy
gran
by
responsabilidad
ITAM.
como
For
subgerente de finanzas
17
públicas
years,
en el
he
Banco
has
de
been
México,
working in the financial
director de
environment of the
riesgos y
public and
análisis
private
en
sector
Protego Asesores,
as
titular de la Unidad de Banca
risk
de Desarrollo de la Secretaría de
analysis
Hacienda, director de Finanzas
lead
Públicas en
of
BBVA,
the
y
Bank for
también fue
Development
director
at the
general
Ministry
de
of
FIRA.
Treasury, and
Bienvenido,
also Director of
Rafa,
Public
a esta
Finances,
conversación.
and was General Director of FIRA. Welcome to
Básicamente lo que
this
vamos a tener
discussion panel.
es una
What
charla
we'll
en
have
la cual
is
nos
a
van a acompañar
conversation,
con una traducción para
and
nuestra
we
invitada
have
foránea.
live
Nosotros vamos a tener
interpretation.
la conversación aquí
We will
en
have
español.
our
A ella le van a
conversation
traducir
here
las
in
preguntas que les vamos a
Spanish,
llevar a
and she
cabo
will
y
have
luego ya nos
translation.
van a
She's
traducir
listening
también
to a
para que
translation.
la
And then
audiencia
when
que
she
también
presents,
tenemos
we'll have
remota
live interpretation
nos traduzcan al
here
español.
in the
¿Sí?
speakers
Sin
here in
más
this
preámbulo, pues
auditorium.
vamos a tener
So without
estas
further
preparé unas preguntas,
delay,
sugerencias pues, que tenemos para
I think we
nosotros.
will begin. I have
Y, pues, la
prepared
primera pregunta,
some questions.
Rafa, si estás
And
de
the first
acuerdo,
question,
la vamos a
Rafa,
hacer,
if you
de
agree,
manera remota.
it will
¿Cuáles son las
be
principales
for Laura.
barreras que se enfrenta
Which
el
are the
mercado de
main
crédito de carbono
challenges
en
the
este país, en
carbon
México,
credit
para
market
potenciar su
faces
uso como
in
herramienta
Mexico
financiera que
to
ayude a desbloquear el
potentialize their use
potencial
as a
en la
financial
reducción o
tool
captura de
in
emisiones
order
de
to
CO2.
unblock
Por
the
favor, la
potential for
pregunta.
sequestrating carbon. Laura? Laura, were you able to hear the question?
Hello? Hi,
Hola.
hello. Hi, could somebody please just translate the question for me?
Repito la pregunta. No, no la traigo en español. Pues. O si quieres, Rafa, empezamos contigo. Si quieres, Laura, pues la siguiente pregunta ya la hago en traducción para preguntarle a Rafa aquí internamente. ¿Cuáles son las principales barreras que enfrenta el mercado de crédito de
I will
carbono en México
repeat
para
the
potenciar su
question.
uso
Which are the
como
main
herramienta financiera que
barriers?
ayude a desbloquear el potencial de reducción captura de emisiones de
Which are
CO2?
the main
Por favor.
tools to overcome the barriers Mexico has to
Hola,
fully
¿se escucha? Sí,
leverage
¿verdad?
the carbon
Buenos
credit
días.
market
Primero que
here
nada,
in
muchas gracias
Mexico.
por la invitación,
Hello.
tanto a FIRA como al CIMIT
Hello,
como al ICA.
thank you, CIMIT, for the invitation and
Quisiera
ICA as well.
comentar
I would
que
like
en
to
términos del
share
financiamiento,
that in terms of funding,
voy a tratar de
I will try
concentrar en las dos
to
partes que conozco un poco más, que es la
focus
parte
on what I know best,
financiamiento vía
which is
bonos de carbono
funding through
y
carbon bonds.
en segundo lugar la parte que
And
aspiro a que se
second,
desarrolle la
what
parte
I wish
de
to,
bonos de carbono
what is my
y
aspiration to
sobre
develop,
todo
which are
me concentro
carbon
en la
bonds,
parte agrícola.
focusing on
Me
the
concentro en la parte
agricultural
agrícola porque
sector.
como ya
In this
se
sector,
señaló
because
pues,
of
en
we
esta
have heard
mañana, pues es realmente una que ocupa una extensión de tierra muy
there is a wide
significativa
extension
a
of
nivel
land
mundial y
across the world,
las prácticas que se puedan realizar en
and the
esta área pues tienen un
practices
impacto
that can be
significativo,
undertaken in this
como
area
dijo Erick, de
will
hasta un
have a
tercio de la
significant
generación
impact,
de
as
gases de efecto
Eric was saying,
invernadero
because
y
they
pues
represent
por otra
1/3
parte
of
es
the
de
source
las
of
actividades
emissions
más
of
afectadas
greenhouse
por el cambio
gases.
climático, ¿no? Entonces
And this
tiene
is
mucho
one of the
sentido
area
concentrarse en
that
esta
has
parte agrícola
had the hardest
y
impacts on climate change.
en términos de estimular
And
que
as
se
for
adopten prácticas
stimulating
sustentables
the adoption
o
of
sostenibles,
sustainable
pues está
practices,
precisamente el que el
well,
financiamiento a estas
funding
actividades pues, llegue en términos más atractivos
should be
y
more
por ende
attractive.
pues los
Thus,
bonos verdes
green
o bonos
bonuses
ambientales
or
pues son una
environmental
forma de
bonuses
poder hacer llegar
are a
el
way
financiamiento en mejores condiciones.
to
Digo, en la parte de financiamiento pues también está
our
el
way
tema
to deliver
regulatorio
funding.
que
And
impulsan
also we
diversas
have the
autoridades
regulatory
y
framework
que
promoted by
pone
different
requisitos
authorities,
realmente mínimos que se tienen que
and
cumplir.
they
Sin
have
embargo,
actually
para
really
potenciar el
very
cambio, pues
few
más bien requieres
requirements.
el
But
estímulo
in order
hacia
to
ese tipo de
potentialize
prácticas
change, we
sostenibles.
need to
Y aquí, pues el CIMIT y FIRA
stimulate
han tratado
sustainable
de
practices. And
orientarlo
here,
de manera
CIMIT
importante
and
en la parte
FIDA
agrícola.
have tried to
Y
focus
pues en
it
ese
in the
sentido, en
agricultural
Bancamífer nos
sector.
sumamos a
And
ese
in this
esfuerzo
sense, at
y
Banca
emitimos
Mifel,
un
we
bono
are
verde el
contributing to
año
this
pasado,
effort. And last year,
siguiendo
we
los,
issued a
los criterios que
green
había ya
bond
desarrollado
following
FIRA
the
para sus bonos
criteria that
verdes
FIDA had
y
developed for their
pues
green
tuvimos
bonds.
una buena aceptación en el
And we
mercado,
had good
lo cual pues
market
nos permite
acceptance.
tener
And
recursos para financiar
with this, we
actividades
have
que vayan
resources to
hacia
fund
prácticas
activities
sustentables,
for sustainable
principalmente
practices,
a
mainly
créditos en agricultura protegida
to
que elevan la
credits for
productividad,
protected
reducen el uso
agriculture,
de recursos
increase
naturales
productivity,
y
reduce the
tienen
use of
pues, más
natural
controlados los
resources,
desechos
and have better
químicos.
control of
Entonces,
chemical
ese tipo de actividades pues, la
disposal
hemos podido
activities.
seguir financiando
These
con estos recursos. Sin embargo,
we have been funding
pues
with
el
these resources.
estímulo o los
Nonetheless,
incentivos para
the
los productores
incentives or the
realmente
stimuli
son muy
for
marginales porque el
farmers
mercado de
are
carbono tampoco
truly
aporta
marginal
muchas
because
ventajas
the
al
carbon
emitir un
market
bono
is
verde
not
vis-a-vis un bono no
contributing
verde.
with
Entonces, pues se necesita algo
advantages
más para hacer que los
like
productores
a green
transiten hacia
bonus
prácticas sostenibles
vis-a-vis
y en ese
carbon
sentido los
bonus.
bonos de carbono
So
pues son
the
una gran
incentives for
promesa.
sustainable
Para
practices,
llegar a esos
carbon
bonos de
bonus,
carbono
carbon
como
bonds
una
are
fuente
a
de
great
ingreso adicional a los
promise.
productores que
To
los estimule a
consider
cambiar,
them like
pues
an
hay
additional
una
source of
cantidad de
income, like
retos
the
importantes,
incentive
como ya lo
to
dijeron
promote
los
change in
compañeros
farmers.
del panel
There
previo,
are
¿no?
a series of
Hay
challenges, as we
que
heard from the
enlazar a
previous
muchas
panel. We would
entidades
need
para que se
to
puedan hacer,
link
entre otras
different
cosas, el desafío de la
activities
medición
in order
de la
to
captura de carbono
overcome
es
the
muy
challenge on
relevante.
how to measure
En ese
carbon
sentido, pues
sequestration.
estas
This is
nuevas
really important.
tecnologías que lo
And
pueden
in
hacer
this
de
sense,
manera
these
barata
new
como el monitoreo satelital
technologies
son una promesa
that can
importante. Sin embargo,
enable
creo yo
this
que
activity
lo
at
que
very
más
low
ayudaría
charge
es que
with
la
this
ciencia
satellite
esté
monitoring. But
realmente
I think what's
en conjunto con
important
este tipo
is that science
de mediciones de
works
tal manera que se tenga
along with
credibilidad
these
de que
measurements in
efectivamente se está
order to
capturando
provide
el carbono
credibility,
y para ello pues creo
endorsing that
que el
carbon
lugar en
is
el que
truly
estamos
being
con el CIMIT es
sequestrated.
pues
So
un
the
gran lugar
position we
y que
have
nos
along
puede
with
aportar
CIMIT
esa
is a great
credibilidad
position,
para
and we
poder
hope you
pues
can
transferir
provide
tipo
this
de
credibility in
bonos
order to
a
transfer
empresas como
this
las que
type of
presentaron
bonds
previamente
to the
como Kellogg
companies
o
that
Mars
we have
y
like
que
Kellogg's or
ellos
Mars,
con base en eso
and
puedan
that based on
certificar que
this
su
they can
cadena es
certify that
limpia
their
o está más limpia hacia atrás
value
y de esa
chain
forma poder
is clean, or
pues
in a
tener
backtracking exercise, it's
productores que
cleaner.
transiten hacia
And in
prácticas
this way,
sostenibles, ¿no?
farmers
Yo
will
empiezo por ahí. Gracias.
initiate this journey with sustainable
Muchas gracias,
practices.
Rafa.
Thank you, Rafa.
Can I jump in now? Would that be okay?
Yes, go
Great,
ahead.
great. So I'm assuming, because I still haven't had the question translated to me, that the question has to do with barriers to financing of carbon projects in Mexico today. Presuming that that is the question, I'm going to focus my answer specifically on durable carbon removals because of obstacles to financing these higher CapEx projects. I think this is particularly relevant to this community, as the most scalable solutions within CDR today are related to agriculture, namely biochar, bioenergy, carbon capture and storage, and enhanced rock weathering. The long-term offtake agreements really are the backbone of debt access because they make banks able to underwrite the financial risk of the project. These can even be negotiated ahead of the financial investment decision for the project, but after a site is selected, and early de-risking is done via high-quality LCAs, PDDs, or ex-ante ratings. And that's why high-quality design of the project itself and de-risking is so important. And essentially today, kind of the brokerage of these credits very much still work like an old-school commodities market, where a few players still take up, like 10 players take up 90% of the purchase volume in 2023. But when it comes to financing, thinking about the kind of main 6 or 7 risk categories of the project upfront is incredibly important because you can end up with either a 40-year asset or a 40-year liability. On a really high level, the main risks that I've seen projects fail on are first, technology risk, because especially on the kind of engineered side of the carbon removal market, a lot of these technologies are still emergent. So there's uncertainty about their scalability, their efficiency, and long-term viability. And some of these technologies have not reached commercial maturity, leading to potential investment losses. The second category being permanence and reversal risk, where we still see a decent amount of performance variability within specific categories. Take biochar, for instance. Depending on the type of throughput, the temperature of pyrolysis, and the end use of the actual physical biochar in the soil, we still see a big amount of variability in the durability of that biochar. Third category, I would say, is MRV risk. MRV for some of these verticals is still quite complex, and ensuring that the carbon remove is properly accounted for and stored still remains a technological challenge. So some technologies relevant to this conversation, particularly enhanced rock weathering, even though the actual underlying scientific risk today, I would say, is relatively low, the costs and complexity of MRVing is still what caps scalability potential and needs to move down that cost curve. Then there are kind of significant regulatory and policy risks on this kind of high-end engineered carbon solution world. The volume today is still done entirely via the voluntary carbon market. If you look at the Japanese emissions trading scheme as an example, they've already started to include durable removals within regulated markets, and with the EU and the UK, it's only a matter of time as it spreads to other regulated markets, which makes the underwriting of those projects and the financing of the project a lot easier, because you're essentially de-risking the same project as being able to be sold into these two different markets. Then this links to market demand risk. Like I mentioned, it's still an extremely concentrated market, and there's still some uncertainty in terms of long-term pricing, because these buyers like Microsoft, JP Morgan, Google, Meta, etc., are still willing to pay prices that encompass the cost of R&D and not the large-scale long-term price for those categories. Then we also have project development and execution risk, again, because a lot of these technologies and projects at that scale are still quite new and capital intensive. There's still some kind of uncertainty on the actual execution of these carbon removal technologies at scale. And then finally, and I think perhaps most importantly, is reputational. Because even though if you look at the Oxford Carbon Offsetting Principles, which is the backbone for a lot of SBTI's thinking on carbon removal markets today, carbon markets today, the durable carbon removal portion of the pie needs to scale. But the fact of the matter is that the vast majority of the volume today is on the avoidance side or in the kind of less durable nature-based solutions side. And 2023, we saw a lot of scandals, especially on the avoidance side of this equation, and the reputation of avoidance credits kind of trickled over to carbon markets more broadly. And when it comes to financing, addressing a lot of these risks at the point of project design is incredibly important. And the way you do it is via getting kind of a long-term offtake agreement, which gives the project developer essentially guaranteed future revenue streams, conditional on delivery.
Muchas gracias,
Thank
gracias,
you.
Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
Por tu intervención.
Laura, for your participation.
Definitivamente, los comentarios que se han
Certainly,
hecho
all
el
the
día de ayer, el día de
comments
hoy,
we heard
para las
yesterday
empresas
and
se
earlier
requiere
today,
capital,
for
requiere capital,
companies, they
financiamiento,
need
incentivos
capital or
de
funding
gobiernos
or
para que
government
puedan
incentives
desarrollarse estos
so
programas.
these projects can
Bancos como
develop.
MIFEL, bancos
Banks
como el
like
que represento,
MIFEL,
HSBC,
like the one I
ya
represent,
tenemos
HSBC,
áreas
we already
estratégicas
have
en el tema
strategic
sustentable,
areas
sostenible,
on
para que
sustainability
nuestros clientes transiten
in
en
order for our
esta
customers
nueva
to
medida hacia empresas
go
más
through this
sustentables por sí
journey
mismas.
toward
Tenemos
more
financiamientos,
sustainable businesses.
pero
We have
Rafa,
fundings, but
importante la pregunta que
Rafa,
ahorita platicábamos hace un momento.
the question was
¿Cómo
important.
traducimos
And how
a
can we
nuestros
translate
clientes el financiamiento
for
y no
our
hacerlo como
customers
un
this
cargo más que
funding
fuera
instead
solamente un
of
pasivo,
it
sino
being
cómo ellos mismos
a
a su vez
liability for them?
aprovechan
How can they
esa disponibilidad de los
leverage
mercados que
this
están
availability
abriéndose
of
para tener
these new
beneficios
opening
hacia sus
markets
clientes
to
también.
render benefits to their own customers?
Sí, pues precisamente
Yes.
siento
Thank
que
you. Well, I think
ya
that
habló bastante Laura de los
as
desafíos
Laura
en la parte
presented all the
el
challenges
poder lograr que
on
recursos de bonos de carbono puedan
how
llegar
to achieve that resources of carbon bonds can trickle
y
down
ese es
to farmers.
tipo de
And
desafíos
I
que se
think
tienen
that
que
is type of
superar
challenges we
desde un
need
punto de
to
vista pues,
overcome
tecnológico
from a
sencillo y
technology
de bajo costo para
perspective
que le pueda llegar
with
a los
simple
productores, ¿no?
low-cost technologies
En la
for
medida en la que
farmers to
pudiera
use.
llegar este
To
ingreso
the
de bono de
degree
carbono a los
that
productores,
this
pues tendríamos
carbon bond
el
income
incentivo,
could
una
reach
fuente
our
de pago
farmers,
adicional nosotros como
we could
bancos
have an
para poder
additional
tener
payment
clientes
source,
más
we as banks,
mejor,
to have
digamos, con mayor capacidad de pago y por lo
to
tanto
have
acreditables, ¿no?
customers
Y que
with better
refuerce
purchasing
pues, las
power,
prácticas que desde
strengthening
el punto
the
de vista
practices that
técnico, pues
from the
CIMIC y
technical
otras
optic,
instituciones
like CIMIT
puedan
and other
difundir como aquellas
institutions
que
could
son más conducentes
disseminate
a lograr la
like
acumulación de
those
carbono,
that
¿no?
are
Digamos,
better
en términos
for
de
accumulating carbon
financiamiento, creo yo que
sequestration. And
también
I think in
eso
terms
nos
of
puede ayudar
funding,
bastante este
this
tipo
can
de
help us
credibilidad y de
to
mitigación de
provide
los
this
riesgos que
credibility and
señaló
risk
Laura.
mitigation, as Laura was
En la
saying.
medida en la que sea más
To the
claro
degree that it is
que las prácticas van
clearer
a tener
how
este efecto
practices
saludable para el
will
medio ambiente,
have this
pues que
healthy
podamos
effect
tener
on the
realmente
environment, well,
financiamiento
that we can
nosotros
really
como
have
intermediarios
funding,
financieros que
we
somos, nosotros
as
nos
financial
fondeamos en el mercado
intermediaries that we are, we
canalizamos
fund
los
ourselves
recursos
in
a
the
empresas.
market and we
Nosotros
channel
podemos
these resources to come
identificar cuáles
to
son las
businesses.
empresas que
We can
efectivamente están haciendo
identify
las
which
prácticas
businesses
que pueden
are
llevar a esta
in
captura de
fact
carbono, pero pues
undergoing these
necesitamos
practices
que
sequestering
nos ayuden
carbon, but we need
a que esas prácticas pues,
we need
sean
them
fácilmente reconocibles.
to
Y para eso, pues
showcase or show these
digamos,
practices
necesitamos
that are
a
easy to recognize.
instituciones
That
que
is why
puedan
we
dar esa
need
credibilidad,
institutions to
instituciones que
provide
tengan
this
pues,
endorsing
vida
this
larga,
credibility,
porque pues,
institutions
la
that will
acumulación de
have
carbono
a
pues, se
long life
logra a través de
because
muchos
carbon
años,
accumulation is
instituciones que
achieved
puedan hacer
after so many
estas
years,
mediciones de forma
institutions that
creíble,
can
aunque sean
conduct
muy
these
graduales en el
measurings
tiempo
in
y
a
que lleven,
credible way, even if they are
poco,
gradual
digamos,
across
se logren
time,
pocas acumulaciones de
and
carbono,
even if there
pero
are few
en
carbon
extensiones
accumulations,
importantes,
but an important
porque otra vez si la
extensions,
recuperación de
because
carbono
again,
es baja,
the carbon
pues para que el
recovery
ingreso sea
is
significativo, pues
low,
necesitas extensiones muy
and
grandes.
for income
Además
to be
tienen que
significant,
estar
you need
difundidas
broader
entre muchos
extensions,
productores.
and they have
Entonces,
to be
tener algo que dé
distributed
esa
amongst
credibilidad, pues
several
ayudaría
farmers
muchísimo. En
so
ese
to have
sentido,
this
pues
credibility will
nosotros,
really
por
help a
ejemplo, como
lot.
emisores de bonos verdes,
And
hemos
we, as
tenido
issuers
la
of green
ventaja
bonds,
de
we
que
have
uno de
had
los
the
criterios en
advantage
bonos verdes son
that one of the
las
requirements are
certificaciones que ven los puntos
certifications
ambientales. He de decir que
on
esas certificaciones no
environmental
necesariamente
scoring
son
points.
todo lo
And I
riguroso que
must say
uno
that these
honestamente
certifications
quisiera, pero
are not
pues
as
nos ayudan
rigorous as
muchísimo a
one would
identificar
like, but
proyectos
they
que
help us
estén
to identify
certificados para
projects
poderles
that
dar
are
ese financiamiento
certified
en mejores
in
condiciones.
order to
Emulando o
have
tomando un símil de
better
eso,
conditions
pues si hubiera
in
una
the funding.
certificación
And if there
del CIMIT,
was
desde
a
luego,
CIMIT
o con
certification
ICA, con
or
FIRA,
along
pues
with ICA
podríamos
and
tener
FIRA,
pues más
well, maybe perhaps
certidumbre
we
y
could
poder de esa
provide
forma
more
conseguir un
certainty
financiamiento más barato para
and
canalizarlo
find
a este tipo de
cheaper
prácticas, ¿no?
funding
Es
to
una idea.
guarantee these
Gracias.
practices. That's just one idea. Thank you.
What challenge do we have in Mexico for the next years?
I'll speak to kind of the carbon market more broadly, and kind of Latin America, Mexico being kind of one of the potential players. I think the next years, we're going to have to shift from small scale carbon project development to larger industrial scale carbon development. And the financing mechanisms and the challenges for those different scales of projects are quite different. So if I start with kind of a smaller scale project, so if you want to get from 0 to pilot project of up to, I don't know, 20,000 tons of throughput a year, It's one type of financial institution that would be kind of willing to finance that kind of project, depending on where it is. So in the case of Brazil, for example, where I'm originally from, and I have a little bit more context on the financing ecosystem, a lot of these deals look like blended finance deals, where the Brazilian National Development Bank puts in some of the capital for these decarbonization projects, and then you stack it with private capital. There are a lot of American and European funds that have LATAM more broadly within their investment mandate for these projects and are able to either finance it entirely or partially. And that's how you traditionally finance the first pilot, up until the point you get to the long-term offtake agreement that I mentioned in my question earlier. Once you can fetch that long-term offtake agreement, which if you take Microsoft as a buyer today is buying to 2037. So these are quite long, kind of 10-year plus contracts that can be taken to a bank. Like, I don't know, the project finance team at JP Morgan has done it for enhanced rock weathering and securitized it. And then the project can raise debt on the back end of that contract. And that's how you finance the scaling. So I think the question really depends on the point at which you are. But I do see the scaling of this forever being a blend of public and private, either equity or debt.
Thanks, Laura. La siguiente pregunta es,
Thank you, Laura. And is that we know that we are
los desafíos que se tienen en el
we
materia
know that
sustentable,
companies want in their processes regarding sustainability, companies such as Bimbo, bread company, a leading company in Mexico, they are already requesting a certification from their suppliers. So it is rather by convenience or because they are willing to do it. So that's what we do, going from the bank towards companies. Rafa, please tell us, do you believe that the current projects that we are having in Mexico comply with the standards? For instance, with the gold standard or with the verified carbon standards, which are two certifying companies. What do we need so that we can get that credibility in Mexico?
Bueno, no conozco a detalle en sí los programas.
I don't know the details of the programs that some companies are requesting, so I cannot speak concretely about a given example, but I know that the use of carbon bonds in agriculture in Mexico is not creating a great volume, despite the interest shown by the company that you mentioned and companies that were with us in this forum. It is important to have a supply chain that can contribute to carbon removal in the environment. However, the basic technology of those plants that capture carbon and put it into the soil, but how can we create credibility?
Promover esas prácticas en su cadena de suministro.
How can they promote those practices in their supply chain?
Vuelvo a mi punto, la credibilidad viene
back to the point I mentioned before. Credibility can come from those measurements.
Reales, las mediciones, digo, tienen siglos.
Measurements.
Bueno, ustedes me podrán precisar, pero tienen muchísimos años de hacerse de manera muy creíble, nada más que son costosas.
Measurements have been done for many years, however, they are very expensive for growers. If they are more affordable, for instance, like satellite monitoring systems, well validated by good technologies that have the right matching between, for instance, conventional measurements and satellite technology, then relating
agrícolas, ¿no?
those
En eso,
measurements with good
pues,
agricultural
CIMIC,
practices
FIRA
will
tienen
be
mucha experiencia y
truly
por ende
important.
creo,
CIMIT
y
has a lot of
insisto,
experience in
que
this, and
son de las
therefore
mejor posicionadas para
they
poder
are the best,
llevarnos
they
a
are among
esa
the best
certificación
institutions
que puede hacer
that
esta
can lead
vinculación
us
entre
towards this
prácticas
certification, serving as a linkage
captura de carbono que
between
le dé la credibilidad a los
agricultural
compradores de
practices
bonos de
and
carbono
carbon
y
capture.
ser una
So that is the
forma
credibility that we can
hacerle
give
llegar
to
recursos a los productores
carbon
para
bond
que transiten
buyers,
hacia esas prácticas,
so
¿no?
that growers
Y
can have enough
en la
money,
medida en la
enough
que eso
funds
esté, pues
to
realmente las instituciones
do
financieras que le vamos a dar el
those
financiamiento directo a
agricultural
los
practices,
productores
and
para que realicen
the financial
su
institutions
producción,
that
pues
will
vamos a
give
ver
the
otra
loans
fuente de
directly to
ingreso
the growers in
que
order to
nos va a
work
hacer
in
más
this regard,
atractivo a este
will
tipo de producción
also be
que una
attracted to this
producción
kind of
tradicional,
production
¿no?
because it will be much more attractive to us
Muchas
than
gracias, Rafa.
conventional
Y
agriculture.
bueno,
Thank you,
quisiera la misma
Rafa.
pregunta.
I would like to ask
No sé
the same question.
si la traducción fue la correcta, pero
Hopefully,
quisiera, Laura,
you heard
que
the
nos
translation, Laura.
comentaras desde el punto
Yes,
de
okay,
vista
great.
de una
So,
extranjera, viendo a
from the
México como
standpoint
un
of a
país
foreigner
donde
considering
participas
Mexico
como asesora en un instituto como
as a
el CIMIC,
country that
¿cómo
you
podría
work
generarse un
at
flujo de
as
créditos
a
de carbono
consultant at
en México?
CIMIT, how can we
Desde tu punto de
have a
vista, por
good
favor.
flow of carbon bonds in Mexico? Please, your personal opinion.
I think that today, let's split the conversation between carbon bonds and voluntary carbon market. And I think I'm going to both address your first question and your second question in one. So as it pertains to the quality of the underlying projects themselves and certification via certifiers like Gold Standard and Verra for nature-based solutions and Puro, Isometric, et cetera, for engineered carbon removals, these are extremely important because today there's a lot of data that shows that the risk profile correlates with price. So doing the project properly pays off in the long run when it comes to income streams coming out of these carbon projects. But you should think about these certification processes as almost just the low bar, the minimum that you should be doing for a project to be perceived by especially international buyers as credible forms of carbon removal, so that there's a high chance that that certificate that represents 1 metric ton of greenhouse gas avoided or removed actually did its job. And then on top of that layer of certification, because certification is just binary, things are either a credit or not a credit. But on top of that layer of certification, today there are companies that are carbon ratings companies, which function essentially like at how S&P and Moody's works for the bond market, but within the voluntary carbon market, namely B0 and Silvera as the 2 largest ones. So they go in and do a risk-based analysis of the project and then give it a rating, exactly like the bonds rating. So it goes from AAA down to D. And if you were to look at how price correlates with these ratings, if you can get one of the top 3 ratings, so AAA, AA, or A, it comes with a 200% price premium on the credit. So actually doing the project well is financially incentivized by the more sophisticated buyers of these credits. And a similar kind of thinking then translates into the bond space. And in the long run, this is optimal because we really shouldn't be thinking of credits as just binary because they have very different underlying risk criteria. And in Mexico or anywhere else in the world, when designing a project, having high quality project design and de-risking from the outset is really how you can unlock these longer term offtake agreements with the carbon buyers and then have the bonds underwritten, whether it's going to be entirely a Mexico government bond or related to other kind of international bond markets.
Muchas gracias, Laura.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so very much. And they are telling me that we are about to run out of time. Would you like to close then this conversation? Rafael, since you're here, please, you begin, and then Laura, we would like you to please close this panel with your final comments. We would like to invite you, HBC Mexico, to share your experience, Laura, and also working with the sustainability area. We'll be in touch with you later. Rafa, please, your final comments.
Pues evidentemente ha sido una
well,
muy
obviously,
buena panel y toda la
this has been
organización del
a
evento.
panel very well done, along with all the organization of this event. I congratulate the organizers for having this forum and the idea of preparing it, because now we have more clarity on where to go towards really having sustainable practices that can become a reality. On the other hand, how can we get funding into the hands of growers? Well, it's crucial to have more detailed information regarding the quality of the different projects that can be conducted in order to get these carbon bonds as an additional source of income for them. Talking about this obviously leads us to thinking about how to mitigate risks and to have better prospection for those credits. So I celebrate this kind of fora because they help us work hand in hand towards that aim. CIMMYT, we ask for your support. Please help us in this kind of operations because you can contribute with a lot of credibility. Thank you. Laura, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for hosting me today, and apologies for the translation mishaps. I think in sum, I see carbon markets more broadly and CDR specifically as the biggest wealth transfer opportunity of our generation that's still to be actualized. What often keeps Western funds from investing in LATAM projects is often Forex risk. But in the case of carbon projects, most of the buyers today are American, and a substantial portion of this revenue is dollarized. And in the case of biomass removal technology, so biochar, BECCS, bio-oils, bikers, and enhanced rock weathering, for example, I think that Mexico and Latin America more broadly has an enormous advantage because of the size of the agricultural, paper and pulp, food processing, and mining industries. And I believe that these industrials must lead the scaling of the carbon market. And today, ultimately, they're sitting on massive untapped opportunity to unlock these solutions. But high quality project design is really the only way to get us there. Yeah, thank you so much for having me today.
Muchas gracias y bueno, cerramos con.
Thank you very much, and we will close really with this golden message. Thank you very much, Rafa. Thank you so much, Laura. This is a topic that we will be talking a lot for a long time. Thank you so much. Thank you also to the banking institutions present here today.
Pues como les comentaba al presentar este conversatorio, vamos a retomar
when we started this conversatory, we will talk once again about financing later on with a keynote speech. But now, in order to start blending our subjects so that you do not get bored, we will switch topics. Well, in fact, these 2 days we have been talking about the same subject, but from different angles. It is a very good time also to do the great work of the interpreters, translating everything that is being said from Spanish into English and vice versa. The technology can really be tricky sometimes if we are not aware of it. But thank you so much to the interpreters for all the work that they have been doing. Thank you. And now we'll go from CIMMYT and from Oxford to Brazil, and from Chile and to Chile. We will have a session with two keynote speeches together, talking about public policies and sectorial policies. We will hear about examples on how in these two countries they are working in this area. And to begin, our moderator will be Alejandro Dávila Topete. Alejandro is a veterinarian, physician, expert in husbandry from UNAM. He has a master's in public policies. He has been a consultant to FAO in the project called Assessment and Policies Analysis and Assessment, especially for the diagnosis of the rural and fisheries sector of Mexico 2012. Later on, as an independent consultant, he conducted several studies of design, diagnosis, and assessment of the programs of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Rural Development, Fisheries, and Food. He also offered technical assistance in strategic planning and preparation of the rules of operation, as well as establishment in the criteria for establishing priorities in the assessment of the national policy for climate change. He participated in the characterization studies and dimension or sizing of bovine spectacle sectors and horses in Mexico. Currently, he is an official of the Inter-American Institute for Agricultural Cooperation, ICA, working in the topics of rural agri-industry, localized agri-food systems, the economic dynamic movement of rural territories, and he is a project coordinator working with the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, among other works, right? Go ahead, Alejandro, please.
Bueno, pues, ¿quiere escuchar? ¿Ahora? Sí. Pues muchas gracias, Camino.
So thank you so much,
al ICA, al CIMMYT, al
Camino. Thank you to ICA, CIMMYT, FIRA for organizing this first forum for decarbonization of agricultural soils and decarbonization of agri-food systems. During these almost 2 days of event, we have had in this forum, in this stage, several people, several actors of the agri-food systems, researchers, growers, funding entities. We are still missing some actors, some players that we will be hearing about today. However, a comment that has been repeating itself during these conversations is the role of the state. Cliserio, I don't know where are you, but Cliserio had said before that it is necessary to prepare a good regulatory framework, laws that can regulate the topics that we're talking about today. And this is precisely the time to talk about this point. We have heard already about the experiences of other countries. Now we'll talk about those experiences from Brazil and Chile, and we'll take those lessons learned and we will learn from the execution or the implementation of these public policies in those two countries. The first talk will be given by Santiago Cuadra. Santiago, I will introduce you now. Santiago Cuadra is a researcher from Pesquisa Agropecuaria in Brapa company. He has a bachelor's in meteorology by Sao Paulo, master's also in the same subject, and a PhD by Isosas University in meteorology. He has experience in science, climate change, and weather change. He is also an expert in regional climate modeling in the interaction biosphere, atmosphere, hydrosphere, and biophysical models of agricultural productivity. He worked in the development the biophysical agricultural models, measurements to mitigate GHGs, and the impact of climate change in Brazilian agriculture. Santiago Cuadra will talk about public policies for the recarbonization of agricultural soils and decarbonization of agri-food systems. The Brazilian experience, Santiago, it's a pleasure to have you here. You've got 40 minutes to present. And since we are remotely connected and there is not really a good way to tell you silently the time that you have available, I will have to interrupt you, right? Just 5 minutes before you have to finish your talk, all right? At 5 minutes and at 2 minutes left. And Santiago will also present in English. The work of these interpreters that have been with us has not yet finished. Santiago, we will hear your presentation in English, and we appreciate the great work done by interpreters. Please, I would like to remind you that we will hear directly this translation in Spanish. Okay, Santiago, you've got 40 minutes for your presentation. Okay, the microphones and the camera are yours. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Sí, se te escucha bien, Santiago.
Santiago, more or less.
So thank you again for the opportunity. And now I'm going to bring some experience here in Brazil. And the idea is try to bring in not only the question of mitigation, decarbonization of the agriculture in Brazil, but also adaptation. And I'm trying to explain why both are connected, especially here for Brazil. So, of course, the climate in agriculture, it's directly correlated. It's easy to understand that the climate impacts directly the agriculture, but not so easily to understand that agriculture also affects the climate. Here in Brazil, we have a lot of agriculture, animal production, forest, and pest and disease that are directly impacted by the climate. And some little but background of Brazil, something that you have to account that Brazil, because of their size and the latitudinal variation, here in Brazil actually we have very different climates, and this is the above ground biomass here in Brazil, and you can see also that the biomass of natural vegetation, of course, the biomass produced along the years by the crop systems are extremely variable around the country. So, in general, the globe, for the major crops, a lot of variation of the food production is related to climate. Here in Brazil, by global studies, they account that between 15–17% of variation of food production is related to climate. But by our experience, we are pretty sure that it's at least 75%. The problems that we have here from the going to the most important, have problems with gusts, we have problems with hail, we have problem with frost, especially from the middle of Brazil to the south. We have many problems with extreme rainfall events, and the major problem in Brazil, at least half of the problems of it's related to the drought events. This is the economic loss in the last years associated with climate events for different sectors. We can see here that agriculture and livestock account mostly 19% of total variation, and especially important to explain that here in Brazil we have a very relatively low area of irrigating protected cultivation that could reduce those impacts. So bring to the US numbers, we have almost 13 billions of loss per year associated directly with climate. And then we start to see a problem that these the different regions in Brazil, and those are the trends in temperature in different regions in Brazil in the last decade. And you can see clear here that temperature it's already increased a lot in all Brazilian regions. And if we took the number, let me try, sorry. And if we took the previous insurance payments in the last years, and for the medium to the large farmers, and the government insurance paid directly for small farmers in the last years, we can see clearly that the costs for the private sector or for the government, it's growing exponentially in the last years with and all these insurance are only relating to climate events over food production, okay? And this is the today realities and what it's projecting realities in Brazil. This the CMIP6, the past round of IPCC scenarios for Brazil. And we made a study of how much the water depth is going to increase in the future. And you can see here that some regions we are expecting to almost say 100% of increase of water depths in the next decades. And now bringing for the most up-to-date scenario from CMIP6, this is the global scenario of GWL of 1.5 degrees at global scale. And we can see clear also that probably in the entire country, we are going to increase the water depths in the next decades associated with climate change. Then we need not only in the future, but we need now to start initiatives to reduce our vulnerability. We need to bring more extensive agenda for adaptation in Brazil. But as I said, agriculture also impacts the climate. And this is very important for Brazil because we have a lot of importance of agriculture in our economy. So basically, if you bring our emissions, the net emissions in Brazil in the last decades, the last years, we can see here that land use change and deforestation account for the most of our national emissions, but the agricultural sector is the second most important sector, more important, including that the energy sector here in Brazil. And one important thing that we can see here that even though we could reduce deforestation, even though in the last years a little bit of increase, but we can see here that the amount of emission associated with agriculture is almost constant along the years. So what we can do here in Brazil? We first could say that the start of the implementation of mitigation and adaptation agendas are not limited by the lack of solutions. We, of course, that we have a lot of new solutions for new problems that we still need to do, but we already have many solutions that need to be implemented, and this could decrease a lot of national emissions. I will bring 3 examples for the 3 most important greenhouse gas. For instance, for CO2, we have for some decades know that no-till systems associated with crop rotation and crop diversification could increase the carbon sequestration. For the methane emissions, we have, thanks for the last decade, we reduced, at least in Brazil, 8 billion of spend per year of nitrogen fertilization, especially for soybean. But other crops are increasing also. For instance, in the last year, 34 millions of doses of biological inoculants are applied for soybean, and another 2 millions for grass crops like corn and wheat. So if you bring both solutions together, no-till system, crop diversification, we can see here, for instance, for no-till systems, conventional tillage systems and no-till systems, and depends of the crop rotations that we could reduce a lot of the net emission of associated with especially with CO2 and methane emissions, just by adopting better practice of soil and crop rotation. So about the methane emissions is pretty important in Brazil, especially for the production of rice, that it's irrigated system, and livestock production. And here, for instance, this some experiments made by Embrapa, we could reduce a lot, at least by half, the methane emissions just by measuring the amount of irrigation and then suppress the irrigation along the cycle. This could reduce the total CO2 emissions per hectare per year, as you can see here. Depends of the system. So so we can do to incentivize those adoptions and to incentivize the scale of these mitigation actions. We could say that we could separate, it's not exactly separated, but we have 3 major pathways. First one, it's the national determined contributions, that it's the argument in the country, the regulated carbon markets and the voluntary carbon markets. And then I'm going to bring some examples here in Brazil. So the Brazil needs to reduce 53% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. It's our argument. And of course, if you can see here by our profile of the emissions, that we are not going to achieve that percent of reducing if we keep the level of deforestation, especially in the tropics. So here it's, for instance, the Amazon, and this is still have a touched forest, and this is the deforestation. So the first thing to achieve that, it's to reduce especially the illegal deforestation in Brazil. The second, the regulated market in Brazil have some initiatives that start in the last years. Probably the major successful, it's we call RenovaBio. RenovaBio, it's our national biofuel policy. And we have already commercializations today almost 3 millions of number of invoices issued by this policy. And we already mitigate almost 1 million tons of CO2 just by implementing this policy. This is pretty new. It's some law that was published last year, and we didn't start yet the actions. But the federal government has national programs for conversion of degraded parcel, and we have a goal to recover and converting 40 millions of hectares that has already degraded to less degraded parcel or crop and forest productions. And of course, that we have also some more regulations that have no direct incentives. And we could see the regulation of the European Union that should be implemented by this year, but probably is going to be implemented by next year, where everything that's going to be exported to European Union has to be deforestation-free products. So we have to prove that that commodity comes from deforested area. And lastly, the voluntary carbon markets, that it's a lot of discussion today. We could, of course, reduce a lot of our emissions and bring some monies to implement those agendas. And Brazil has a lot of potential to participate in those agendas. Some estimation says that almost 15% of the entire world's carbon offsets could be coming from Brazil natural climate solutions. One problem of voluntary carbon market is to unlock this market. It's very difficult. It's not an easy task to estimate the amount of carbon that it's accumulated in the soil by change or by the efficiency of the package that's implemented. This is because, for instance, in Brazil, we have a lot of variation of soil conditions. The systems are pretty varied, so still be a big challenge. And we have to implement a lot of technology to measure, report, and verify those increase of carbon in the soil, and those reductions depends on the practice adopted by the farmers. It's really not an easy task. So we have to mitigate, we have to adaptate, we have to decrease deforestation, but we still have to increase our national productions. Some projections say that by next decade, we probably have to increase 45% of cotton production, 45% of corn, 30% of soybean, wheat, and coffee, just for example. So we have no solutions, but we have to increase our efficiency, and we have increased the temporal use of land in Brazil. So by conclusion, we have no mitigation without adaptation. The idea now is to bring some experience here, that is some of technology that try to develop to connect those agendas. Okay, so why you cannot separate the mitigation adaptation agenda? So let's see here. For instance, one graphic here that shows how to mitigate the carbon emissions. So to mitigate the carbon emission, we have to increase the time of the cover crops all the years. Try to not have any time of the year without a cover crop. And of course, that we can see clear here that the benefits of incorporate those systems is going to, for instance, reduce soil erosions, thermal regulations. They increase the nutrients and recycle in the soil, increase the infiltration of water in the soil, they increase the water retention in the soil. So by adopt those systems, of course, that we are going to make it more resilient, and of course that we are going to adapt those systems will be more adapted to the climate. And of course, that if we adopt some packages that the crop are not adapted for the climate, or if we are going to acclimate that are so streaming, of course, that doesn't matter how much you plant. If the crop does not revenue the yield, of course, that we could not mitigate it because we are going to have to sell data. So here we have developing some evaluations for those systems, and we have in the last decade trying to measure how For instance, those better systems decrease temperature in the soil, the soil health, the soil carbon, the reduction of soil evaporations, the better infiltration, and reducing the soil loss. And of course, to increase the root profile, it's pretty important because one system that has very deep deepening of root systems, they're going to increase the carbon, especially in the deep, where the carbon will be lower recycled. And of course, that those systems will be more resistant, for instance, to a drought event. So we in Brazil are responsible to do for the government, and also the private sector follow our risk evaluations. And nowadays, there is no differentiations between farms about the risk. So basically today, the risk assessment for crop insurance or for the farmer to get the money in the bank, we do the same risk evaluation for those different farms. And we are trying now to including depends of the level of management of the farm to reduce the risk analysis and to increase the subsidies. If the farms has systems, of course, that protect the soil and increase the water and the carbon fixations. One last remark, very important, that usually it's not accounted for, and for instance, in this conference is not so discussed. We have to take in mind that the land use change and the food systems should account their impacts on the biogeochemical effects that we are discussing here. But we have to get in mind also that the land use change and the depends of the system that you adopt, we are going to have also a direct impact of the biophysical impact. And this impact direct, for instance, the surface runoff, those impacts the temperature and the climate also. So we have to get in mind that. For instance, here we have an example of how, even though after deforestation, land use still matter. We see here a map of a region, and this is satellite image of temperature. You can see here the natural vegetation, and those are parceland and those are croplands. And you can see clearly here that the land use affects not only the greenhouse gas emissions, but is going to affect also directly the climate and directly the temperature, especially near surface. And here in Brazil, the Amazon forest, they play a very important role. That almost 35 or 45% of the entire precipitation that it's happening in the Amazon, they come back to the atmosphere back as evapotranspirations. And because of the Andes here in Brazil, there is a deflection of the wind directions. And most of the water, most of the vapor in the atmosphere that comes to the mid-latitudes. And here we can see the maps here, where this is the agriculture. And we can see here that this is the major producer in Brazil. That is clearly we depend of this water vapor that is transporting through the Amazon to the mid latitudes, and that's at the end the precipitation in these mid latitudes. So the problems of deforestation in the Amazon is not a problem only for the Amazon, but it's the problem for the Cerrado and the mid-latitudes here in Brazil. And the problem, it's going to cause a lot of problems also in the entire food production in Brazil. So, thank you. I lost a little bit the time of presentation. I'm not sure if I'm ahead of the time, or
Santiago, muchas gracias por tu presentación. Muy
Santiago,
interesante
thank you very much
estos
for
últimos
your
conceptos que
presentation.
compartiste, no hay
The very last
adaptación sin
concepts
mitigación y
that you
viceversa.
shared, very interesting,
Me llama mucho la
no
atención
adaptation without
esta
mitigation,
gráfica que nos
and
muestra sobre
the
emisiones
graphic,
y
the
que se
plot
ha
you
logrado
presented on
reducir las
emissions
emisiones en
and how
cuanto
you have
al cambio del
managed
uso de
to
suelo, ¿no?
decrease
Ya se ha
emissions
logrado mitigar
when
de
you
cierta
change
manera
the
la
land use,
deforestación.
somehow you
Sin
have
embargo,
mitigated
en
deforestation.
el sector
Nonetheless,
de
in
la agricultura,
the
pues es
agricultural
constante, ¿no?
sector,
Se ha
this is
podido
a
mitigar del
constant.
todo o no se ha podido lograr
Not
reducir las
everything
emisiones.
was
Antes de
able to
darle la voz
mitigate,
a
and the
nuestra siguiente
emissions have
panelista, me
not been
gustaría
able
que
to
nos
mitigate.
comentaras desde tu
And
punto de
before
vista
giving
qué
the
hace
floor
falta
to
en
our next
Brasil
speaker,
para
I would
lograr
like
la
to
reducción
hear
de estas
from you
emisiones.
what
¿Son acaso las
is
políticas
needed in
públicas que no han sido
Brazil to
exitosas
reduce
o es acaso
emissions,
que la
perhaps public
participación de los
policies that
productores
are
no es
not
la que se
successful,
espera?
or
Si
perhaps
nos
the
pudieras comentar
farmers are not
brevemente desde tu
participating as
perspectiva qué
much
hace falta
as
para lograr esta
expected. In
mitigación.
your words, what is needed to
of
achieve
course,
this mitigation?
I show the total emission by the agricultural sector, and we have to take in account that during this period, the total production of Brazil at least probably we increase 200% of the production during the period. It's not so say that it's not that we are less, we are more efficient in producing foods and reduce our emissions. Those constant of total emission are associated with decrease of emissions by tons of substance, because we probably increase 300% during the period. So it's not that we are not adopt solutions and decrease our emissions in the agriculture sectors, but we still increase the production. So this is why in the last decade the total amount it's almost constant. It's associated with the reduction per hectare or per ton, but the increase of the area and increase of production.
De acuerdo, muchas gracias, Santiago.
Okay,
En el
agreed,
siguiente
Santiago.
sección
Thank you very
de
much. In the
preguntas,
next
tal vez
Q&A
conversemos un poco
session,
más sobre los
perhaps we
indicadores
can
ya precisos
talk more
para medir los
about
efectos de las políticas públicas pues, en
indicators
esta
to
reducción de las
measure the
emisiones. Muchas
effects
gracias,
on
Santiago.
public policies to reduce
Me voy a
emissions. Thank
permitir
you,
ahora dar
Santiago.
paso
And
a
now
la
I would
presentación
like
de la
to
ingeniera
give the
Javiera Herrera, a
floor
la que le
to
damos la
Javiera
bienvenida
Herrera
a este foro.
from Chile.
Ella es jefa
Welcome
de
to this forum.
Departamento de
She is head of the
Sustentabilidad de la
Sustainability
Oficina de Estudios
Department
y Política
at
del
the Office
MINAGRI en
of
el
Studies
gobierno
and
chileno.
Policies
Es
from
ingeniera en recursos
Chilean
naturales, con
government.
magíster en
She's
asentamientos
natural
humanos y medio ambiente.
resources
Además, posee
engineer with a
diplomas de
master's degree in the
especialización
environment
en
plus a
gestión del
diploma
agua y el
on
ambiente,
water management
planificación
and the
ambiental,
environment,
de
environmental
proyectos y
planning,
gestión de conflictos socioambientales.
project
Tiene
and
más de 13
so
años de experiencia en
environmental
gestión ambiental,
conflict
gestión del agua,
management.
participación
She has
ciudadana
more
y
than
resolución
15
de
years
conflictos
experience on
socioambientales, creación y
social
gestión de redes de
environmental
colaboración,
settlement
gestión
of
territorial y
disputes,
políticas
territorial
públicas.
management, and public
Entre sus
policies.
logros se destaca
In her
la reformulación de procesos de
achievements,
participación
there is a
ciudadana anticipada en
reformulation of
estudios y
citizens'
proyectos de riego.
participation and
Ella va a
irrigation
participar
projects.
con la ponencia
She
Políticas
will
de Cambio
participate
Climático y
with her
Sustentabilidad
presentation,
de
public
suelos.
policies
Javiera,
and
te comento que
soil
hay 20
sustainability.
minutos
Javiera,
como
you
tiempo
have
límite para
20
tu
minutes
participación.
to
Debido a
participate,
este formato que
and
estamos moderando a distancia,
given that
en
we
cuanto te
are
queden
in
5 minutos,
remote
voy a verme en
connection,
la penosa
whenever there are
necesidad
5 minutes before your
interrumpirte,
time, I
indicándote el tiempo
apologize
restante.
because I will interrupt
Entonces,
you
por favor,
for
Javiera,
letting you
pues
know
muchas
this. So,
gracias.
Javiera, without further ado, thank you very much,
Adelante con
and you
tu
have the
ponencia.
floor.
Perfecto, Alejandro, muchísimas gracias.
Excellent, Alejandro, and thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I will share my screen.
¿Se ve en formato completo?
Can you see my presentation in presentation form?
Vemos la pantalla
Yes,
completa.
yes, we can see the full screen. Excellent, okay.
El nombre de la presentación que voy a hacer
My
es
presentation's title is Climate Change and Soil Sustainability Policies to focus on carbon sequestration in soils, but I will share perhaps a longer story from the general framework of public policies of Chile, how they have been framing the decision-making process regarding this matter. And this slide is presenting the reality of Chile, which is a country vulnerable to climate change for several reasons, because we have areas prone to drying and desertification, we have areas susceptible to degradation and deforestation, and also we have the development of our agricultural practices. The Ministry of Agriculture works and we rely on water, soils, and biodiversity. Thus, the challenge to adapt to climate change and climate change mitigation in the silvopastoral sector is really important. This is the national scenario of the catastrophic weather emergencies that we have had in the past 2 years. We have forest wildfires, flooding, really extensive drought periods, water deficit in different regions, and this speaks about climate change, how it is coming closer, it is wreaking havoc, and it's forcing us to make rush decisions as for adaptation mainly, but also for mitigation and how we can integrate these into our systems. Our commitments for sustainability in our country are several, are diverse, and the most relevant that I can change right now is that by the year 2050, Chile is committed to carbon neutrality. So today we are assuming every action to reach to this carbon neutrality by 2050. This is a commitment set in 2015 in the Agreement of Paris, and it is translated in a commitment for 2020, and in 2021 we enacted the framework law for climate change, regulating and establishing the different instruments our country will consider to face climate change and the coordination between mechanisms. Here we have this framework Act on Climate Change, and this act, law, will achieve carbon neutrality the latest in 2050. Through adaptation, we must generate management systems in the short, medium, and long term with control instruments. The climate change aspects need to be integrated in other policies, and we must use these instruments in order to potentialize adaptation and mitigation before climate change. Measures are established for information systems, alert and alarm and emergency systems, and we establish an institutionality of climate change, which is both vertical and horizontal. There are powers, responsibilities across all sectors, local, regional, and federal government. This is the framework Act of Climate Change with different instruments, the long-term climate strategy for the year 2050. We have the national determined contribution updated every 5 years. That will bring us closer to the 2050 commitment. We have a national plan for adaptation to climate change updated every 5 years. The Ministry of the Environment releases it, but All the different ministries are involved. We have sectorial adapting plans and sectorial mitigation plans. These could be individual or different plans. Also, there are regional action plans, meaning that the 16 regions that come from Chile must have an action plan, and we have community action plans for all communes, which are the smallest territorial areas of Chile in each region. As for the Ministry of Agriculture, we were the first ministry that created both plans, first plan for adaptation and the first plan of mitigation approved by the Council of Ministers, where different sectors join and they approve these plans, so they have the necessary integration. Right now, these plans are undergoing the administration plans in order to prepare for the appropriate decrees. I will share first the adaptation plan and then the mitigation plan. As a general context, this is a vulnerable sector, as we mentioned. So for the Ministry of Agriculture, adaptation is an obligation and also a need, and the efforts are there for the adaptation. In this context, we have new climate patterns with negative impacts, but there are also opportunities, and the idea is to leverage on the opportunities. The focus is in reducing vulnerability. This plan has different strategic lines, mainly to implement support systems to production systems, strengthen cooperation between institutions, consider multicultural differences, adaptation to gender inclusion, strengthen legal instruments, and this is a must for the process. And within this, the strategic lines are risk management, implementation of infrastructure, equipment, and support, promotion of agro-environmental sustainability, integrated management of water resource, and integration of adaptation techniques for the silvopastoral sector. And considering these, there were 12 measurements and 63 actions that are practiced today. This is a summary of the 12 measurements. I will not elaborate on each of them, but I just wanted to share measure number 5, that it's about promotion of conservation and restoration of natural ecosystems that sustain productive systems and contribute to adaptation to climate change. And there are several actions dedicated to soils, and measurement 6, which is to prevent and control soil degradation for adaptation to climate change. So with these two measures, they are linked to the objectives for mitigation. So now we have the mitigation plan, and the context is a bit different because here we must comply with this 2050 carbon neutrality as a country. And when we think about the sectors that represent the highest greenhouse gas emissions or greater vulnerability, the law mandates the sectors to create plans to mitigate and this and comply with the target. So we need to conduct efforts to mitigate emissions and also sequestrations associated to the forestry sector. With these two elements, we consider that we will be able to comply with the carbon neutrality. When we talk about emissions without considering carbon sequestration from the forestry sector, we can see that there are important challenges, that there is a link with the Sustainable Development Goals, but here we can see the first gaps and barriers to reach to this contribution from the pastoral agricultural sector. So this graph shows where the main concentrations of greenhouse gases emissions are. We can see that the energy sector is one of the most contributing sectors, and it has contributed more across time. Also, we can see that the agricultural sector's contribution is 11%. The light blue graph is constant across time. It is not increasing nor reducing. So it represents a fixed, steady value across time, and we'll see the challenges these reductions will take. When we do a double click on where we are these greenhouse gases in the silvo-agricultural sector, we can see agricultural soils as a large concept on the National Inventory of Greenhouse Emissions. Soils represent 40%. There are several things in this group, but when we talk about soils, we are talking about 40%, a very large number. When we consider sources type emissions, we see that beef cattle contributes the more with 50% more. So the key to approach mitigation measure is to realize which are the main sources of emissions. So we have beef cattle, we have organic fertilizers, swine, ovine, and
the other sources are marginal to
to
production.
these greenhouse gases emissions.
But they are still important. Considering this reality, when we started with these mitigation efforts, I'm sorry, the chart moved and the figures, you cannot see them very well, but that 2% correspond to the green slice, which is the contribution of Minagri. As you can see, 65% of the mitigation efforts made in Chile today, given the national contribution, come from energy, which is a sector that can even contribute greater by doing greater efforts. And this 2% is for, according to the Ministry of Agriculture. In this regard, those efforts are quite challenging, and there are huge gaps that still have to be filled in. In the agricultural and livestock sector, there are several options to start mitigating. There are some examples of projects that were conducted in the past based upon those efforts and these elements. We considered some options that have better or sounder scientific evidence, and therefore we established the actions within the plan. These are some considerations that are based on the national contribution as established in 2020. The use of swine biodigesters and the efficient use of fertilizers, nitrogen-based fertilizers. Then the strengthening in 2022 with the assessment of measurements in order to reduce methane production, agricultural energy, and residues, other sectorial commitments of other change management instruments with the available techniques, and conducting workshops. With this, the measurements should comply with environmental effectiveness, political acceptance, and they should be comprehensive enough. So these are the 6 actions within the mitigation plan: biodigesters for the treatment of swine and bovine wastes, efficient use of nitrogen-based fertilizers, enhancement of bovine cattle diets in order to reduce the enteric fermentation of methane, and as well to reduce agricultural slash and burn, and rice, fortified rice production. Well, what does the scientific evidence teaches us regarding the mitigation of carbon in agriculture? The sector presents several barriers to the implementation. The mitigation options are limited. We have technology solutions, but they are really at the very beginning, and it's necessary to accelerate research and development. And some of the challenges is soil carbon capture, which can contribute to a reduction of 4% in the GHGs annually at the global level. And this should be aligned with strengthening the work of food security and climate change mitigation. And it is impossible to achieve this lowering of 1.5 degrees Celsius if we do not capture carbon for our soils. This is a challenge, it's an opportunity, and I'm going to talk about the barriers and what we are doing in this regard. So, what have we been doing in Chile? We've got already technical evidence. We can work out this problem through a climate-based smart agriculture by mitigation and with the best practices, improving the carbon cycle in the soil by reinforcing in a positive manner the actions planned within the mitigation plan. We do not have directly these actions of improving carbon in the soils, but we have actions for managing better the soil and water and crop relationship. So indirectly, we're talking about carbon capture. And we also have this national experience on pilot projects through INEA, which is the Institute for Agricultural and Livestock Research in Chile, some other private projects already at a commercial level, and we have evidence that we can improve the carbon stock in our soils by these actions. And the purpose now is to increase this carbon stock in the soils. Javiera, you have 5 minutes left. Thank you, Alejandro. So the main challenges that we have are to prepare a baseline to determine the current status of our soils, to establish soil quality indexes that will enable us to use this tool to protect our resources, to foster and support sustainable management soil practices, and to improve the potential for storing carbon in our soils, and defining which are the best management practices per place and per production system. How are we dealing with these challenges in the last 4 minutes that I have left? Through 2 elements. One, which is the most important one, is a draft, a system for incentives for soil sustainable management. That is to provide public funding to the growers who make this effort of managing sustainably their soils. And we are working with soils that are degraded according to a program that began in 1996 and then it was lost later on in 2016. The aim was basically higher production. Nowadays, the same bases were taken and they are mixed with those activities that can receive state bonds, state premium. So, since this draft has been amended, we are trying to promote the adoption of practices by farmers that will enable them to enhance and maintain the physical, chemical, and biological soil properties in agricultural and livestock land, as well as to contribute to sustainable food production. We are replacing the last act, and the program is decentralized. The focus focuses small and medium-sized landowners, and we have to submit the application through preparing a plan for sustainable management of the soils. But then, which are the best practices that we will include within this program? This is another project. This project has been funded by GEF, and it will start working next year. Basically, we're just preparing the basis for this project, and it's called a Scale-Up of Regenerative Practices for Recovering and Enhancing the Soil's Biodiversity and Ecosystemic Services. This project was created by ODEPA along with INDAP, which is the institution from the Ministry of Agriculture working with the small land owners and indigenous people. And the project will last for 60 months. And right now we are preparing the first stage that will begin next year. I'm sorry, will end up by February, January, February next year. And then the next stages will come up. These are the components of the project, the barriers identified. We will start preparing some pilots at Coquimbo and Aysén area. It will encompass a huge area from Chile, identifying the best regenerative practices based on evidence, developing standards for regenerative practices, obtaining evidence of the improvement or updating of the fostering and funding mechanisms to foster these practices, to identify and create these funding and investment models, and to identify the benefits. Among the benefits is carbon capture in the soils, facilitating these practices to the different actors, and to strengthening the demand for these regenerative products in the marketplace. Thank you. I think that I accomplished my time limit. Thank you so much.
Estoy esperando las preguntas del público,
I'm still waiting for questions from the audience. However, just like we did with Santiago, I would like to start by posing a question. First, I would like to congratulate you because you have followed a process in order to include these public issues in the public agenda, including international commitments and the current situation of the country. And you have prepared these two adaptation and mitigation plans, which are new, pretty new. They were recently made in 2024. And you are still at the approval phase by other authorities. So I would like to ask you which have been the main challenges in designing these two plans so that they are in the final approval stage. During the design, which were the challenges, the difficulties that you encountered in your ministry? Thank you so much for this question. Yes, challenges, there are several. On the one hand, the urgency for developing these plans, because the Framework Act for Climate Change established very stringent targets and time limits, deadlines for the preparation of these plans. So we were all public entities doing plans at the same time. That creates a lot of pressure for citizens to support all those plans at the same time. And for us, it was also quite difficult to deal with our own projects and supervise others. That was, logistically speaking, a great difficulty. But the main difficulty in our sector is that it is the huge scattering in the system. We have a small, medium, large, very, very large size farmers, and there are many different types of users in the system. Also, the huge expectations that were made with regards to the mitigation plan, for instance. It is true that the agricultural and livestock sector can truly help to mitigate climate change. Nevertheless, we found that there was not scientific evidence, sufficient scientific evidence to identify the best practices and how to foster them in the whole territory. And that's where we had to include instruments to foster the adoption of such practices. So the time constraints were really, really difficult to deal with because we did not have much time to prepare the plans thoroughly in all details, deeply enough, and that's why carbon soil capture was not included as such within the first plan, but it is included in the adaptation plan, and we are working jointly with this last project that I mentioned that we're going to develop, and we're going to provide incentives for sustainable soil management, which in few years, probably in 5 years, will be revised again, and then we will include those mitigation actions associated to carbon soil capture.
Espero que todos lo hayamos notado en ambas presentaciones cuando nos mostraron la gráfica.
Thank you so much, and hopefully we all saw those charts of emissions per sector, and definitely the energy sector has played a major role. In both countries, we have seen that the agricultural and livestock sector have remained at the same level despite what Santiago mentioned. Well, yes, it has remained at the same level, but the production has increased though. So, in fact, the impact has not increased. Rather, we have been more efficient.
El sector agrícola, pues es parte del problema de emisiones y de cambio climático.
The agricultural sector plays a role in climate change and the release of emissions, but the agricultural sector also plays a major role in mitigating this impact. And we can also do the same analysis for other sectors of our industry. For instance, through new products, new services that come out as byproducts from agriculture, they can also help mitigate this impact. I was waiting for questions from the audience.
Okay.
Yeah, we have
ahorita voy a leer estas preguntas.
I'm going to read these questions.
De a lo mejor juntarlas o ver si están repetidas.
Quite probably we will link them together if they are repeated. However, I would like to ask you with regards to indicators, how can we make sure that these public policies are having a direct impact in the reduction of emissions and the capture of carbon in agricultural soils? In which way we're measuring the success or the impact of these public policies? Santiago, can you please give us your comments in a couple of minutes, and then we'll leave also a couple of minutes for Javier's answer. Thank you.
Here in Brazil,
Aqui em Brasil,
we have, of course, to have some measurements and to certify that they are implemented. For instance, if most of those reductions are associated, for instance, with free of deforestations, and you have, for instance, systems that cross the satellite image to certify that, for instance, one of projects that reduce the emission associated with biofuels, and if they receive the credits for that, they, of course, they do not can deforestation in the farm. So the farm has to be certified also. So all the process has the certification steps to make sure that not only the government, but the private sector also can certify that all the steps for the accountability.
Muchas gracias, Santiago. Javiera, si tienes algún comentario.
Thank you, Santiago. Javiera, do you have any comment?
Sí, gracias.
Well, yes, thank you. With regards to the, let's see if I understood the question well. With regards to deforestation in Chile, I believe that our main difficulty are forest fires. More than the deforestation processes. In Chile, deforestation is forbidden, it is regulated. What is happening to us is that we have more frequently fires in our forests, and that's the way in which we lose this territory. And this is terrible because we can do lots and lots of efforts during a year, but in just 1 month we lose the efforts made for 3-4 years due to those fires. Today, we are facing these issues by strengthening the work done of all the institutions that are trying to prevent these fires. We have already an entity that is protecting those areas that were already burned. And there is a ministry actually working specifically with projects to protect and recover those areas that suffered fires. But I think that all countries have to face the same challenges during the fall season, right? Forest fires are really a major danger.
De acuerdo, muchas gracias a ambos.
Thank you very much to both of you. And yes, there are some questions.
Nuevamente es una pregunta para los dos.
This is a question addressing both of you. How are you coordinating the efforts among your different government entities to strengthen these public policies in your countries? Is it difficult to communicate your Is it difficult the communication among your government agencies, your government entities? Because it's important, this communication to implement these public policies. Santiago, please go ahead.
Well, in the case of Brazil, of course, that depends of the mission of the sector. Different ministers has to be responsible for that. Usually, we work at the agriculture minister, and of course that we take the accountability of the amount of emissions or reductions associated inside the farm. And of course, for instance, that we have expanding some sector with infrastructure, with like roads. Of course, that this has some emissions also associated with not directly with the agriculture, but with the entire footprint of the sector. And of course that we have to work with other ministers to get those accountabilities. But at the end of the day, when we contabilize the emission of, for instance, of 1 hectare or of 1 ton of soybean productions, we have not only account what it's emitted or avoided inside the farm, but in all the process of the instruments that you use it by the farmers, for instance. So all those are accounted for.
De acuerdo, Santiago. Javiera, ¿alguna experiencia?
Thank you, Santiago. Javiera, do you have any experience with regards to the work done in your ministry and other ministries that have to deal with emissions reduction? Please, can you share? Thank you. Yes, in Chile, as I mentioned before, this act was specifically created to establish governance with regards to climate issues, and it is establishing the linkage among all the different ministries. In order to prepare a plan, we always have a responsible, the ministry that is creating the action, and we establish the responsibilities of other ministries, other public entities that have to be involved with such an action. For instance, we have a plan of the health ministry, and within that plan, the Ministry of Agriculture has to comply with some actions with regards, for instance, of plant and animal health issues. We have to deal with those areas associated to food production or water quality, for instance. Definitely, those linkages were established prior to preparing those plans. And since those plans have to be approved by the Council of Ministers, once they reach the board or that council, every ministry knows exactly their duties and responsibilities. It has been a very interesting work, quite honestly. It has required a lot of logistics work and, of course, hard work with other ministries, and we will see the results at the short term once we start implementing it. It is quite challenging. However, it forced us to share experiences, to agree together, to have our to put our own experience on the table and to learn from the remaining ministries.
Muchas gracias. Hay todavía un par de preguntas.
There are
Hay
some
una que quisiera,
questions,
dos de las cuales quisiera
or two rather,
fusionar, y
that
es
I would
cómo
like
es
to merge in one.
la reacción de los productores
What is the reaction of growers?
Cuando llegan los ministerios, cuando llegan las políticas y les sugieren estos cambios en la manera de producir.
When the
Y va
ministries
relacionada con
are
otra pregunta, ¿estamos listos,
asking
los
them to
sistemas
change the way
agroalimentarios
they
para
produce?
adoptar
And another question
estas
is,
nuevas
do you
prácticas?
believe that your
Adelante,
food
Santiago, si
systems
gustas,
are
por
ready
favor.
to adopt these new practices? Please, Santiago.
That's a good question. I would say that if you ask me that question maybe 10 years ago, I would say that the farms would not like that much, because usually they work a lot, they produce all the foods that people need, and at the end of the day, they feel that they are guilt by all the problems. That it's their feelings. And but I guess nowadays we are seeing like two movements. First, we can see here that they clearly see that the climate change is really important, because we have many of really big events has happened. I don't know if most of you know, but this year we have one of the worst problems with floods in the south of Brazil, with 100 people that die. I don't know, maybe more than 100 cities were totally devastated by those floods. So usually now they are really take serious and see how important they for to be the part of the solution. And also additionally, we can see here that now with not only with the regulated market, but also with the voluntary market, they see that they could actually profit money also if they adopt those systems. So I would say that the big farms and the big players, they're totally ready for that, but the small farmers are much less because, of course, that for instance, with certification for a company for the voluntary market, of course, they're going to go for big farmers, because just with one company we could do a lot of money because of the large area. And of course, that for a small farm that has many farms with small area, the process is much more expensive. So I would say that the big farms are now really engaged, because they see how they profit money, but the small farms are kind of more marginalized of the system that's going on.
Claro, sí, siempre los pequeños productores, medianos
Of
productores
course,
van a ser
always
los que
small and
estén en
medium-sized growers
desventaja y es
are
por
the
eso
ones who are
en
always in
este foro se le
disadvantage.
invita
And
a
that's
todos
why
los
in this
participantes, a
forum,
todos los actores
we're
del sistema
inviting all
agroalimentario, pues
actors
a
of the
contribuir en
agri-food
reducir estas
system to
brechas, porque
contribute
también
closing
es
such
importante
gaps, because it is truly
que los
important
pequeños, los más
to
desfavorecidos, pues
help those
accedan a estos
underserved
mecanismos que ya
growers
están
to have
disponibles, ¿no?
access to these
Javiera, si
mechanisms
nos
that
pudieras
are
contar
always
la
available.
experiencia ahí en
Javiera,
Chile,
can you
cómo los
tell us
productores
about the
están
experience in Chile?
aceptando o
And
no
if
estas nuevas
growers are
medidas, ¿no?
accepting or they are
Y
not
si están
accepting
listos,
these
se
new
considera que los sistemas
measures, these
agroalimentarios
new
en Chile están
actions,
listos
are they ready? Do you
para estos
believe that in
cambios.
Chile the agri-food systems are ready
Bueno,
for the
un
change?
sistema, un sector bien
Well,
asimétrico.
this
Por lo tanto, hay
is
sectores que están
a
más
system
avanzados que
that is
otros.
not symmetric at all. There are some
Hay dos formas de trabajar
sectors which
diferentes,
are
creo
more
yo.
advanced
Uno es a
than
través
others,
de
and there
estar
are two
como
ways to
gremios
work. I believe one,
productivos,
working
que
through the
se,
productive
en general
guilds,
en
groups
Chile se ha
of
impulsado mucho a través
growers.
de
In
acuerdos de
Chile, this
producción
has been
limpia,
fostered a lot through
que
what
es
we
un
call an
mecanismo
agreement
que
of
se
clean
trabaja con
production.
gremios
This
en Chile
mechanism
y
works
que se
through
establecen
groups
mecanismos y
of growers in
dándose
Chile.
en la medida que
And
pasa el
we
tiempo
established the
y
specific
han ido
mechanisms
mejorando
helping
sus
these
técnicas
groups of
en gestión
growers to
siguiente de
improve along the
agua,
time. They have
en
improved
reducción
their
de uso
water use
de
efficiency. They
fertilizantes, por
have also
ejemplo.
improved in
En
terms of
general,
the use of
todos estos
fertilizers.
acuerdos están
But
más a
overall,
nivel de
all these
industria.
agreements
¿Ya? Nos
at
falta
the
todavía
industry
llegar
level,
a
we're
este tipo de
still
acuerdos a
missing
productores en campo.
reaching
Estamos avanzando,
growers
pero es
at
muy
the
lento.
field level. You know,
Precisamente porque
yes,
los
we're
gremios
making
son
some
más
inroads,
dispersos.
but the pace is
Y la otra
slower
forma
precisely
en que
because
podemos llegar
the
es a
groups
través
are
de
more
los
scattered.
sistemas
The
de
other way in
incentivos
which we reach them
del
is through
Estado,
providing
que ahí tenemos
incentives by
la
the
ley de
state
riego,
government.
que
And then we have
aporta
the
y
Irrigation
apoya
Act, for instance,
principalmente en
which supports
adaptación al cambio climático mediante
the
el establecimiento
adaptation
de
of
sistemas de
climate
regadío.
change with the
Y creemos y nuestra apuesta más
irrigation
fuerte es a
systems,
través de
and we
este
believe that the
sistema SISTES que
strongest bet
mencionaba
is
de
through
gestión
the
sostenible de suelos, que a través de
SISSG's
ese
system
sistema de
for
incentivos
soil
podemos llegarle a los
management.
productores un
Through
poco
those incentives, we
con el
can
incentivo,
reach
con la zanahoria
growers.
y bueno,
You know, with the carrot,
tiene que hacer estas acciones, pero el
you
Estado les
have to
retribuye
telling
los
them you have to do
costos.
these actions, but the state
Y
government
para
will
eso siempre
reward you
creemos que
with
lo
this
necesario es
incentive.
considerar
And
que la
we truly believe that what's
producción agrícola
necessary.
es un negocio,
We
tiene
have
que
to
ser
believe
productiva.
that
Por lo
agriculture
tanto,
has
el
to be
incentivo
profitable.
tiene
It
que
is
respetar
business.
el aumento de la producción, no tiene que
So
tener
we have
un
to
beneficio
have
tangible para el
a
productor. Los productores son muy
given
prácticos.
benefit, a tangible
En la
benefit
medida que
for
queremos que
growers.
nuestro
Growers
producto
are
no
very
ve un
practical.
efecto inmediato o
If
real
I'm
en su
proposing something to them, but
nivel
they
de
don't see the
producción,
immediate
no la van a
result
asimilar,
at
no van a aceptar
their
esa
farm,
tecnología.
they won't
Tienen que
they
reportarle
want
un
to use
beneficio,
that technology.
ya
They
sea
want to
mediante la
grasp it.
reducción de
You have to
costos,
give them some benefit by
mediante
either
aumento de
by cost
producción,
reduction, the
mediante la
increase of
apertura de nuevos
yields,
mercados,
opening new
ya
markets,
sea porque va
or
a tener
because
un
they
mayor acceso a
will have
financiamiento
greater
crediticio.
access to
Hay que necesitar
credit, to
ese mecanismo.
loans. We
Y en
have
eso
to
estamos
seek for the
trabajando.
proper mechanism to help them. That's where we're working at.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Javiera. Pues bueno,
Yes,
no hay más
thank you,
preguntas por
Javiera.
parte
Thank you very much.
del público, ni
There
aquí en
are
en
no
el
more
auditorio tampoco. Yo
questions
quiero
on site
agradecerles
or
a
from
ambos,
the
Santiago,
online audience. I
Javiera,
would
por el
like to
tiempo,
thank
por
you
las
both,
excelentes
Javiera,
presentaciones.
Santiago,
Nos
for
queda todavía
your
unos
excellent
minutitos. Si gustan dar
presentations.
algún
We
mensaje
still
final
have a few minutes left.
respecto
If you
a
have
los temas
some
que hemos estado
closing
conversando,
remarks regarding
para ya
this
cerrar este panel y dar
topic, so we
paso ahora hacia la
can
recta final de
close the
este foro.
topic and begin the
Les
last
agradecería mucho si en
section
un
of
minuto,
this
cada uno o 2 minutos,
seminar. If
nos dan un
if
mensaje
you
final
have a
y
closing
yo nuevamente
statement for
agradecerles por
1
el
or 2
espacio, por el
minutes,
tiempo,
and
por las
again, I would
excelentes
like to thank you
presentaciones y hacerles la
for your
invitación para que en la
time,
segunda
for your
edición de este
presentations,
foro, pues
and
conversemos ya sobre los
open
resultados, los
for the second
Adelante, por favor. En este
the
caso,
second
quisiera la palabra
edition
primero
of
a
this
Javiera y
workshop.
finalmente a
If
Santiago,
you
por
can
favor.
join us again for your comments. So I don't know, Javiera, you go first. Yes, thank you very much. As a closing statement, I ask the audience to keep your eyes on Chile's processes and our plans for climate change. We believe that it is a process, if it works fine, it could be a good model to be followed by other countries because we were obligated to coordinate and establish these horizontal and vertical links in the different sectors of government. And since we have this roadmap in a coordinated plan, we can contribute with our efforts in these priorities, and we still continue to work in other lines which are not priorities, but we will work harder on these plans. We believe this is a necessary exercise, considering that all the public services in the world, we all have endless list of needs and not so much resources. So we think we are betting on the right track, and we are happy to show positive results in the next edition of this workshop. I am certain they will be positive. Thank you, Javiera. Santiago, a few words as a closing statement.
Really want to thank you for the opportunity and see that we will be very nice if we keep and have other maybe next year. And if you want Embrapa in Brazil, we can try also to bring the event for Brazil. Maybe we could move in the countries. And I would say that, of course, that we have many differences between cultures. Of course, the agriculture in Brazil is very different in Chile, very different in Mexico. But of course, then we can see that many similarities exist, especially when we talk about the small farms. So maybe we think about also to keep and maybe try to get a document or something, I don't know, a project to share those experience. I would say that will be very nice to share all the experience between these different cultures. So thank you for the opportunity.
Pues muchas gracias a Javiera, a Santiago.
Well, thank you both, Javiera and Santiago, and the organizers, ICA, CIMIT, FIRA, for giving a space to public policies in this important forum. And thank you all for your time and your attention. We'll continue with today's agenda, and I give the floor back to Camino. Thank you.
Pues muchas gracias a Santiago
thank
y
you,
Javiera
Santiago
por
and
conectarse
Javiera
desde
for
otras latitudes.
connecting from beyond our borders, and Alejandro for being a good timekeeper on this program. So I wanted to ask you, how are you doing with the conjugation of verbs, recarbonize, decarbonize? We can propose that the next generation of small children can work on this tongue twister, so they are getting familiar with these words. We are on time, so this means that you have a more flexible break. We'll have a break. Let's stretch our arms, leg, bottle of water, a cup of coffee, and we'll come back for the final section of this workshop. We'll reconvene in 13 minutes, 1-3, to continue. Thank you very much.
Invitamos a ir regresando al auditorio, por favor, para la última
Please,
parte de
if you
este
can
foro.
take your seats for the last part of this workshop.
Vamos a dar paso ya a la última parte
So
de la
now we'll move
jornada
on
y
with the
del foro.
last section
Espero que no
of
estén
this workshop. I
demasiado
hope
cansados
you are
porque
not
nos
too
queda esta
tired
intensa
because
recta
we
final.
still have this intense
Vamos a retomar
last sprint.
una temática
We'll
sobre la que hemos hablado
discuss
en un
on a
conversatorio
topic
previo y
that
que
was
yo les había
previously
mencionado que la
discussed,
conferencia magistral asociada
and
quedaba pendiente.
I
Pues ya ha
mentioned that
llegado
the
el momento
keynote speech
de rendir
associated
cuentas
with
y
this
ofrecerles
will
esa
be later,
conferencia
so
que
now is the
les
time.
dejamos pendiente. Y después de esa conferencia
And
vamos a cerrar
after
con un
this
panel
keynote
interinstitucional.
speech, we'll close
Un
with
panel en
our
el que vamos a
an
tener a los representantes de las
interinstitutional
3
panel with
instituciones
the
organizadoras de este
representatives
foro
of the three
y en el
organizing
que
institutions of
me
this
consta
workshop.
que se les va a poner
I
en algún
can
tipo
verify
de aprieto.
that
Pero
they will be
aventuro que también nos van a poner en aprieto a su vez
they
de
will be
vuelta a nosotros,
bombarded
porque
with questions,
Alejandro ya estaba
and
mencionando una
I
segunda
think they
edición de
will
este foro. El
challenge
doctor Goebbels
us
ayer ya
because
estaba pidiendo
Alejandro
un evento para
already
rendir
was
cuentas sobre lo que
claiming
pasó
there
después de
will
este
be a
foro.
second edition.
Entonces,
Dr. Bram
se me hace que
Govertz
nos van a
was
dejar bastante tarea.
asking
Si creían que
for
ya con esto terminábamos y nos íbamos a
an
descansar,
answer, an
creo que
official
no va a ser
answer, so I
exactamente así.
think there will
Bueno,
be no resting
pues
period
demos
between
paso, pues. Les
today
voy a
and the next
presentar ahora a
edition.
la
So now
moderadora
I
de
will
toda esta
introduce the
parte final.
moderator of this
Ella
last
es Gloria
section.
Meléndez
She
Roca.
is Gloria
Es
Meléndez
ingeniera
Roca.
agrónoma zootecnista
She is
por la
a
Universidad Popular Autónoma del Estado de
zootechnician,
Puebla
agronomist
y cuenta con un
engineer from
posgrado
the
en
Popular
agronegocios por la
University
misma universidad.
of Puebla and has a
Con 24 años de trayectoria
postgrad
profesional, Gloria se ha
degree
desempeñado
of
dentro del sector
rural
agroalimentario, tanto
business.
público como
She
privado,
has worked
por
in
lo
the
que cuenta con amplia
agribusiness sector,
experiencia
both
en
public and
diseño y
private.
ejecución de
So she
políticas
is
públicas
experiencing the
para
design and
pequeños
execution of
agricultores,
public
programas de
policies
asistencia
for
técnica,
small farmers,
capacitación
technical
y
assistance programs, training,
transferencia, de
and
tecnología, integración de
technology
cadenas
transference,
productivas,
integration
asuntos
of productive
corporativos,
chains,
relaciones
corporate
institucionales
business,
y
interinstitutional
sostenibilidad.
affairs, and
Desde
sustainability.
mayo de
Since
2023
May
se integró al
2023,
equipo de Syngenta como
she
gerente de
joined
desarrollo de
Syngenta
negocios
as
rurales.
Rural
Gloria,
Business
un gusto tenerte aquí.
Development
Bienvenida.
Manager. Gloria, it is a pleasure to have you with us. Welcome. There are so many microphones here.
No sé cuál está encendido.
I don't know which microphone is on.
Hola.
Hello. Can
Listo,
you hear me?
gracias.
Yes.
Pues ya en la recta final, sé
Okay,
que
well, yes, this
ha
is
sido
the
una
very
jornada
last
muy interesante estos 2
section.
días de
I
trabajo
know that these past 2 days have
y el
been
cierre
very interesting
va a ser espectacular.
days,
Eso,
and the
eso no es una
closing
promesa, es un
section
hecho.
is
Y tengo
going to be
la verdad
spectacular.
la enorme distinción
That's
de
a promise.
presentar a
And I have
nuestro
the distinction
conferencista magistral,
to introduce our
Alan Elizondo
keynote
Flores. Es licenciado en
speaker,
actuaría por el
Alan
Instituto
Elizondo
Tecnológico
Flores.
Autónomo de México,
He
el
is
ITAM,
an
y tiene una
actuary by
maestría en
the
finanzas y
ITAM
economía por
and
el
a
London
master's
School of
degree in
Economics,
finance and
con una
economics by
sólida
the London
trayectoria en el
School of
sector
Economics.
financiero.
A
Ha
solid
ocupado diferentes
journey in the
cargos dentro del
financial
Banco de
sector. He
México
has held several
y
positions in
hoy
Bank of
es,
Mexico,
desde
and
el
today,
2019,
since
el director
2019, he is
general de
General
FIRA.
Director of FIRA.
Alan nos va a
Alan
compartir
will
una interesante
share
conferencia
a
sobre
very interesting
todo el
presentation
esquema de financiamiento
on
que
the
ha
whole scheme
desarrollado
for
FIRA
funding that
en estos
FIRA
temas
has
de
developed
descarbonización de
in
sistemas
these areas
agroalimentarios
of decarbonization of
recarbonización de suelos
agri-food
agrícolas. Creo
systems
que lo dije al revés,
and
pero
recarbonization
ese es
of
el objetivo.
agricultural soils.
Adelante, Alan, por favor, bienvenido.
So with this, Alan, welcome. You have the floor.
Yo te espero ahí abajo.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están todos? Muy
Hello.
buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank for the invitation to be a member at the closing section of this workshop, and I think it's timely in time and matter, given the challenges we have as humanity. I think this is one of the major issues that we face, and this is global warming. So I will talk about on how a public entity approaches agriculture that is friendlier from the environment. Given that we are a public entity, one would wonder which is the role we can play and how we can collaborate with the primary and private sector, trying to achieve this objective, which is to recarbonize soils and decarbonize systems. So, if I may, I will continue with my presentation.
Déjame ver. Ya está. Para empezar, creo que sería
To begin with, I think it would be smart to present the instruments this institution has and then see how they can be deployed in this target. FIDA, as you know, this is a second-tier institution, meaning that it operates through a network of intermediaries. Now we have 145 intermediaries, and this network is distributed across our country, meaning that if it is a button that activates, so this FIDA can do it across the country through one of these intermediaries, if it is a financial button, and also through FIRA's employees, which is an infrastructure of 88 offices nationwide. So the first message is that our action lever is installed nationwide, so it is in two directions. It can be read from farmers across the country, which are their issues, which is the type of recarbonization pertinent for farmer across their value chain. That would be one reading, and the returning action could be through funding or through technical assistance or through any instrument like the ones I will describe. FIDA, not only a second-tier institution, as I say, it has four instruments. One is credit. The next one is guarantees. These guarantees allow to cover the risk incurred by financial intermediaries when they fund a project. So projects that could seem high in risk, they are not so because they have this coverage from the institution, which is valuable not only as a risk coverage, but in regulatory terms is an effective instrument. The third instrument is technological transference provided with our own resources by the network of colleagues nationwide, but also through a network that with time our colleagues have built of extensionists or technicians that know about crops in every region. They collaborate with us, providing assistance to farmers. And also we have transference of technology like our fourth arm. So this is the infrastructure of this institution. And as an advertising, I want to say that this is the year where we celebrate FIDA's 70th anniversary. Was created in 1954. And across all these years, we have built processes that are repeatable in economies of scale and providing FIDA the strength to conduct actions as I will present. I don't know if I can change my slides or... Okay, thank you.
Ahí está. Bueno, no lo mencioné,
So,
pero
well, I
toda
didn't
institución de la
mention,
administración
but
pública
like every
de este país
institution of public
tiene una obligación que
administration of
está
this country,
establecida
there
en
is an
varias leyes,
obligation imprinted
la cual
in
tiene que ser un plan
several acts
institucional. El plan institucional
where we
sigue
must
los
be part
lineamientos
of an
del Plan Nacional de
institutional plan
Desarrollo. De
following the
hecho,
guidelines
ustedes lo van a
from
ver,
the National
en
Plan for
2025 se va a
Development. As
publicar
you
el Plan
will see,
Nacional de
in
Desarrollo. Es una lectura
2025, the
pues, muy
National
relevante para
Plan
todos,
for
pero más para
Development is
nosotros como
relevant
institución
for
pública. Y en ella, de ese
our
Plan Nacional de
country,
Desarrollo derivan
especially for
tres
public
documentos que son
institutions, and
planes
stemming
sectoriales.
from these, there are
Hay
three
uno
documents:
que es muy relevante
sectorial
para nosotros, que es
plans,
el Plan Económico, donde viene toda la
and
acción
one relevant for us is the
económica
economic
financiera del
plan, where
gobierno.
all
Son
the
muchas las
economic
entidades que se
financial
ciñen a ese
actions
plan.
of the
Y el FIRA
government
entra
is printed,
lo que
and
es
FIRA
hacer llegar
is
recursos a los sectores
included
productivos del
in
país. Y de ahí se sacan prioridades. Entonces, las
delivering
prioridades que se han
resources to
establecido
farmers in our
son tres.
country.
Una
So
es
we have
que no son
three
estas tres, sino es
pillars,
la inclusión financiera,
which are
la
not the
elevación
ones
de
on screen, but there are
productividad
the other.
en todos los eslabones
Financial
y cadenas de valor
inclusion,
del campo. Y la tercera, muy
increased
importante,
productivity across
es
the
el
field, and the
financiamiento y
third,
apoyo del sector con
funding
responsabilidad
and
tanto
supporting
social
for the
como ambiental.
sector with
Entonces, esa es
social and
exactamente la tercera,
environmental
la que se asocia
approach.
con esta
So
ley.
the third one
Cómo
is the
FIRA
one
ha
associated with
podido
this slide.
construir sus
How
procesos
FIRA has been
para
able to
honrar
build
esa
our
prioridad.
processes to
Lo hemos
honor
puesto en
this
palabras sencillas.
priority.
Se deriva de
This
esa
is written
estrategia
in
muchas
simple
acciones,
words from this
pero son tres
strategy,
ideas básicas, ¿no?
several
que hay que considerar. La
actions
primera es que no dañes.
stem. The first
Por no
one
dañar,
is do not
nosotros
harm. And
nos
by
hemos
do
puesto el
not
objetivo de
harm,
que
which
los
is pillar one,
financiamientos que
our
da FIRA
objective is that
no
FIRA's
tengan un impacto
funding
negativo
will not
ni
have a
en
negative
materia de
impact,
sociedad ni
not
tampoco de medio
for the
ambiente.
society or
Entonces,
the
esta no es una
environment.
idea
So
que se haya aparecido en
this
nuestro
is
mapa
not an
pues
idea
en estos
that
últimos 5 años,
appear
sino
in
que es
our
una
map
idea
in the
que
past 5
pues,
years. No,
como
this is
por
idea
comunidad global
that as a global
se inició con los
community
principios de Ecuador
began
a
with
principios
the
de este
Ecuador
siglo, en el
principles
cual
at the beginning of
se
this
ha hecho una
century,
metodología
and after
cuyos
that, a
principios
methodology
obligan,
was developed
nos
whose
autoimponen
principles
disciplina en el otorgamiento de financiamiento.
impose
Entonces, lo que se
discipline
hace es,
when
al igual que hay
providing
una
funding.
capa de análisis
So
crediticio para que cuando
also
das un
there
crédito,
is
este
a
crédito
layer of credit
salga bien,
analysis when
tenga
you
buenos mitigantes de
give these
riesgo.
credits
De la forma
with
espejo,
good risk
esta metodología
mitigation
que
instruments.
administra
So
FIRA y que
this
proviene de los principios de Ecuador
methodology
hace exactamente lo
from
mismo, pero
FIRA
en materia
stemming from
ambiental
the
y social.
Ecuador
Entonces,
principles
se
does the
evalúan
same
todos los
in the
proyectos que se
social
financian
and
con una doble
environmental
capa,
way.
la crediticia,
All
pero
the
también la ambiental y social.
projects that are
Y esa
funded
capa
have a double
nos ayuda
layer
entonces a calificar los proyectos
evaluation.
según esta
So
dimensión
we
y a
rate
poner
projects
mitigantes si
according
es
in
necesario
this
o incluso
to
a
this
cofinanciarlos
dimension,
si
and we
no tienen
fund
los
or
mitigantes.
even we decide
Esto,
not to
pues como se
fund if they
imaginarán,
don't have
en
these
algún momento
mitigation
de
instruments.
la década del 2010,
Picture that
pues
around
rompió mucho los
2010,
estándares de operación porque un intermediario
operation
financiero que quiere
standards were
operar un
disrupted
crédito,
because
pues
if
lo
a
que menos quiere
financial
es adherirle
intermediary
más
wants
capas de
to
burocracia, porque
operate a
así es como
credit,
se ve
they don't
con un
want to
lente
add
una metodología de
more
esta naturaleza.
bureaucracy
Les decir, oye, pues
layers
ya analicé
because
el crédito,
that could
solo
be a
quiero otorgar,
perspective.
pues no, ahora tienes que hacer
And
otra capa de
now
análisis, ¿no? Esa
it's
capa de
not only
análisis
about
mete una
credit
disciplina muy importante
analysis.
en
You
el
need
proceso de
to
crédito
add these
y
layers.
una gran ventaja que tiene
And
FIRA
this
es que
imposes a
es una institución
discipline. And
transversal al
FIRA
sistema.
is a
Como es
cross-sectional
transversal, opera con
institution in the
145
system.
intermediarios,
Since
entonces
it
no
is
impone como
cross-sectional, it
requisito
operates with
145
146
intermediarios. Yo solo
intermediaries. So
resalto
I
de
just
ellos
want to
hubiera querido
highlight
hacerlo
that if
por
either
iniciativa y
one
con
of them
ambición
would
propia
like to have
y no hubiera
one
ningún
by
otro
their
actor
own
interesado en
initiative
hacerlo,
and there was
la
no
propia
other
competencia en el
stakeholder
sector financiero
wanted to
hubiera
do that, the
empujado esa
competition
práctica
in
hacia
the
afuera.
financial
¿Por qué?
sector
Porque
would
pues
have
se convierte en un
pushed
banco complejo de
back
operar
this
y
because
entonces se
then it
requiere
would
mucha
become a
convicción
complex
para
bank
persistir.
to operate. So
El que lo haga una institución pública que es
given
transversal,
that
pues
this is a
ayuda a que una práctica
cross-sectional
se haga
public
sectorial
institution,
y hoy en día
helps
podemos afirmar
for
en
a
FIRA que
practice to become
todos los
sectorial.
proyectos,
And at
eso sí,
FIRA,
hay un
we can
umbral,
state state
arriba de
that
10 millones de
every
dólares
project, there is a threshold
tienen una
above
capa
$10
obligada
million.
de
They
análisis
have a
ambiental y social
mandatory
y cumple con una
layer
metodología de
for
administración de riesgos
social and
ambientales y
environmental
sociales
analysis, and they need to meet some requirements, and FIRA and intermediaries use these to prevent a negative impact. So this is a mandatory pillar 1, and we can all agree here that we want to do no harm with our funding. Not only you want to stop something, but you want to create no harm also. Our second pillar is do good. So it is not enough that you stop a bad practice, but you need to promote that there are better practices, particularly if you want to induce a change and through the adoption of good practices. So FIRA has done several taxonomies with multilateral entities like the French Agency for Development, the GIZ, the IBD, the World Bank, the Corporation of Fomento. These 5 multilateral entities have sought FIRA as a catalyst of European policies or policies that are aligned to the SDGs from UN to transform an idea to benefit the environment into taxonomies that are used by entities like ours and of course with farmers. So we have taken the benefit of these partnerships to build taxonomies. A taxonomy is nothing more than a list of concepts that we call investment concepts that have a benefit for the environment. FIRA has divided them in renewable energies, energy efficiency, water management, and the fourth one is agriculture friendlier with the environment. Stemming from these, there are investment concepts that today conform a taxonomy that is used across the system because it's cross-sectional feature. So what is the consequence of this action? The consequence is a natural one, that intermediaries, whenever we talk about positive for the environment impact, we are talking about reduction. So they grant credits and they add to the benefits. And talking about benefits with Banca Mifel, here joined by Rafael Gamboa, his representative, we had a project and Banca Mifel is funding projects that cross these taxonomies, and based on that, there was the issuance of a green bonus, green bond. So this taxonomy, FIRA, along with Banca Mifel, developed similar values at a very competitive rate. This is just an example because this taxonomy was published prior to the federal taxonomy. The Ministry of the Treasury here has published a sustainable taxonomy for our country. If you Google the agro section, you find there is a convergence with the taxonomy FIRA uses. So this is a communion that has been raised to a level that the financial system perceives the same ideas. And there is another taxonomy for adaptation to climate change, a taxonomy for resiliency before climate change, and there are other social aspects, although they are not part of today's topic. And our third pillar is to make of this a shared movement, meaning involving third parties in this task to change the way on how farmers operate. They, because they could be involved in practices that pollute. So on the third pillar is the issuance of a thematic bond, which is a green bond. This is an issuance where the resources go to these 55 investment concepts. But this thematic bonus bond is that the issues affecting the agricultural sector, given that it is the sector that has higher participation on emissions. So there
reuniones
are
con los fondos de
some
pensiones, que toda
funds
la industria de fondos de
and
pensiones
like
hoy
funds
entiende
for
cuál es el
retirement,
impacto de
and we can
sobre el calentamiento global o emisión de gases de
we
efecto
can
invernadero de la
discuss which is the
agricultura.
impact of
Entiende cuáles son los
agricultural
mecanismos que contrarrestan
greenhouse
y
gases
usa recursos de
emissions,
pensionados
understanding
para
the
promover que se
offsetting
financien esas
instruments,
acciones.
and we
Entonces,
can use these
esto, bueno, pues ha
retirement
sumado
funds to fund the other
inversionistas, aquí
projects.
me refiero a fondos de
These
inversión,
added
bancos,
to
casas
other
de bolsa
investments that
y
could be
fondos de
from
pensiones
banks,
en la problemática del campo. Entonces, hoy podemos decir que ya
stock
pues esto
exchange
es un tema
or
conocido.
retirement funds.
Se
So
hace
this
lo
is
que
a
en
well-known
la jerga
topic.
financiera le
We
llamamos un
do
asset class,
what
es
we
decir,
call
un
in the
activo que,
financial
pues, en la medida
jargon
que se van
an
emitiendo
asset
como
class.
gemelos de ese activo,
It
se
is
genera un
like
volumen, a eso
issuing
le da
twins.
liquidez a ese
We
activo,
generate
y entonces
volume,
la masa de dinero
adding
pues
liquidity to
intermedia de
these
forma más
funds so
eficiente
the
y barata, ¿no? Entonces eso pues
financial
también lleva
mass
beneficios
goes in
financieros
a cheaper
al,
instrument to the
al campo.
intermediaries, and with this it can be invested
Bueno, muy bien. Entonces
in
ahora entro en la
agricultural
sección. Este sería
projects.
como el marco
And
de
now
pensamiento de FIRA,
this is like the
instrumentos,
frame of
y entonces
thought
vienen
of
aquí las
FIDA's
acciones ya muy
instruments.
puntuales que les quiero
This is
mostrar. Entonces,
specific to the
¿cómo puede
action,
una institución con estos instrumentos,
and
este marco
you
de
can
pensamiento
see
influir? Son
how
varios
an
ejemplos que voy a poner.
institution
Todos convergen en mayor o menor medida con una
have
recarbonización de suelos.
these
El primero es
instruments
el más
converging
natural,
in the
servicios financieros
recarbonization of
adaptados. Un
soil. The
servicio
first one
financiero
is
adaptado es uno
adapted
que
financial
les da un
services,
beneficio a
which
aquel que
is
adopta una
a
buena práctica.
service
Entonces,
that yields
yo
a
describí los
benefit to
instrumentos
those
en el
that adopt
fondeo.
a good
FIRA
practice.
da
I
más
describe these
porcentaje de
instruments
fondeo
in
a
funding.
aquellos que adoptan
FIRA
una mejor
grants
práctica.
greater
Entonces, tú
funding
financias
percentage
algo
to those
insostenible,
that
te financio el 100%.
add to
Algunos
sustainable
destinados no
practices.
bancarios,
Some of
pues
them
no les financiamos
are
el
up to
100% si no es
100%.
sostenible.
Some
O la
banking
diferencia
intermediaries,
entre
if the
60 y
project is
100
not
cuesta
sustainable,
más
we
dinero.
don't give them 100.
Tenemos la
It
prima
is
de la
less.
garantía que
We
damos,
have
pues
a
es más
premium of
barata
the
la prima de
guarantee that we
garantía. Todo lo
provide.
más
It is
constante puede
at
ser
a
el
lower
riesgo de
cost,
crédito,
and the
pero es
other
más barato
cost
si
that
tú
could
estás financiando un
have the
concepto
same credit
sostenible.
risk, but the
La
guarantee
cobertura
is
de riesgo,
greater if
nosotros
you have a
damos un
sustainable
65% de
concept.
cobertura
Risk coverage,
a
we
aquella
provide
institución financiera
65% coverage
que
to a
financia algo
financial
de la
institution that
taxonomía. De otra forma,
funds
solo llega
something
al
from our
50%.
taxonomy,
Y la agencia
such a way
francesa de
that it's up to
desarrollo,
50, and
con
the
una bolsa de
French
recursos europeos,
Agency for Development
atrajo
with
para
European
FIRA
resources
pues una posibilidad de
for
hacer
FIRA
descuentos en tasas de
presented the
interés. Entonces,
possibility to have
un proyecto
discounts
que es
on
sostenible
interest rates.
y la
So a
agencia nos pidió
sustainable
que además fuera
project,
en un
and the agency
municipio
requested
marginado,
that it should
y
be
si
a
todavía es una población indígena,
marginalized
FIRA con ese dinero
municipality, and more
descuenta
so if it
4
is an
puntos
indigenous
porcentuales al usuario de ese crédito, ¿no?
community.
Entonces ahí hay
FIRA
servicios financieros
FIRA
adaptados
reduces
para
some
empujar
percentage
este
of
financiamiento
this. So
para el
to
lado
push this
del beneficio
funding
al medio ambiente.
forward, this is for the
El uso de
benefit of the environment.
biofertilizantes en
Second,
ocasión de
the
la
use of
guerra
biofertilizers.
Ucrania-Rusia,
Given the war
2022,
between
hubo
Russia
una
and
elevación muy
Ukraine
importante de los
in
precios de
2022, there
fertilizantes,
was an important
un
increase on
mecanismo utilizado por
fertilizing
FIRA
prices, a
para
mechanism that FIRA
paliar ese
used
problema y de
to
paso
validate
producir una buena
these
práctica
and
fue la introducción de una estrategia para
introduce
impulsar
at the same
la
time a good
adquisición y
practice
uso
was a
de
strategy
biofertilizantes. Entonces,
to
FIRA el día
use
de hoy, con grupos de
biofertilizers. So
productores,
today,
puede
FIRA
bajar
with
recursos
some
para absorber
farmers can
el costo de los biofertilizantes,
deliver
que pues, puede
funds
llegar
to
a ser hasta el
reduce the
70%
fertilizers cost up to
en términos, hasta el
70%
80% en
and up
términos
to
de costos de
80%
adquisición
in terms of
y
purchasing
incluso la
costs
asistencia
and
técnica para que
even
sean bien
technical
aplicados el
assistance so they
70%.
can be
Debo
properly
admitir que este es
applied at
hay
70%. I
varios
must admit
problemas
that
se
there are
presentan
several
por la
issues
circunstancia de esta
because
industria.
of
Me
the
refiero a la de
circumstances of
biofertilizantes
this
que hacen
industry,
difícil operar este subsidio.
biofertilizers. It's
Primero,
very difficult
una
to
industria de
operate this
biofertilizantes
subsidy.
igual a
First,
la
the
del
biofertilizer
biofertilizante tradicional
industry,
no tiene los
similar to
brazos
the
ni la
traditional
capilaridad para
fertilizing
poderlos hacer
industry,
llegar a
doesn't
todos
have the
los lugares del
capillarity
campo
of the
en el volumen
arms
tiempo
to
requerido.
take them
Entonces,
down
ahí hay una
at the
pues
required
algo que hay que
volume, at the
impulsar para que sí sea el caso,
required
pero hoy no
time
es un
to every
problema. Entonces,
farmer. And
si
now
quisiéramos
it's an
hacer
issue.
estas
If we
prácticas en, por
wanted
decir
to
algo, en
conduct these
Chihuahua,
practices. In Chihuahua, or perhaps in Campeche, we have the experience. So we need the biofertilizer producer to be present. There are barriers of entry. However, the farmers in this program are interested in it to grow it. And also, it's complicated to deliver this subsidy for one or two farmers only. There has to be a group of them. So you need to add associations in this effort to change the mindset for biofertilizers. And we have seen that associations already have a conviction on the use of a specific fertilizer that is not a non-natural fertilizer, and perhaps the vendor for this input can be included. And today it's an important barrier. So an effort up to 80% of the input can be leveraged.
Available to them. You may say, well, it's easy if you have such a discount. Well, it's not so easy sometimes. So we will start next year doing this as a massive, as a mass effort. We believe that doing a soil recarbonization is not going to be based only in technology. Technology is one of the facilitating tools for good soil management. At FIRA, we have identified two things. On the one hand, some practices of excessive fertilization. When we were analyzing the three most important greenhouse gases, is of course CO2, but as well nitrogen and NOx can be well identified by industry. Methane in Mexico is coming from livestock production, and NOx comes, I'm sorry, and yes, and NOx and CO2 come from the excessive use of nitrogen-based fertilizers. It goes in the form of runoffs towards the water bodies, streams, lakes, and the carbon fingerprint is huge. What's the effect of technology nowadays? With the convergence of multi-spectrum camera and drones, which are highly efficient. I won't even talk about artificial intelligence because we don't require it. We can map a field with the NVDI index, and you can get readings on how much nitrogen is required per plot, per area, surface area, according to the readings that you get from the plant vigor. And in this case, there are many suppliers. There are some small startups that use these drones. They fly over the field, they prepare a heat map, and you can have information on the nitrogen content of each part of the field. There are some drone suppliers that first they sent a drone with a multispectral camera, a conventional drone of small size, and then the next drone comes with the fertilizers, applying them as necessary. This was done at Valley El Yaqui, and the evidence comes from crop season 22-23. The savings reached 20 up to 25% in fertilizer applications for those growers who decided to adopt this technology. Another subject is how many growers adopted this technology. Let's say out of 150, only 50% adopted it, and the subsidy for drones was 80%, and also the leasing of the fertilizing machine was subsidized by 80%. So this is a barrier because the evidence can be quite strong, quite sound, if we see it from our desks and also from some demonstration plots, but the growers will not be convinced unless they get tangible evidence. So this number of growers adapting this technology is growing. I don't know exactly how many joined these efforts in the second round, but I think there were 250 or 300 in this second crop season. The number of growers adopting the technology has double-folded. Besides, we got the support of a company that was very well convinced about this technology, and they got great benefits, and that benefit went into the hands of the end consumer. I have to pinpoint this. The end consumer was a driving force to apply these technologies because they were demanding this kind of technology. And in this group of growers that work for that company, a specific company, the number who adapted the technology was larger. So this company was really gearing this technology, and many more, many greenhouse gas emissions were impaired by this project. And basically, what we do is to demonstrate and work at the field level with this conservation agriculture. There are many lessons that we can quote here, lessons learned by many other of my colleagues at FIRA. At the beginning, if you wanted your project to become feasible, you had to prove evidence, to provide evidence of it at the field level. And that's how FIRA, at the center of the technology Villadiego, we started fostering conservation agriculture since several years ago. And I told Pedro about it. You know, the land at Villadiego is pretty similar to what we can see here at the entrance of these premises. It's like a sponge. The soil is completely different to the soil that you can see along the road. Well, it's the same for Villadiego land. What we have invested a lot in FIRA is in the costs, the financial aspects. We have spent a lot of time quantifying the savings that conventional agriculture gives. I'm showing it in those bars versus conservation agriculture. Increase in costs and maize and wheat in conventional agriculture versus conservation agriculture. We are not only saying that the growers can get higher yields, more tons, but these technologies also help lowering the costs. Definitely those costs will be lower, and this cost benefit language is the ideal language that we can use to sell our products. Look, your cost benefit is 1.5. With conservation agriculture, you can increase it up to 1.25%. The benefit will be the same, maybe the same tons, but the costs will be lower, the production costs. And if you see this at a medium term, your yields will be sustainable throughout many more years.
Y bueno, estoy seguro que Carlos Torres les habrá
these practices have already been expanded into many other states. And Carlos already talked to you about what we are doing at the field level with this kind of agricultural practices. And this other project talks about the better management of water use efficiency, a private public project fostering better irrigation practices. And here we have another example with several institutions. ProInfra is a banking group that has been helping Mexico a lot, and we also have a forestry investment. KfW does two things. They loan money to us. They lend money to us, and these resources are quite important. There are companies where we see GFA on the left-hand side. This is a consulting group that helps entities, forestry community entities, shown in green, by providing them a diagnosis. Helps them to prepare business plans, strengthens their competencies with tech transfer, with preparing the credit files, everything that they
que
need
en
to
este
get
caso se
loans,
han
and then
asociado
they can be certified also
FSC, que
based
es el
upon
Forest
good practices,
Stewardship
which form
Council,
part of the Forest
que es un
Stewardship
promotor de una
Council,
certificación de un buen
which
manejo
is
forestal, es decir,
promoting
que pues respetes
good
las
forestry
poblaciones de
management,
árboles, que no sobreexplotes
FSC. You have to respect
pues
the
ese
populations,
bosque,
the tree
y que tengas un
populations.
buen
You should
manejo en
not
toda tu cadena
overexploit
y que sea
forests,
también
and you
eficiente
should
en
have
materia
good
de
management
energía.
throughout the
Eso
supply
es
chain,
cumplir con
being
esa certificación,
efficient at the
pero lo
energy
hace muy
level at
fácil
the same
el
time.
banco alemán porque pone una empresa
Well,
que
this
acompaña en todo
German
momento a
bank
las entidades
is
forestales, no solo
helping
sino
a
ayuda
lot
a
these
encontrarlas, y luego
growers.
entonces FIRA
They
conecta toda
accompany
su red
those
para
entities
financiarlas, da
requesting
garantías
that
y
certification.
bueno,
FIRA
pues se
provides
cierra el
the
círculo, ¿no? Entonces, el
collaterals
resultado de
for
este programa,
the
tengo que decir,
funding
todos estos que estoy
that they need to
presentando,
receive, and all
quisiéramos que fueran
these
más
different
volumen, pero son
entities help
programas que avanzan más
these
lento.
projects.
Pues
Hopefully,
también
we
estamos en
will
una
increase
época
the
donde
volume
esto
of this
no es
kind of
tan fácil, o
actions.
sea, va
However,
creciendo su
the times are
relevancia,
not easy.
pero es
Yes, the
difícil porque son
importance is
prácticas
increasing,
nuevas,
but
o
remember
pues que
that
son
these are
recientes,
new practices,
diseños que a veces son experimentales. Este
new
ha funcionado
designs
bien
that
y bueno,
sometimes at
justo
an
recibimos a este
experimental level,
banco
but they have been
esta misma
successful
semana
so far.
para empezar a pensar en
By
una
the way, we
siguiente
started
ronda
working
de este
with
programa
this
ProInfo.
bank next in the next round of this
Bueno, el
project.
modelo de extensionismo de productor a productor, algo
The
que
extension
también que la trayectoria de la
work
institución
model, grower to grower.
da cuenta,
We
es
also
el
have
hecho de
this
que
project in the
no hay
institution
mejor forma de
based upon a
transmitir a un
good
productor
strength.
una
There is no
práctica
better
si no
way
es en boca
to
de otro productor. Entonces nosotros
convey a
contratamos a
given
la
cultural
Universidad
practice to a
Autónoma
grower
Chapingo
than through
a
the
que nos
voice of another
diagnosticara el
grower.
trabajo que se hace en
We
los centros de
requested
desarrollo tecnológico.
Chapingo
Nos dijo, oye, pues no pueden pretender ser
school
el centro
to
del universo y
help us
pues
in
que
this.
los
They
vayan a ver
said,
todos los
look, you are
productores
not the center of the universe.
y
Growers will
entonces,
not
bueno, ni
go to
siquiera
you.
beneficiarse del conocimiento local. Entonces,
You want
instrumento
to do
FIRA,
this, you have
un
to
esquema
benefit
recomendado
from
por
the
Chapingo
local
de
knowledge.
productor a
So
productor, donde
according
FIRA se
to
vuelve más bien
Chapingo, we
un
used this
facilitador de
system,
estructuración y
grower to
transmisión del
grower.
conocimiento.
Well, FIRA is only a facilitator
Se
for
hace a
conveying
través de
knowledge,
buscar
but
que
the knowledge
nuestro personal de los
is
centros
conveyed
sale a campo,
through the
identifica lo que
growers
llamó la
themselves.
Universidad
Our
Autónoma de
people,
Chapingo
our
el desviado
staff,
positivo,
go
y
to the
ese productor que
fields
tiene
seeking for
una
that
mejor
grower, that
práctica, se
positive
le ayuda a
grower
documentar su
that
mejor
has the
práctica
best
y se le
practice. We
pide
help
si
those
tiene la
growers to
voluntad
document their best
de
practices, and
transmitirla
we
a sus
ask them
vecinos.
if
Entonces
they
así,
would
bueno, pues
be
se
willing to
han
teach
hecho
those best
estos
practices to
proyectos
their
en 21 cadenas
neighbors.
productivas
We
en
have
11
done these
entidades
projects in
que tienen
21 supply
290
chains, in
videos con
12
6 millones de reproducciones.
states,
Hay una app de
26
FIRA que
videos
tú
with
puedes
6 million clicks.
visitar y ver estos
There
videos,
is
pero lo
a
que nos gusta
website
es
of
que
FIRA where you
ya
can
la
watch these
multiplicación
videos,
de
and what
transmisión de
we
conocimiento
really love about
sí
it
se hizo,
is that
pues
we're
no sé si viral,
multiplying
pero mucho más
our knowledge
compartido que lo que eran
spreading
los centros que tienen una
efforts.
capacidad
The
limitada
knowledge does
de
not
operación.
remain any
Entonces, bueno,
longer at
este es
the centers which have a
otra acción.
limited capacity for communication.
Y
So
bueno,
this
este es
is
el
another
modelo
action.
de
And this is the
desarrollo de
model
proveedores.
for
Lo pongo
growers
como el
or
trabajo más
suppliers
allá del
development,
corazón de
rather.
operación de
This
FIRA,
is really the
pero
heart
voy a poner un
of
ejemplo donde se puede
FIRA's
inducir una mejor
operations,
práctica de
the core.
recarbonización de suelo.
And
Bueno, en
we're
este
going to
caso
talk
es
about the best
no solo
practice
eso, sino
for soil
también agricultura
recarbonization.
orgánica.
And in this case, we're also
Esta pirámide
talking
que ven
about
es
organic
un modelo
agricultural
excelente
production.
para la
The
inclusión
pyramid is an
financiera en el
excellent
sentido
element
de que
for
lo
financial
que
inclusion,
provoca es
in
que
the
los
sense
productores
that
que son proveedores de una industria
those
encuentren un
growers
mercado,
acting as
ganen
suppliers for a given
habilidades y
industry
sobre
find
todo
a
calidad en
market,
su
they
producción
build up
y puedan vender
capabilities,
sus
learn new
productos
skills,
pues,
and
de manera mucho
they
más segura, con una
sell their
buena
products
asesoría
in a
técnica.
safer
Entonces,
way
FIRA
with good
identifica
technical support.
1.566
FIRA
productores de la
identified
zona norte de Chiapas, los
1,566
ayudan
growers from the northern
contratar
region
con
of
Jack's
Chiapas.
Coffee, esta
They
empresa
help them to
que
become
produce para
suppliers of
México y
Jack's
Austria
Coffee.
el café,
Jack's Coffee
lo exportan,
provides
pero
coffee
que
for
requiere esta
Mexico and
proveeduría.
Austria.
Entonces,
It is
el
exported,
hecho de
but
que
they
se pueda dar
require
esa industria
these
es
suppliers.
benéfico
So
para la
we
industria, pero
acted
también para
as
el productor,
linkage
por supuesto, en
into
estas
with the
condiciones,
industry and the
pues ya es mucho más
suppliers.
fácil que fluya el financiamiento porque tú le generaste
So
al
with this
productor una
company
fuente de pago.
behind
Y sin
the
fuente de pago,
growers,
pues por más que me digan
you
es muy
can
difícil
really
generar
give
crédito.
good funding. If you don't have that support of a buyer, it's very difficult to get funding. Well, now recarbonization. In this example, we pay for the necessary resources to certify those growers. Certification becomes therefore a positive element, both for the industry, of course, but also for the growers because they can get a better price for their products. For their coffee beans. And in here, what we are adding is to help getting more certifications in order to create a good cycle, good economic cycle. And in this example, we are including smallholders, small growers to the market of carbon bonds. We did not much in this regard for many years at FIRA. The market is not yet of high volumes. This is a voluntary-based market. But we still believe that there are barriers that FIRA can help
intermediar carbono hay una cierta analogía
eliminate.
En tu infraestructura e instrumentos para poder lograr lo mismo.
We need infrastructure, we need instruments to recarbonize the soils. We have hired a consultancy firm that is helping us preparing maps on these carbon bonds. Hold on, because I have a slide on this matter. This is a chain that we were able to map with the supply, with the consultants. Look, this is Google as the supplier, then we have a platform, then we have a verifying entity, a developer of this project, and of course the landowner. And in FIRA, we say that we are not a substitute of Acorn Rabobank. In fact, we would not add value at this stage. Our value is found at the left-hand side, helping the landowner first to get knowledge about these opportunities so that he can learn about all the certification standards applicable to their supply chain. It's just like a translator. And then
cumplir con una certificación,
everything that they can get if they comply with the certification. And FIRA can help them to get that certification. And we will also help them with funding if the project requires funding for recarbonization of the soil. In this case, Rabobank, what they are paying for is planting trees in plots which are producing other crops. It's very easy to monitor this, and FIRA can very easily participate in these projects for nurseries.
Alguien paga por eso y que sea un agente que facilite.
FIRA at the same time is telling the grower, look, these companies would be paying for these services, and at the same time they are helping growers to have access to this market.
Nos hemos tomado en serio esto.
So this is quite beneficial for both parties. We are very serious in this regard. FIRA is not a specialized entity in soil recarbonization, but rather in providing financing. Hopefully through this presentation, you were able to witness what funding can give for soil recarbonization purposes, and especially the level of priority that we have established for these soil recarbonization projects. Thank you.
Gracias, Alan. Para no interrumpir el diálogo que ya traemos, le voy a pedir
we don't want to interrupt this dialogue, so I would like to ask our panel members, a Jelle, Diego,
por favor, me
and
acompañen
Alan,
aquí
to please come
en el
forward.
escenario para
Come to the
dar
stage,
inicio
so
a
that
nuestro último panel.
we can begin with the last panel.
Tiene que ver con las oportunidades interinstitucionales para el desarrollo
interinstitutional opportunities for the development of
de una agricultura baja en emisiones
low
de carbono
carbon
en América
emission
Latina y el Caribe.
agriculture in Latin America and the Caribbean.
40 minutos.
In the following 40 minutes,
comidos de tiempo,
because somehow we are running
conoceremos la
behind time,
opinión
we will
de
learn about
nuestros
the
tres
opinion of
panelistas
our three panel
en
members
términos de cómo podríamos ir visualizando colaboraciones que contribuyan a tener una agricultura más sustentable y de bajas emisiones. Ya hemos mencionado durante el día de ayer y el día de hoy las semblanzas de los tres, pero quisiera dar un pequeño recordatorio para los que se están recién conectando o los que no tuvieron la oportunidad de escuchar un poquito más de ellos. Diego Montenegro es el representante de ICA en México. Y además de ser un apasionado del sector agropecuario, él recibió una distinción por parte de los agricultores de la Asociación Nacional de Productores de Oleaginosas y Trigo en Bolivia en el 2016, el Grano de Oro, que es una máxima distinción que se le entrega a stakeholders, líderes de opinión.
Ecuador.
Pero además a Diego le gusta la lectura de novelas, de cuentos, y mucho hacer ejercicio al aire libre.
Short stories.
Gracias, Diego, y bienvenido.
He practices
Alan, bueno, ya
exercise.
Se los presenté hace un momento. Él es desde el 2019 el director de FIRA.
Diego, since 2016, has been FIRA's director.
De gran liderazgo en el sector financiero para el campo. Y además de ser un genio de los números, como ya lo pudimos escuchar, tiene una pasión que la verdad es que me dejó sumamente sorprendida y curiosa. Diego, Alan pasa su tiempo con la observación de las estrellas y toda la física que hay detrás de ellas. Y además hoy nos comparte su reciente enamoramiento hacia el sector agrícola. Gracias, Alan, por acompañarnos. Y Jelle, que hoy es representante de CIMIP en Latinoamérica, Jelle inició su colaboración en CIMIP siendo el pionero y el creador de todo lo que tenía que ver con el diseño de maquinaria para pequeños agricultores. Así nos conocimos cuando fue el, no sé si lanzamiento Jelle de esta sembradora manual, la famosa matraca, no sé si algunos ya la conocen, pero bueno, eso creo que este desarrollo y este gusto por la maquinaria y las opciones que se le pueden dar a los pequeños agricultores viene de una pasión bastante interesante que tiene Jelle, que es sobre la carpintería, que es una actividad que le da un respiro hacia toda la actividad y las grandes responsabilidades que tiene.
That
he loves, which is carpentry. Y muchas gracias a los tres. Gracias al comité organizador por distinguirme con esta invitación. Está sumamente retador, el panel es de primer nivel. Y me gustaría iniciar con una pregunta que tal vez no tenga mucho que ver en un principio con el tema del foro y del panel, pero que me parece sumamente importante. En estos años que llevan trabajando en el sector agroalimentario, me gustaría que me compartieran o nos compartieran a todos cuál ha sido esa lección, esa gran experiencia que les ha dado un agricultor y que hasta hoy llevan porque los dejó marcar.
The greatest lesson that a grower gave you.
Cuéntanos.
It really made a change in you.
Creo que
Diego,
no está
please go
encendido
ahead.
Tu micrófono.
Your mic is off.
Gracias. Gracias, Gloria, por la presentación.
Thank you,
Y
Gloria,
pues,
for
una vez más, estamos en el segundo día de
introduction.
este
And yes, this is the
importantísimo
second
foro
day
que
of
ha
this very important
reunido
forum
más de 800
that has gathered over
inscritos
800
que han
people
venido participando del mismo de manera ininterrumpida. O sea que,
who have
sin
been
duda alguna, el tema este
participating
ha traído muchísima
consistently.
atención.
Indeed, this
Pues
topic is
a la
quite
pregunta,
enticing
Gloria,
to
¿qué es
many
ese
people.
aspecto en particular
Your
que
question, Gloria, what's that
habría yo
particular
de identificar que me ha marcado en todos estos años que vengo trabajando con la
that
agricultura?
has
Creo que la lección
stamped
más
a
relevante
seal
y más
on me
importante que traigo de
throughout
todos
these
los
years that I have
años
been working
que
in
venimos
agriculture? I think
promoviendo
the
una
best
agricultura
lesson that I
sostenible, una
got
agricultura
from all these years in which we
inclusiva,
have been
una
promoting
agricultura
an
competitiva,
inclusive,
ha
a
sido
competitive
la importancia de la
agriculture
asociatividad y la
has been the
búsqueda de
importance
visiones
of creating
compartidas de grupos de
associations,
agricultoras o
seeking for
agricultores en diferentes
commonly
regiones de las
shared
Américas y del mundo,
visions
donde los
and
agricultores, donde
issues
los líderes agrícolas,
among
las lideresas
growers,
agrícolas, se
women and
reúnen,
men.
se organizan y
Those
promueven cambio,
organizations where leaders,
detonan mecanismos para mejorar sus niveles de
growers,
vida, para
get
acceder a
together
nuevas
and make
tecnologías,
decisions
los
to
resultados son
change for the
visibles.
better their living
Vengo de un país
conditions and
donde
have
la
access
agricultura es un
to
sector
other kind of
más de
technologies
varios sectores que
that
contribuyen a la economía,
has
pero son esos
really
grupos de
made a
productores
difference in me.
organizados
I
que
come from a
desde los
country where
diferentes
you can
roles
have
que me han
access to
tocado jugar a
technology.
mí,
I
sector
have seen
público,
those
sector
people,
privado,
those
académico,
growers, and I have
pues
played
han
different roles in the
promovido y
academia, the
han
private and the public
gestado
sector, but
y
I
han
have seen those
insistido en la necesidad de tener
growers
que desarrollar
insisting
y
upon the
buscar
need
mecanismos de
of
apoyo para su
developing
desarrollo.
and
La asociatividad,
creating
las visiones
and
compartidas y el
getting
empuje de
those
los agricultores
means
organizados.
of support for developing agriculture.
Que ya
That
tuviera
energy coming
respondido yo
out from
primero porque
those groups,
el mensaje
from those
te iba a dar
associations.
justo el ejemplo
Quite
de
honestly, I wanted to answer this
los
question first
productores
because that's
menonitas que
precisely
conocimos.
the example
Ellos eran
that also
productores de
marked me.
algodón y
Mennonite
la cadena del
growers,
algodón pues tenía
they
la queja
grow
muy
cotton,
importante
and in
del
the
intermediarismo,
cotton
¿no?
supply
Desde
chain,
Chihuahua a
there was a
Puebla,
huge
pues
claim.
ese algodón
Coming from
perdía mucho
Chihuahua down to
de valor
Puebla, there
para
were lots of
el que lo emite
intermediaries in
y el que
that
lo
chain,
recibe.
and the cotton
Y entonces me
was
tocó
losing
platicar con
value
un grupo de
for
ellos
both the
que
growers
de
as
hecho
well
en
as
el
for
momento
the
en que
end
fuimos ya estaba
users.
consolidando
And
la
we
unión de
visited
productores
that group of Mennonites. They
algodón, de
already had
menonitas
an
ellos, y
association
estaban
of cotton
consolidando un vehículo
growers.
en el cual estaban
They
poniéndose de acuerdo para
were agreeing
unificar todo
among
su algodón,
themselves
cosa
to
que
unify
ayer estaba platicando
all their cotton
del gran
production.
salto cultural, porque
And this
pues
was a
el
huge
algodonero
cultural leap
eran un grupo como de
because
20, 25 productores. Pues el 23
cotton was
decía, oye,
grown by
pues a mí no me importa que mi
20-25
algodón se mezcle
growers,
con el
and
del
the
14 y
grower
el 12, pero yo me puse
23
a
would say,
pensar en nuestra
I don't
lógica,
care
si
if
tú
my
quieres, más
cotton is
pues
mixed
mexicana.
with the cotton coming from the
Cuesta
13 or
mucho
the
trabajo, ¿no?
14
Porque siempre
grower.
vamos a tener el
And then I
argumento
started
que a lo mejor
thinking
mi maíz
about
trae un poco más
the
calidad
way
que
in
el del
which
vecino, entonces
Mexicans think,
unificarlo
and I said,
ya trae un costo, ¿no?
maybe it would be
Y lo
very
digo porque en el
difficult,
sector
how to
financiero lo
blend the
vemos cuando
cotton that I
intermediarios
grow
quieren
with the cotton
bursatilizar
from
cartera,
other grower.
pues no la mezclan tan fácil con
Well,
el del
maybe we
intermediario de al
will
lado y al
lose
lado.
value
Entonces es un fenómeno
altogether. So
que el
this
menonita
is
pues
quite
me
difficult, to
impactó. Entonces, ¿qué
understand. But
pasó? Pues con esa
in this case, with
unificación,
this Mennonite
incluso hicieron una
Mennonites
plataforma
group, I
tecnológica
was
donde
very
podían
impressed.
ofrecer
They even prepared
algodón en
a
gran cantidad
technology platform
y
where they
eso
were
evitaba el
able
intermediarismo,
to
incluso les
market
permitía brincar
cotton
ciclos, porque un
in
algodón
large
almacenado en
quantities, and
ese
they
volumen
skipped the
te permitía
intermediaries.
almacenaje
Cotton was stored in
y
huge
los costos del
volumes.
almacenaje.
The
Y
storage
como ese ejemplo,
costs
pues
went
también
down
los
as
proveedores de
they
insumos
got
dan
together,
mejores
and also
precios. O
the
sea,
input
coincido
suppliers
plenamente
were giving
y
them
bueno, este
better
ejemplo no
costs. So
pongo
I
el
agree
de los
with you,
menonitas que es el más obvio,
definitely.
pero
This
hay
is the most
algunos otros, varios
obvious
en el resto de la
example of
República.
these Mennonites groups, but there are many other examples of this nature
Sí,
throughout
muchas gracias.
Mexico. Thank you.
No, claro, son puntos muy relevantes, ¿no? Agricultores siempre son muy
These are very
ingeniosos, ¿no? Buscan
relevant
soluciones en cómo
points.
organizarse,
Indeed,
¿no? Y hay cierto
growers are
poder de
inventive
convocación,
and very
¿no? De
inventive,
comunidad de
and
cohesión que es la actividad.
they
A mí lo
look
que más me
to
queda
work
marcado
together through
todos los
groups,
días
through associations.
es
Something that
la
is
capacidad de
still
los agricultores
impressing
de
me every day
entregarse
is the
a lo
capability of
inconocido,
growers
o lo no
to
conocido. cada vez que siembran algo,
go into the
entregan
uncertainty
su
itself,
esperanza
into
a lo que
everything
viene,
that
¿no? La
is
situación meteorológica,
unknown, and
todo
how
lo que
they
puede
are
ocurrir,
always
¿no?
willing
Y
to
siempre me
take
hace
that
pensar un
risk,
poco
even climate conditions.
en algo que leí en unos textos
Nothing
latinos
is
cuando estaba
certain in
en la
agriculture.
preparatoria,
I remember
de
when I was in
admiración por lo
high
inconocido,
school,
¿no? Y que
I
es diferente
read
de un
these
miedo, ¿no?
words,
Sí, todos tenemos
admiration
miedo,
for the unknown.
pero es
It is
más bien
different to fear
confiar a
completely. Yes,
pesar del
you may be
miedo en
fearful,
que algo
but
puede
you're
dar bien.
trusting
Y creo que
despite
el
all that
trabajo
fear that
que hacemos en
something
CIMIT
good
es
will come out
justo
from what
acompañar
you
al
do. And that's
productor
precisely
en
what we
este
do at
paso al
CIMIT.
inconocido,
We
¿no? Dar ese
accompany
paso a algo
growers
nuevo, algo diferente,
in
pero que
these
tiene
steps that they have to
alta
make into the
riesgo de
unknown,
poner en
something
peligro su
different, highly
sustentabilidad o su
risky,
manera de
because
trabajar, ¿no? Y me
they
sorprende cada vez más que
work
siempre hay los productores
in
que buscan
agriculture as
ese paso adelante
their
y
form of
entregarse a algo
livelihood.
nuevo.
So I'm really
Gracias. Pues como
astonished by
ven,
that
sí tiene
passion
mucho que
of
ver
always going into
estas grandes
something new.
lecciones que nos dan los agricultores con
Yes,
el tema
indeed,
de nuestro
these
foro,
great lessons of the farmers have to do a
recarbonizar los
lot
suelos
with
agrícolas y
our
descarbonizar los sistemas
topic in this forum,
agroalimentarios tiene que ver en
decarbonizing
un trabajo en
agri-food systems
equipo,
and
un trabajo organizado y una
recarbonizing
capacidad de resiliencia.
soils, agricultural soils, have to do a lot
No sé
with
si
the
esté
capability of
correcto
learning,
darle un
teaching, from
adjetivo de medición a resiliencia, pero
getting
me quedaría con
into
esos
groups
tres
in order to
conceptos que
become
tienen mucho que
stronger,
ver
being
y que los
resilient enough to face
agricultores nos
adversities.
pueden dar mucha línea hacia el conseguir las metas.
Growers
Decía
can be
Henry
great
Ford
teachers
que el
in
verdadero progreso es poner la
terms
tecnología
of achieving
al
our
alcance de
goals.
todos. Y
Henry Ford
entonces,
said,
en este
well,
sentido, Jelle, me
technology
gustaría
has
que
to
nos contaras cómo
be
CIMIT
in the hands
ha
of
implementado
everyone.
innovaciones
How
tecnológicas para
has
recarbonizar
CIMIT
suelos
created
y
technology
descarbonizar
innovations to
sistemas agroalimentarios
recarbonize
sin
soils and
perder de vista
decarbonize agri-food
el
systems
contexto
without
socioeconómico de
losing
los
sight
agricultores?
of the social and
Sí, por
economic
supuesto.
context of growers,
Mira,
of
creo que
course.
está claro en la estrategia
I
que
think
nuestro
that this
director
is
general
very
siempre presenta, ¿no? Que
clear
tenemos un
in
mandato de
the
investigación para el
strategy
desarrollo,
that
¿no? Entonces hay
our
un
Director
componente de
General has
descubrimiento, ¿no?
proposed
La
for us. There
investigación
is a component
pura,
of
qué es lo que
discovery,
funciona, el
pure
por qué y dónde,
research
¿no?
work
Y justo estaba viendo hace unos
that
minutos,
works.
Simón Fontaine, aquí, nuestro elite de agronomía, subió una imagen de dónde
Mr.
tenemos
Fontaine, our
parcelas de
leader
investigación.
in
Creo que son
agronomics, showed the
99
map with
ahorita
our research plots.
plataformas de
We already have
investigación y ensayos con
99
agricultores, ¿no?
platforms working in those
99
plots,
sitios donde estamos
trials
probando
as
qué
well with
funciona,
growers,
qué
99
prácticas, qué
places,
tecnología,
sites where
qué
we are
componentes
testing
científicos
out what
conectan
works,
con la
which
realidad.
technologies,
¿Por
which
qué
scientific
distribuido en diferentes
components
lugares? Pues
connect
porque tenemos que
with
ser
reality. Why in
específico al
so many
contexto.
places?
Las
Why
necesidades del
so
productor son
different
diferentes en una zona que es
purposes?
más vulnerable a
Well, because
sequía
the
o
needs
una
are
zona que es más
completely
vulnerable
different. Let's
a
say we have
enfermedades, ¿no? Eso
regions
es
that
una
are
parte,
prone
¿no?
to drought,
Basado en evidencia
whereas there are other
científico
regions prone
en
to
un
heavy
sistema de
rainfall.
protocolo
So
riguroso de
providing
investigación,
evidence
¿no?
following a
Validamos lo
stringent
que puede
protocol
funcionar.
of
La otra
research
parte
work
que
we
mencioné es
validate what
desarrollo de
can
sistemas,
work
¿no?
out.
Y
And
tuvimos varios
I also
representantes en la mañana
mentioned
también del
system
sector
development.
agroindustria,
This morning
con
we
quien
heard
trabajamos
about
en
it from the
conjunto para
agricultural
traducir esos
industry, with whom
conocimientos
we
al
work
alcance
together
del
in order
productor,
to
¿no?
translate
¿Qué
that
pueden
knowledge and
hacer
put it
ellos
into the
para
hands of
conectar mejor
growers.
con los mercados, ¿no? ¿Y qué
What can they
significa
do in order
este
to
cambio
connect
que
better
tienen que
with the
hacer
markets?
para poder
What does
tener,
that change
para ser
mean to them?
proveedor de
Because they
alguna
have to
industria,
change in
¿no?
order to become
Entonces creo que
suppliers
esas son
of
las dos
huge
partes, ¿no?
companies.
Recarbonización, en
So
qué
those are the
prácticas
two
pueden ser
parts
más
on the
sustentables, más
recarbonization. Which
regenerativas,
kind of
y
cultural practices
descarbonización
can
de
be
las
more
cadenas o
regenerative,
la
and
red de valor, digamos, ¿no?
decarbonization
En
of the
hacer
supply
conexiones
chain in
de
order
cadenas de
to
valor más locales, de
connect
producción más
with
local, de
local
abastecimiento responsable,
production
todo esto que
networks, local
fomenta que sea
distribution networks, more
el sistema
responsible
agroalimentario más
consumption,
sustentable
and
o de
more
baja
responsible
emisión.
logistics, so that we can have
Diego, ¿qué estrategias está
sustainable
empleando el ICA
systems.
para colaborar eficazmente con estos
Diego,
pequeños
which are the
agricultores
strategies
y
ICA
asegurarnos que adopten
is
estas tecnologías que nos permitan
adopting,
a
so
cumplir este
farmers
objetivo de
will adopt
recarbonización
technologies
y
that will help us
descarbonización,
to meet this
otra vez,
objective
sin
of
perder de vista el contexto
carbonization
socioeconómico
and
de la
decarbonization
agricultura?
without losing sight the
Mira,
socioeconomical context of farmers.
años.
El ICA en
Well,
su rol de
you see, ICA
cooperación
in its
técnica
role of
como agencia de
technical
cooperación internacional
cooperation
operando en
as
todas las
an
Américas y todo el
agency of
Caribe.
international cooperation across the Americas and the Caribbean has been working in the transformation of agri-food systems. Climate change is an urgency that impacts all of us in our daily lives. So it is in this context that we begin from three statements at the core of the transformation of agri-food systems. First, that men and women farmers, and with these I am including the researchers, agronomists, veterinarians, zootechnicians, specialists, they all are at the core of the transformation of agri-food systems. Second, agriculture, as we see, it is part of the problem considering the emissions to the atmosphere. We are also part, it is also part of the solution, core part of the solution, and there is a series of benefits as proof of this in different countries. And third, technology, innovation is another central axis for the transformation of agri-food systems. And yet the climate change is global, solutions are local, and the adoption of science, technology, and innovation should be appropriate to the specific conditions of each region, of each country, stemming from proper public policies, specific strategies, and from a specific willpower of farmers groups that are interested in adapting to this. So ICA becomes a bridge, a mechanism for transference of other countries, other regions, other territories' experiences in order to promote sustainable transformation of agri-food systems. Thank you very much. Now, Alan, you just presented, so the question could be repetitive, but just let me change it a little bit. You are not getting away with no answer. We all know that we need motivation to accelerate some adoption processes or some concretion of objectives or goals, and more so if these are economic motivations, they contribute a lot more. And in these processes of adoption or the transference or the promotion of technologies to recarbonize soils and decarbonize systems, and how carbon could be an extra income for farmers, which institutional arrangements have been the most challenging for FIRA to have financial instruments to contribute to this? Yes, well, let me tell you first with a reflection that per se will explain this inclination from FIRA to have an economic instrument for technologies to penetrate. Something that we have noticed, and I will give you two historic examples. First, the technology leap with tractors. If you research how tractors in the early years of the 20th century managed to facilitate the production. And also there was a lack of parity in the field. This was a technological leap that people were thankful for, but very small farmers were left out of it. So production was concentrated, but there was a displacement of small farmers. And then the next example, the Green Revolution. Let's talk about hybridization of seeds, technical assistance, all the elements on this second generation, and you can realize it's just a matter to find out about the corn production in the south of our country. This generation of technology didn't reach small farmers. We saw a leap in productivity, but the disparity grew broader, something similar to tractors. And now think about today's technologies. We have digital technologies playing here, our Industry 4.0, AI, large volume management, the IoT, connectivity, remote sensing, all of these technologies. The hypothesis now that we are in full bloom of these technologies is that there will be an important displacement if there is no timely intervention to close the gap. So this gap is not only happening in Mexico, but I think it will happen between countries. I would like to know if CIMID has followed concentration on world production of corn with the implementation of heavy machinery and the Green Revolution. And I could be certain that this has concentrated in different countries. So in Mexico, this disparity will render Mexico not to be relevant, because I can tell you that large technology platforms come later to Mexico, like Hamed Hillville. It was implemented this year in Mexico, but in Brazil, it has been there for 5 years. And let alone the US, it was when this was created. So we are witnessing that humanity will have corn, but the other side of the corn, of the concentration, may render irrelevant farmers. So how do we think in FIDA? We realize that we have an inverse issue. By all the years our colleagues have worked, has full penetration nationwide, has access to small farmers, but we lack technology. And the opposite side, the startup or the vendor with satellite vision has the technology but doesn't have the customers. So we can build a bridge. If you want to be in the middle, if you don't want to become the vendor, like saying FIDA will not win buyer over a platform, but we can be a facilitator with an economic and financial instrument. So these are two elements that could be in a single platform, and you subscribe farmers. There is no other way. When I say there is no other way, it's like, are you a member or are you not? And it is not that I force you to click on some questions for them. So this instrument needs to be joined by a subsidy. This leasing cost of platforms, and FIDA has proved that if you are a user of these platforms, there is a hypothesis that the credit risk may decrease, or perhaps the cost of a credit can be lowered, because from your desk you can oversee a financial entity with all the intelligence in the process, so there is room for subsidies. So this project that will begin in January 2025, FIDA has already subventioned 3 platforms to groups of farmers that are testing at least 3, and they are gaining knowledge on the technological service. And I want to finish by saying on first sight, this technology seems like a threat because it will lead to disparities. But it's such a technology, and it is under intangible assets that have the potential to reach to the to remote locations in our country, like when they use emojis, because they have similar visibility. So this is not like an issue and we are not acting on it. No, we are acting on it. Thank you. Now that each one of you have presented on your perspective, given that you are developers of knowledge, you are articulating the transference of knowledge of different stakeholders in these agri-food ecosystems, creating exchange of experiences, not only local, but from other countries, and doing efforts for the development, for the innovation in your own institutional processes in order to take technology to farmers. Well, it's evident that we can have this low emission agriculture, and it is science-based, and this is not only institution by institution. No, you have shared an outlook on where we can converge to promote these interinstitutional relationships. And this is not only what we are missing, but what we already have, and where are we going? So this question is for the three of you. I already hinted to it in the role these technologies will play. But after you shared your perspective, what could you suggest that can help us accelerate the adoption of these practices that will take us to a low emissions agriculture in an interinstitutional relationship in this conversation of FIRA, ICA, and CIMIT? Diego?
Gracias.
Yes, thank you.
Pues el hecho de que los logotipos
Well, the fact that
CIMIT, de FIRA y el ICA
our
estén
logos,
presentes los tres en este
CIMIT,
evento es una
FIRA, and ICA are present in
y es
this
un
event
ejemplo de
is
varios casos
an
donde ya
example
venimos
of
trabajando de
several
manera
cases
coordinada.
where we work in
Las misiones
coordination.
y
The
alcances que tenemos las
missions
tres
and
instituciones,
scopes that the three
pese
institutions
a tener
have,
diferencias en sus
in
alcances,
spite
un
there are
CIMIT
differences in
a
our
nivel
own
global,
scopes,
un
CIMIT at a
ICA a
global
nivel de las
level,
Américas y el
ICA
Caribe
at
y
the
un FIRA
level
a
of the
nivel
Americas and the
de
Caribbean, and
México,
FIRA for
pues
Mexico.
nos regimos por los mismos
We are
principios
ruled
de
by the
promoción
same
de una nueva
principles
manera de hacer
to
agricultura
promote a new way
en
for
México, en las
agriculture
Américas, en el
in
mundo.
Mexico, in the Americas, and in the
Estamos
world.
convencidos de que tenemos
We
que
are
cambiar
convinced that we need to
la
change
narrativa, tenemos
the
que cambiar el
narrative. We need
escenario
to change
de
the
lo que se ha
landscape
venido hasta la fecha
of
planteando como la
what we have
agricultura
seen,
de las
what
Américas
we
o del
have
mundo
practiced as the
como
agriculture of the
pues
Americas or the
la
agriculture of
corresponsable
the
de un
world,
porcentaje muy importante de
as
emisiones
a
de gases de efecto
co-responsible
invernadero,
of an
de
important
que
percentage
somos
of greenhouse
causantes
gases
de
emissions,
un
that we
porcentaje muy
are
alto de erosión de los suelos,
the
que si bien
same,
es
we are
evidente en muchos
the
aspectos, partimos de la
responsible
premisa, y
for
aquí
soil
repito lo que dije en las
erosions,
palabras de
and
inauguración de este foro,
as I
donde
said
quiero
in
plantear
my
más bien una
opening
voz de
words yesterday,
optimismo,
I would
de
like
que
to
hay
convey
ciencia, hay
optimism through my
tecnología, hay
words.
innovación,
There is
hay
science,
mecanismos
technology,
innovadores de
innovation,
financiamiento,
innovative
hay
funding
programas de
mechanisms. There are
transferencia
programs
de
for
conocimiento y de tecnología
knowledge and
que están
technology
ya contribuyendo y
transference that
generando
are
resultados concretos
already contributing and leading to specific outcomes to reach to this transformation of agri-food systems and recarbonization of soils for agriculture and livestock and the decarbonization of agri-food systems. So I think that there are examples like the coordinating works of CIMIT and FIRA, where ICA is intensively working to disseminate the knowledge on the demonstration center FIRA has in Villadiego. That's a specific example. There is a lot ahead of us to work, of course, certainly. We need to have this massive dissemination in the promotion of regenerative agriculture that will leave the crop residues on the soil, that there is crop rotation, that will regenerate soils to sequestrate carbon, contributing to the decarbonization of agri-food systems. Examples as field days across the country to disseminate these technologies, to bring experts or bring experiences from farmers in this farmer to farmer transference from other countries here in Mexico or from Mexico to the world is critical. And I go back to the main question of this discussion panel. Farmers organized need to contribute in the meeting of this transformation of their own life conditions, of their own field conditions. This is where true change will breed. There could be public policies, incentives, subsidies, support mechanisms, but if farmers individually and collectively and organized do not have the vocation or the interest to promote this change, there is not much we can do from our institutions, and we can contribute as CIMIT, as FIRA, as ICA in association mechanisms through their own associations, cooperatives, ejidos, through different association mechanisms that will link their visions in a territory that will help them to define shared visions, define shared livestock and agricultural practices in agroforestry systems, in minimum tillage, in joint trading mechanisms, access green markets, in joint mechanisms to produce or generate initiatives that add value to primary production. Why don't we have this leap in value chain and process some products, produce seeds or local industrialization mechanisms? There are so many aspects where we have been working, but there is so much more we can do, and I think this is the starting point of Mexico's agriculture, of the world's agriculture. It is today, and we need to work on specific actions in our territories. Thank you. Alan. Yes, Gloria. Well, Diego already mentioned specific examples. Perhaps I would like to present a macro vision. Sofía is not a knowledge generator on the environmental sustainable management. It is a potentializer that we know
y que bien se sabe en maíz y trigo y en muchas otras cosas más tiene el
ICA has this on the region, and CIMIT has more on wheat and maize. This jigsaw puzzle is clear. A few minutes ago, I was chatting with Jelle here, and it is clear to me that if we want to instrument a package that will benefit a farmer that adopts a sustainable practice for the environment in FIRA, we have a clear picture on how to operate this. We could deliver this message in the practice. We have a specific financial products that will help farmers decide on this, but perhaps the package content is not clear, because we can say this is the package that is applicable, but Jelle, as he was saying,
de maíz en
wheat
Guanajuato
context in
o
Sonora
Chihuahua,
is
¿no?
not
Donde
the
la
same as
problemática
the
puede
maize in
ser falta de
Guanajuato
agua.
or Chihuahua,
Trigo
where
en
they
Sonora
could
es la
have not enough water,
sobrefertilización
or
y en
in
Guanajuato a lo
Sonora
mejor
and
es que el
wheat is
rendimiento es más bajo
over-fertilizing,
por
and in
X otra razón.
Guanajuato yield may
Entonces,
be
el
lower
paquete que
because of
tú
any
armas
other
con los
reason.
mismos
So
instrumentos
the package
financieros
that you have with the same
se
financial
dirige de mejor
instruments
forma o con una
is
aplicabilidad más pertinente si
better
colaboramos todos.
applicable if we
Entonces,
all
esos son solo
collaborate
ejemplos,
on that. So
pero a
these
lo
are
mejor yo
just
dejaría la pregunta con
examples.
el, pues que son
So
piezas de
I would leave
rompecabezas
the question
casi
saying that
perfectas.
these are jigsaw puzzles and you need to assemble the whole jigsaw. And Jelle, what could you say
Sí,
contributing to
difícil de
these two
complementar algo,
proposals?
pero
It's
sí
very
hay
difficult to complement
un
on
tema
something,
que
but
estamos hablando
yes,
de la integralidad, ¿no?
there is
Integralidad,
the
¿para qué lo hacemos?
capability
¿No?
to
Aparte de
integrate
juntar los
these
esfuerzos y
on why are
complementar
we
cada
doing
uno
this.
en
Not
la
only
expertise
that
o
we
las
join forces
metodologías que
and we
tiene para implementar.
complement on the
Se trata
methodologies.
de llegar a
No,
muchos,
I
¿no?
think it is
Llegar a
about
muchos sin
reaching
dejar
more,
los pocos atrás,
reaching
¿no? Como
many
Alan estaba
without
diciendo.
leaving very
Y
few
es un
behind.
tema, tenga un poco
Uh,
amor y odio para la terminología de
This
escalamiento, ¿no?
is
Queremos llegar a
like a
muchos,
love
queremos
and hate
escalarlo a
story
diferentes lugares,
for
¿cómo lo hacemos?
scaling up. So how can we
Y
do
esto
it?
tiene que ver
And
con
this has
los
to
tipping
do
points, las masas críticas,
with
los puntos
these
de
tipping
cuando
points, this
caiga el
critical
castillo de
mass,
arena, ¿no?
when the
¿Cómo
castle sand
llegamos a
crumbles
diferentes
to the ground.
ataques o
How
ángulos de ataque
could
en
we
conjunto
reach
para llegar más
every
rápido a ese
angle
punto de
together
avance, ¿no?
to
Y
reach
lo hemos visto
faster to this
con
point where we
tecnologías
can
como
all
el
move
tractor, como
forward?
el celular,
And we
¿no?
have
Si
seen
llegamos
this
a
with
dar
technologies
suficiente
like
oferta
tractors
en
or
diferentes
cellular
canales, llega una masa
phones.
crítica
If
y la
our
adopción
supply
es más
is big
fuerte.
enough, the critical
Creo
mass
que aquí
will
es el primer paso
help
en el
to
tema
have
de
an
carbono
organic
para generar
response.
ese movimiento,
So the
¿no?
first
Estamos
step is
intentando de
carbon to
orientarnos alrededor de una
reach
misión
that
en
motion
común, un
point.
denominador
We
común,
are
y
together
entender qué
and
partes
we
desde el sector
are on a
público, los
common
institutos
mission
que
and
representamos aquí, pero también
understand
de los participantes
from the
del sector
perspective
privado
of our
y los agricultores en campo,
institutions and the
entender de qué
public
ángulo
sector, the
cada uno
private
puede
sector,
atacar el
and
problema,
private
¿no?
individuals.
Solo
Understand
entender la competencia de cada uno, ¿no?
understand where is the
Podemos ir
angle for each one
formulando
of us
una
to
hoja de
address
ruta y sé
the
que es
issue.
que tengo la
We
próxima
can
sesión ya en
work
cabeza,
on the
hoja de ruta
roadmap,
que
and
nos
I have
permite
the
llegar
next
más
session
rápido
in
a
my
esos,
mind. We
a esos
can
puntos
we need
de
to
una
work on
masa
the
crítica,
roadmap to
un
reach
avance
that, to reach where we want to
suficientemente
go. Critical
progresista para
mass,
llegar a un
a
cambio, ¿no? Y
progressive
creo que eso es lo que
motion
lo que representamos
forward
aquí,
in order
con
to
los
reach
logos
our goals.
abajo
And
de
I
la
think this
institucionalidad
is
para
what we
buscar
represent with our
maneras de una
institutions'
integración funcional.
logos behind this, trying to find this common work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Estoy un poco presionada por el tiempo.
I'm a
Ya
bit pressured because of time.
dejar un comentario más
So
hacia el final. Quisiera darle paso
I have a comment, but I preferred it to
al
be
último
at the
segmento
end. So I would like
panel, que
to
tiene que ver con las preguntas
begin with the
y la
last
interacción con todos
segment
los
of
asistentes.
this
Ya
panel,
me hicieron,
which
pasaron una
is
pregunta
the
que es para,
Q&A. I already have a question
pues, supongo el que
for
decida contestarla a los tres.
the three of you, whoever wants
Como
to
un panel tan
answer.
importante de
How such
instituciones
an
podría
important
ayudar
panel of
a impulsar una
institutions could
agricultura
help
moderna en un
promote
país
modern
menos o nada
agriculture
avanzado.
in
Hay
a
que tener en
country
cuenta que la
that is
institucionalidad
not
no es nuestro
advanced.
fuerte
Let's
por el
remember
momento.
that the
¿Cómo puede una empresa
institutionality
privada acceder de
is
forma
not
directa
our
a los
force.
paquetes
How could a
tecnológicos
company have
en pro
access
de conseguir
to
las metas
technological
expuestas y,
packages
claro,
in
los
order
apoyos
to
aplicables?
reach the goals and the
Es como
applicable
la
supports?
pregunta de los
This
64,000.
is like the $1,000,000 question.
Si me permiten,
Sí.
muchas preguntas en uno.
If I
Sí.
may, there are several questions in a single one. Okay,
La
okay,
primera
well,
pregunta
the
de un
first
país
question
menos desarrollado,
of a
¿no?
country
¿Cómo
that is
puede
less developed,
tomar acción o
how
conectar con esa
can there
iniciativa,
be
¿no? Creo que es
action
justo
or
lo que
connect with
mencioné, ¿no?
that
Buscar
initiative? And I think
esos
it's what I
institutos que
said
trabajan
earlier,
desde diferentes
trying to
ángulos,
find
¿no?
those institutions that
Reconocer
work
que
from
existen esos
different
institutos y
angles,
ver cuáles son sus
recognize
motivos de hacer sus
that
acciones,
they are
¿no?
there and
Ahí
which
está
are
el
the reasons
trabajo
for the
a nivel
actions they
sectorial,
do.
buscar cuáles
There
son los
is
drivers, ¿no? Los
work
motores
at a sectorial level to find out which are their drivers, their motors. This could be done in any country. Perhaps it's a bit more difficult in countries that have some limits
ahí
of
es algo
constraints of
que queremos
infrastructure
incentivar,
and
que
resources.
al
And I
sentarnos
think we
juntos
want
con
to
institutos que tienen un
incentivize that
mandato
when we are
en
sitting
apoyo
with
de organizar esos espacios,
institutes,
¿no? Esos espacios
institutions that
de
have the
conexión, de
mandate, we
intercambio,
should
pero
organize these
también
spaces
de
for
exploración
exchange,
de alianzas,
for
¿no?
connection, but
Las otras
also for
preguntas
exploring possible partnerships. And which are the others questions? How can a
Sí, creo que
public and
dejaré la
private
mayor
sector
parte de la
connect? I
respuesta
think
a
I
los
will
compañeros
leave
de
the
aquí,
remaining answer
pero
to our
sí hay un
colleagues here,
esquema
but I
de
think there
buscar
is
con el sector
a
privado los
scheme trying
esquemas
to
de transición
find
hacia la
in the private
sustentabilidad,
sector
¿no?
these
Y eso sí se
transition
puede ir
schemes
implementando
towards
bajo
sustainability.
parámetros que
These
se pueden
can
medir,
be
¿no?
implemented
Tangibles o menos
under
tangibles en campo,
tangible,
de
untangible
donde ellos
parameters
buscan
in the field
realmente
of
hacer el
where
cambio, ¿no?
they
Entonces,
want to
es un trabajo que
implement
estamos
change.
explorando
So
en
I
cómo podemos
think
sistematizar estos esquemas de
we
transición
are
y ahí es
exploring
donde
this,
el
how
sector privado
to find
puede
schemes
conectar
for
con
these
sus programas
transition periods and
de abastecimiento,
how they
podemos decir,
can
sus
link to
programas de
this
desarrollo de tecnología,
supply
¿no? Porque puede saber
or
hacer
technology
agroinsumos, ¿no?
development
Y entender los
projects
mecanismos
and
que conectan con la
understanding the
necesidad del productor
connecting mechanisms
para instalarlo
with the
más, ¿no?
needs
Y
of
no tiene que ser
farmers to
per
install them.
se
And it doesn't
un
have to
trade-off,
be
¿no? Puede ser
like a
un
trade-off.
ganar-ganar,
No,
entender
it can
cómo
be
se
a
diseñan los
win-win
productos de
situation,
una manera
understanding how
más
products are
adecuado, más
designed in the
apropiado a
most
a la
appropriate
situación,
way,
¿no? Pero
fit for
hasta ahí
purpose,
creo que
fit for the situation.
mi
I
comentario
think
y con gusto
this is
escucho
as far as
las
my
propuestas
answer goes,
de los
and
colegas aquí.
I will gladly hear what my colleagues have
Sí,
to
Gloria,
say.
bueno, gracias por la pregunta.
Yes, Gloria, and thank you for the
Creo que la
question.
perspectiva del
I
crédito puede
think that
complementar a
the
lo que ha dicho ya
perspective
Jelle.
of
Nosotros
credit
hemos aprendido
can add
mucho en el
to
crédito
Jelle's
y de hecho recibimos
answer.
mucho
We
comentario,
bet
pues hasta cierto
more on
punto
credit
negativo,
and we
en el sentido
receive
de que cuando se publica el
somehow
censo
negative feedback
2022,
because in
se publican
2022,
datos
when
donde
the
se da cuenta
census
de un
was
rezago
published,
importante en la
the
penetración
data
del crédito.
showed there was a
Por
delay
supuesto que
on
habla
credit
de un 6%
penetration, and
de unidades de
it
producción,
referred
entonces
to
yo quiero enfatizar
6% of
el dato,
production
¿no? Que el
units.
6% de las
And I
unidades de
want to
producción
say that
está
6% of
ronda sobre los
production
5
units
millones, que por
are
cierto
about
para mi
5
sorpresa ahora que vi
million.
el dato
And
de
to my
Estados Unidos
surprise, now
son
that
2
I saw
millones,
the
o sea, hay
data
muchas más
from the
unidades de
US,
producción
it's
en
2
México que en
million. So there
Estados
are
Unidos,
far
a
more
pesar de las
production
diferencias.
units in
El,
Mexico than in the US, in
pues
spite of the
recibe crédito, ¿no?
differences
Entonces son
between
6%.
our
Entonces,
countries.
cuando
So
tú analizas
6%, when
el
you
dato, pues
analyze
sí es
these
muy
data,
impactante, ¿no? El
it's
volumen de crédito, sin
impactful.
embargo, es
The
grande, más no
credit volumes
el crédito a las personas. Hicimos un
is
recorte del
large,
censo
but not
y nos
credit
dimos
to
cuenta que
individuals.
pues de
We
esos 5 millones, más o
had
menos
a
3,5 millones o
deeper
3.2
exercise for the
millones, entre
census,
3.2 y
and
3.5,
between 3.2 and
es un agricultor que
3.5
no genera,
million
o sea, es de su,
are
vamos a decir, de consumo
farmers
propio, no tiene una conexión con los
that
mercados. Y en muy buena medida,
are
sabiendo
only
que el
for
crédito
their
requiere una fuente de pago,
self-supply.
pues
They are not
ayuda a
connecting to the
entender la
markets,
problemática. No voy a
and
decir a
they
explicarla,
need a
sino a
source of
entenderla, ¿no?
payment. It helps
Entonces,
to understand,
eso
not to explain, it helps to
nos lleva a la reflexión
understand
en
the
FIRA,
issue.
que si tú
So
quieres
in
promover
FIRA, this
crédito,
leads
que las
us to
personas, y ya
reflect
un
if
poco
you
más
want
cerca de
to
la pregunta,
promote credit,
se
and this
integren
is
a un tren
approaching the
productivo mayor con
answer
nuevas
to the
tecnologías,
question, will
necesitas
jump
ayudarle a generar
into
la
a
fuente de pago,
train
es
with
decir,
new
conectarlo
technologies.
a
You
las
need to
cadenas.
connect
Y eso
these
no
to the
sucede
source
con
of
un instrumento
payment,
financiero, no sucede
connecting them to the
con
chains.
la
And this
presencia,
is not done with a
como el
financial
programa que yo
instrument.
presenté en la
It
pirámide
is with
de
the
café,
presence, as
de
I
campo y
showed on
de
the coffee
acercamiento a los
pyramid,
productores
of
con cadenas de valor,
approaching
donde pueden encontrar un
farmers
mercado,
with value
y
chains
encontrando el
where they
mercado
can
generas una
find a
fuente de pago,
market,
y la
and
fuente
with
de pago
that you
genera acceso
find
a
your
insumos,
payment
incluso
source,
a capital,
giving
a
you
trabajadores
access
y a
to
tecnologías, que es
inputs,
la
new
pregunta que se hace.
workers, and
Entonces,
technologies. And this is the
vamos a
question.
decir, lo que yo
So I will
sacaría de esta
say
pregunta es
what
el
I
énfasis
will what I will take from this question is the emphasis we have as a society and we as a financial entity to generate cases of people that are connected. In fact, there are good opportunities because there are programs to support vulnerable communities like Sembrando Vida. If we add this effort, adding to this generous problem, we can find a linkage to deeper value chains, as many as there are in our country. And I think this is the link that is missing. FIRA is working on it, but the problem is not solved yet. Okay, so now
vamos a tratar de complementar lo que
tanto
Jelle como Alan comentaron a una pregunta tan amplia como la que nos hacen.
Alan's answer to this big question. To begin with, to talk about agriculture in the Americas, agriculture in Mexico, we are talking about different types of agriculture: smallholders, family agriculture, medium-sized, large extensions. Each one has a differentiated approach. Each one has different requirements.
Cuando se hacía mención en la pregunta de que hay
When
una débil
in the
institucionalidad en muchos de los países,
they say that there is not a strong institutionalization in countries in these different types of agriculture. We must identify which type of agricultures have the capability to link along other links from the chains. That is why to talk about value chains or food systems for some types of agriculture is critical. I emphasize that the primary farmer will partner trying to find better conditions for trading with the local government or with central governments. But I would like to expand this concept in saying that these organized farmers are in conversation with the next link of the chains, which are the buyers of their production, the ones that add value to these and trade these products in local, domestic, or international markets. This link between or liaison between farmers and processors and traders is crucial, and it is where the organized private sector plays a fundamental role in their capability to find partners between natural partners in the value chain beyond the concept of buyer and seller, because there are other elements that join farmers, processors, traders, which are more relevant than the price and trading conditions of a product in a specific moment in time. So for me, that is critical as well. And perhaps like agencies for cooperation, perhaps this is self-criticism we do not incorporate in our analysis, in our proposals for development, for cooperation, to a more regenerative culture. So this need to see all the value chain as a single entity instead of drilling down on the specific needs of links. That is why I think it's appropriate that this workshop is about decarbonization of agri-food systems, where the agricultural and the livestock sector contribute to the percentage of emissions, but the link of industrialization, the link for trading, the cold chain link, perhaps they are even more co-responsible than the primary production. If we don't see it as a whole, I think we will miss a comprehensive view. And instead of that, we see it as fixed compartments. How a private company can be connected here? Well, I think that through an analysis of what they are doing and what they are not, through an inventory of this company, regardless of its size, and collect
la tecnología
good
disponible
practices,
y
the
acercarse a
technology
instituciones
that
como
is
las nuestras
available,
y
and
muchas
approach
otras
into institutions
para
like
dentro de este
ours and many
enfoque
other similar.
de
So
los
within
eslabones,
this
ver dónde y cómo se
approach
pueden
of
buscar mecanismos
links
de
to see
colaboración.
how could there be
No,
room
nada más para
for
complementar, me
collaboration
parece muy interesante lo
mechanisms.
que dice
Yes,
Diego y
just to
solo
add
para
on Diego's answer,
dar
I think
cuenta
it's
de,
very
o sea, 3
interesting.
ejemplos. Hemos
And I
visto ese
want to
canal
share
donde la
3
conexión con
examples.
las
We have
empresas y
seen
los
that
mercados
channel where
ha regresado
connection
cosas que
for
nos han llamado
companies and
asociadas a la pregunta
markets
uso de tecnologías o buenas prácticas. Por ejemplo, una
have
empresa de
underscored the use
Sonora
of
de uva,
technologies or better
pues nos
practices.
sorprendió
An
por el
example of
manejo tan
Sonora, we
responsable
were
con sus
surprised
empleados
for the
y ya
responsible
en la
management
plática nos dimos
they
cuenta que era
had with
mucho por
their
la conexión con
employees
su
because it
comprador
was
final.
how
Es
they
un
were
sector
connecting with
privado
the
de
end
alto
buyer.
volumen que
It is a
exige
high
buenas prácticas.
volume buyer
Digo, hay
from
mitad
private
convicción, pero
sector
mitad
demanding
se detona por
better
que entran. Pero
practices.
lo mismo en el ejemplo que di de trigo,
The same goes for
el
the
uso de
example of
fertilización
wheat
variable fue
and the
mercado el
use
que
of variable
le dio un beneficio
fertilization.
a esa
The
empresa
market provided a
procesadora de
benefit
harina de
to
trigo.
that
Y lo
company
mismo
that
también
processes
me pareció ver
wheat meal,
en café,
and
en
the
Zongolica,
same
donde las plantas
for
que utilizó
coffee. In an
la gente
example, the
eran
plants
plantas
used
muy
by
adecuadas y
these
resistentes
people who
a
were
plaga,
highly
que
resistant
pues también sus
to
beneficios
pests.
tienen. Entonces, creo que es muy pertinente esta conexión,
They
porque de
had great
regreso viene
benefits.
un
So
acceso
this
muy
connection is
profundo
very important
de
because
tecnología
at
y
the
de
end of the
prácticas de
day, we can
responsabilidad.
have better access to technology and at the same time to responsible practices.
Una última pregunta
A
para que
last
entremos a las
question,
reflexiones finales.
so that we can go into the
También
final
para cualquiera de los
reflections.
tres o los tres. Una pregunta interesante porque este actor
This
no
question
está
is
hoy con
addressed
nosotros.
to any of you
pero,
or the three of you.
Desde la
A very
visión de
interesting
organismos
question.
internacionales,
From the
¿cuál debe ser el
international
papel del gobierno
agencies
federal para llegar a los
standpoint, which would
productores?
be the role
¿Debe
of the federal
coordinar?
government
¿Debe
to
subsidiar?
reach the growers? Should the government coordinate, provide subsidies, etc.?
Pues se han mencionado dos, ¿no es cierto? La de coordinar
Two have
o la de
already been
subsidiar.
mentioned, two of these
Pues yo
roles.
diría esas dos y muchas más.
Coordinating,
Yo
providing
creo que
subsidies,
se nos ha
those
metido
two
en la cabeza
and
muchos de
many
nosotros
more.
que los subsidios son
Many
una
of
mala
us
palabra.
think that
Los
subsidy
subsidios
is a bad
pueden y son muy
word.
necesarios y muy importantes
Subsidies are
en
important,
sectores
extremely
estratégicos, en
important
sectores
in
que requieren un
strategic
apoyo,
sectors, in
particularmente en una
sectors which
etapa inicial
require support, especially
de
at the
arranque.
beginning,
La cosa se
at the
complica cuando el
startup.
subsidio se convierte en un
Things
subsidio
get
permanente.
complicated when
La
subsidies
idea es
become
generar una
permanent.
innovación,
The
generar un
idea is to
apoyo
help in
específico
order
a una
to
industria
create
estratégica, a un
innovation,
sector
to provide
estratégico,
support
a un
to a
territorio
strategic
en
industry,
particular
sector,
que lo
or a
requiere.
territory in particular
Las políticas
requiring such
públicas,
support.
desde la perspectiva del
Public
ICA y
policies
mía
from
personal, son
ICA's
fundamentales,
perspective and myself at a
son
personal level
rutas
are crucial.
orientadoras
These
de los
are
mecanismos de
pathways
apoyo
that
que
are
vienen desde el
gearing
gobierno
those
federal,
support
que pasan por
mechanisms
los
coming down from
gobiernos
the federal
intermedios y
government,
los
going
gobiernos
through
locales.
the
A
state
veces
and
nos
the local
olvidamos del
governments.
rol fundamental que juegan los gobiernos
Sometimes we
locales en el
forget about the
desarrollo
crucial
de los
role
territorios, el desarrollo
that
local.
local governments play in
La identificación de
local
la problemática
development.
de los
Identifying
problemas
the
locales resulta
problems,
fundamental
local
a
problems,
partir
is
de la
also essential.
identificación de los actores que pueden generar cambios a
Based
nivel
on
local y que deben
identifying also
necesariamente
those
poder construir
actors
una
that
visión
can bring
compartida
about
en 3 o
change
4 temas
and
que son
build
fundamentales
upon
para ese
a
territorio, para ese
commonly
municipio.
shared
Los
vision
presidentes
in
municipales y sus
areas that are
autoridades
crucial to
y el
that
pueblo que los ha
specific
llevado
territory, to
democráticamente a
that
sus
specific
elecciones,
area.
pues
The
deben
government
trabajar de manera
and
coordinada
the
y conjunta
voters, the
para lograr
citizens
que
have
eso
to
se
work
logre.
together
Entonces,
to
los 3
achieve
niveles del
that
gobierno
end.
tienen
So the
roles
three levels of the
fundamentales.
government
Las
have
políticas
crucial
públicas
roles to
son
play.
fundamentales.
Public
Hoy
policies
día
are
que
also
hablamos de
crucial.
un gobierno nuevo que inicia funciones en México,
We're talking about
pues
a
ya
new
sabemos las líneas
administration
principales
in
por las cuales
Mexico. We
transitará
know
esta política
already
pública.
the main
Y la
lines
idea
of
es que,
action of
pues,
these
dentro de
public
ese marco,
policies.
el
And the
sector
idea is that
privado juegue
within
su
that
rol,
framework, the private
no
sector
esperando
will play
solamente
also its own
recibir
role,
apoyo
instead of just expecting to receive support and subsidy mechanisms or direct support, but also contributing to the huge goals, the huge targets that Mexico has in the future to face challenges in terms of innovation, science, technology, that according to my own opinion has become an invisible sector in the last years. So we have to talk about the need to work together based on those guidelines established by public policies, but with very specific roles to play: the private, the public sector in its three levels, the academia, where its own duties, responsibilities, and citizens surveilling, supervising the vision is respected.
Muy completa esta pregunta y me parece que es como casi ya el camino para hacer el cierre de nuestro panel. Alan, ¿quieres mencionar algo?
You led us into closing this panel. Alan, would you like to add?
Sin ser con mucha, se me fue la palabra, discúlpenme, no quisiera ser irresponsable en lo que voy a decir.
I don't want to be irresponsible or sound irresponsible with my words, because everything that you have shared with us is very interesting. But I would like to say that this first forum, this first effort is already accomplishing the target.
Del evento, esta coordinación, no nada más entre estas tres instituciones que han liderado el esfuerzo,
not only among the three institutions that have acted as leaders in these efforts, but also among the rest of the participants in these 2 days. Diego, you mentioned the consumers. Yesterday we heard how consumers are responsible also for a huge percentage of emissions due to food waste. Today we heard the voice of the industry, and yesterday as well, and how the industry can be leading towards the adoption of new technologies, and how can also companies can help reduce emissions, as well as science institutions such as CIMMYT, how the funding institutions can contribute to give access to these technology processes so that growers can use them according to their local conditions. So this first forum, these first efforts are indeed an example of interinstitutional coordination to achieve decarbonization of agri-food systems and recarbonization of agricultural soils. There are many questions that are still pending. It's important to remember that 50 years ago we did not even know if we were going to be able to feed such a huge population. And the dictionary taught us that it was possible. Nowadays, 50 years later, all of us working in the agri-food system have this challenge ahead of us, having agriculture with low emissions in order to contribute to revert the effects of climate change. And with no further ado, I would like to give you the floor to close this panel.
Muchas gracias.
Jelle.
Una reflexión final. Mira, pensando también un poco en el tema del rol del gobierno federal, ¿no?
The role of the federal government.
Un cambio, ¿no? En una persona, en nuestro sistema neurológico.
In an individual, in our
neuronas se crean porque haces algo y se hace de repente una conexión. Más que uno hace ese efecto, esa acción, se fortalece el vínculo con el
trigger out
y creo que un cerebro funcional es uno que tiene muchos vínculos, como una red, ¿no? Estamos hablando de cadenas,
each other. So here we're talking about the same thing. a network, many supply chains together, like Diego said very well. There are many connections together. It's just like a neuron. The more connections, the more functional it becomes, the faster it can work. The same goes for the government. The government is responsible for fostering the growth of those connections. Yes, coordinating is also, organizing is also another task that the government has. But we have to understand that we should not just leave everything in the hands of the government. If we have a poor habit, we have to replace it with something else, right? So that our body can be healthy and more flexible, full of energy. The same thing we're doing here, exactly the same thing. Maybe we should substitute the habit or replace it or re-energize it to make a faster connection. Whenever we talk about carbon, regenerative agriculture, whenever we talk about agri-food systems, we have to understand that we are actors that become more powerful as we enter into a connection with others. And we have to replicate these efforts because it's not just once. We have to re-strengthen this pathway by combining efforts, and we will walk faster, we'll move towards the change that we're seeking
claro
for.
que sí. De hecho, encuentro muy interesante lo que dice Jelle.
Yes,
Mira,
thank you,
en
Jelle.
el
I
caso de FIRA,
believe that
como
what you have
reflexión
said
final, yo
is
te
very
diría,
interesting, but
tenemos siempre
in the
una
case of
inquietud
FIRA's
antes de
final
entrar a
reflection, I would
cualquier
like to say
tema
that we're
de
always
política
concerned
pública,
whenever we talk about
en el
public
sentido de si
policies,
es o no necesaria la intervención de un
because
brazo ejecutor del
we
gobierno,
have
¿no?
to think
Entonces, en el caso del crédito,
if it's
creo que
truly
la tenemos mucho,
necessary,
muy
the
clara ya, que
implementation
es que
side of the government.
cuando hay una falla de mercado que se
Whenever
identifica,
there is a market
hay
flow
algún
or a
instrumento
flow in the
que nosotros
marketplace
podemos
that
proveer
we
para cerrar la
identify,
falla.
then we start
Por
thinking maybe
ejemplo,
we can
un
create an
crédito
instrument to
de un
close
gran banco,
that
una
gap.
gran industria,
For instance, a
por
loan
decir nombres de BBV a Bachoco,
granted by a large
ya no
company
encuentra una falla o olla de
from
mercado porque
BBW,
la empresa es grande, consolidada,
BBA
el
to
banco tiene
Bachoco
muchas
company,
fuentes
the
de
large
financiamiento,
company.
no
The bank
sufre
has
de,
lots
digamos,
of
de
funding
carencias
sources, right?
y
They
puede
do not lack
intervenirse,
liquidity.
puede
And
intermediarse ese recurso sin necesidad de entrar. Entonces vemos reticencia, ¿no? En
resources
entrar
given
a
in an easier
insertar
way.
artificialmente un instrumento del Estado. Mejor usar esa
So
energía y
many
recursos
times we don't use the
hay
resources
una
of the
falla de
state.
mercado.
We rather
La muy
use
clásica en
those
el
resources
círculo o
whenever the
ecosistema de
market
crédito es
fails.
la asimetría de información, donde
In
esa la hallamos mucho en el
in
campo,
this market, we
pues
talk a
porque es
lot
difícil
about
supervisar
information
los créditos, los
symmetry.
riesgos son muy
It's very
aparentes y para
difficult
el
to
que no conoce
supervise a credit.
las entrañas de
Loans
un
seem to be
cultivo en una
pretty
región,
transparent.
pues
However, if
hay
you
una
do not know
asimetría de
very well
información
what is
y eso
happening with a
encarece el
given
crédito y
crop in a
luego
given
nos lleva
region,
a la
that
exclusión. Entonces,
creates
esa es
lack of
la
symmetry
forma en
in
que
the credit,
diagnosticamos y
and that
entramos y
makes the
priorizamos, ¿no?
credit
En el
to
caso
become
de
more expensive.
recarbonización y
Also, the way in which
descarbonización,
we rate
se
that
pregunta uno
credit and we charge for it.
papel de gobierno puede haber.
In terms of
Nosotros
recarbonization, we start asking ourselves,
interpretamos como una
what's the
externalidad
role of the
negativa
government? Many times we
cuando un
interpret
productor
this as a negative
pues a lo
intervention.
mejor está
For instance,
cultivando
let's say
y
that the
no tiene un
grower
cuidado
is
con el uso del
working the
fertilizante,
land, but
o
he's
está
not
degradando
careful
una
enough
tierra
with the
o
use
está
of
contaminando un cuerpo de
fertilizers,
agua.
or they
Son
are
externalidades
or
negativas
he is
que pues,
contaminating
tenemos
the water
catalogadas
body.
como algo donde la intervención del
Negative
Estado
impacts
es
in
adecuada,
which
¿no?
we believe
Hay
that the
formas
government or
de
the state
intervenir.
intervention is
Algunas son
necessary.
pues a través de la
There are
fijación
different
de
ways
impuestos,
of
cómo
intervention.
internalizas esa falla para que
For
a alguien le
instance,
cueste. En
paying
FIRA creo que hemos
fines.
identificado que sucede con el tema de la emisión de gases de efecto
At
invernadero en el
FIRA,
campo,
we
por
have
poner
seen
uno
what is
solo,
happening with the
y creemos que hay un rol para el
GHG
Estado. La forma
emissions
en que no
in
somos la
the
entidad
agricultural
dedicada
fields. We
en el
believe
Estado
that
para
the
frenar
government
la emisión
should
de gases de
take
efecto invernadero,
part
pero sí
of
nos
this. We
concebimos
are
como un
not the right
potenciador
entity
de
to
acción
lower these
para
emissions, but we
revertirlo.
consider ourselves
Y lo
our
hemos
driver
encontrado no
to
tanto a
revert the
través de la
impact
fijación de impuestos, porque
of
más
these
no
emissions.
podríamos.
And we
Podría
cannot
cerrar
go far beyond,
el
for
brazo de
instance,
financiamiento,
tax
pero entonces se pelea con otra de tus objetivos de política pública, que es potenciar el crecimiento del campo y la provisión de alimentación. Pero sí hemos encontrado un canal muy efectivo en dar los incentivos positivos. Y los incentivos positivos, pues es muchos de los que yo puse en la presentación. Entonces, mi reflexión final es que sí hay un rol, que lo tenemos claro, que quisiéramos que se sumaran más a ese rol. Ya aquí nos dieron las posturas CIMIT y el ICA, que pues son convergentes, y que bueno, que FIRA debe de ser estar presente en como objetivo prioritario, tanto que en el siguiente plan institucional va a estar, si no en el mismo lugar, con más prioridad. Y bueno, pues el desarrollo de instrumentos también, ya lo estuve platicando, está conceptualizado de esta forma, ¿no? Entonces va a ser difícil pues sacarnos de esta intervención por la misma forma en que se concibe el llamado, ¿no?, a un brazo del Estado.
Pues ya está demostrado que los mecanismos de incentivo funcionan mucho mejor que los mecanismos coercitivos. Con eso no quiero decir que los impuestos que se pueden aplicar a futuro cuando no se cumplen ciertas normas que han sido acordadas de manera colectiva, pues, no se cumplan, pues se aceptaría este tipo de mecanismos coercitivos para lograr sus objetivos. Pues se ha demostrado que los mecanismos de incentivo en el marco de las políticas públicas tienden a funcionar mejor cuando se habla de incorporación de nuevas tecnologías. Y aquí yo quiero nuevamente plantear esta visión de optimismo de lo que podemos hacer desde México, desde las Américas, para promover una agricultura, un nuevo paradigma de la agricultura que fue hace 50 años y que hace por lo menos 15 o 20 años se encuentra ya en un proceso de transición. Yo creo que no estamos comenzando de cero. Yo creo que en muchos países, de los cuales incluyo México, hay muchas buenas prácticas, hay muchos buenos ejemplos de aspectos positivos que deben masificarse y deben utilizarse como ejemplos claros de lo que debemos continuar como un gran marco de políticas públicas, con un gran marco de orientación social compartidas y que sean mutuamente aceptadas entre el sector productivo, entre el gobierno, los gobiernos locales, la sociedad civil, para promover una visión de país, hablando de México, una visión de continente, hablando de las Américas. Desde el ICA trabajamos la hipótesis de que las Américas ya producen 30% de los alimentos para el mundo entero y que las Américas son un ejemplo muy claro de cómo podemos hacer una agricultura sostenible, regenerativa, devolviendo fertilidad a los suelos, plantando, haciendo uso de la siembra directa, el planteo directo, de los mecanismos de rotación de cultivos, de producción de biocombustibles. En fin, hay una serie de iniciativas. Por cierto, vengo llegando hace 2 días del Brasil, de una misión muy interesante para ver lo que están haciendo de manera conjunta el sector público, académico, gobiernos locales, fundaciones, para promover todo el tema de bioinsumos, bioeconomía circular, ya como políticas públicas. México está en ese camino. Tenemos ya una primera estrategia sectorial de bioeconomía para México. Hay otros países que ya han adoptado la economía y la bioeconomía circular como políticas públicas. Hablo de Costa Rica, hablo de Colombia, hablo de Argentina, donde el tema de los bioinsumos, donde el tema de la descarbonización de los suelos, de la descarbonización de los sistemas alimentarios ya es un tema de todos los días. Entonces yo creo que estamos en esa etapa en la cual tenemos que tomar una gran decisión y yo creo y a partir de las señales iniciales que vemos de lo que se viene planteando como política pública, creo que vamos por el buen camino. Ahora tenemos todos que abrazar esa visión, tenemos que jugar un rol importante en lo que nos compete, ¿no? Nuestro grano de arena para contribuir a ese objetivo y eventualmente fijarnos fechas, fijarnos metas y llegar a cumplirlas para lograr esos objetivos comunes.
Muchas gracias a todos por participar en este panel de oportunidades interinstitucionales para el desarrollo de una agricultura baja en emisiones de carbono. Muy buenas tardes. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Gloria. Por favor, ayúdenle a tomar una foto a Gloria. Además de la selfie, pero ayúdenle a tomar una foto, por favor.
Besides the selfie that she already did.
Aquí para la conclusión y el cierre. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Gloria.
Thank you very much and have a good day.
Y efectivamente, caballeros, les vamos a solicitar que todavía se queden aquí unos minutos más, aprovechando que los tenemos a los tres aquí reunidos. La idea de este foro surgió día arriba, día abajo, por ahí de septiembre, octubre de 2023.
In October 2023, September, October 2023.
Empezó todo el proceso de organización, se fue sumando cada vez más gente a la organización,
began, many more people began forming part of the organizers group until today and yesterday, and everything that begins has an end. So in here we will close this event and this forum. And for this purpose, I would like to ask our three gentlemen,
líderes y cabezas de las tres instituciones
heads of the three
que hagan brevemente, porque sé que ellos y todos los demás ya están cansados, pero hagan algunos comentarios y reflexiones finales sobre lo que ha ocurrido en estos últimos 2 días. Creo que no necesitan moderador y que pueden.
I don't think you need a moderator. I think you can do it yourselves. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Sí, creo que me acuerdo cuando
I remember very well when this idea came up about the forums. Remember, Diego? We were learning about conservation agriculture practices. We were together back then. And we said, how can we follow up on these kind of talks that we have heard of in several places regarding carbon, thanks to the work done by our colleagues, for instance, José Ayala. Thank you, José, for following up on our idea. We think that we were able to formulate in a comprehensive manner without scattering our ideas too much on topics that are within our sphere of work. That's why I loved this double title, because it's precisely in those 2 areas where we can work together.
La idea era originalmente, y creo que lo logramos en ese sentido,
the original idea, and I think that we achieved that goal. I said that in the morning. The original idea was to level off the
qué son los temas pertinentes, qué son los obstáculos, cómo es esa situación en México, ¿no? comparada con otras experiencias, ¿no? Y cómo podemos en esta planchada, ¿no? generar un espacio de conversación abierto entre diferentes entidades, diferentes grupos, diferentes representaciones, ¿no? En ese sentido, me da pena que no pude estar ayer estaba en Oaxaca en una conferencia de uso de tierra, de uso de land use, de paisajes, ¿no? Entonces va muy vinculado a lo que estamos platicando, ¿no? Es entender cómo podemos dar pauta a cómo se utiliza tierra agrícola, tierra urbana, ¿no? Y cómo los cambios afectan la ecología, la sociedad y todos los diferentes sectores, ¿no? Entonces, pero me da pena no poder haber estado aquí ayer, porque sí me hubiera gustado escuchar más a profundidad los diferentes componentes. Sin embargo, creo que en ese primer foro logramos justo encontrarnos en esos diferentes aristas, ¿no? Creo que el tono del foro también no fue la idea de exigir metas, ¿no? Creo que en otra parte del mundo ahorita están batallando con este tema, ¿no? Pero sí exigir una reflexión, ¿no? Reflexión de que cómo abarcamos ese tema de una manera más tangible en México, ¿no? ¿Cómo lo empezamos a trabajar en un camino visible, ¿no? Con acciones e intervenciones posibles a corto y mediano plazo, ¿no? No creo que, y en ese sentido, voy a terminar aquí, no queremos que siga siendo un sueño, ¿no? El sueño del año pasado de hacer un foro, ¿no? Se realizó, se hizo realidad, pero también empezar a trabajar en ese camino, tenemos que hacerlo realidad y ya tenemos las pautas para hacerlo, ¿no? En ese sentido, creo que ha sido bastante exitoso ese foro.
Yo seré muy breve. Bueno, solo serían 3 puntos. Primero, agradecer a Ica y Simi por esta. Estoy convencido de que no hubiera cobrado la credibilidad ni la difusión ni por supuesto el contenido de no ser por ustedes. Entonces nos llena de mucho orgullo poder participar en un foro así, acompañado de ustedes. Y felicito, bueno, a los organizadores, en particular a mis colegas que estuvieron también pendientes de ello, y sobre todo a los ponentes que por la calidad de sus pláticas y sobre todo el conocimiento, pues me parece también fue un foro de bastante buena escala. Y también cierro reiterando nuestro compromiso de FIRA. Es una institución financiera, pero tiene un brazo ejecutor de transmisión de conocimiento y de inversión en difusión y sobre todo de nuevas tecnologías que está activando cada vez más. Entonces aprovecho el cierre para reiterar el compromiso de nuestra institución para que no sea el primero, sino sea el primero de muchos más donde podamos estar participando pues en este mismo orden de ideas. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Jelle, muchas gracias, Alan, gracias a CIMIT, gracias a FIRA. Ha sido un esfuerzo mancomunado de las 3 instituciones y muchas otras instituciones que se han sumado acá, empresas, productores, investigadores que se han sumado a este foro, que recalco, como bien indica su título, es el primer foro, lo cual implica que habrá un segundo foro, en algún momento en el futuro, donde posiblemente podamos hacer una recapitulación de lo que se plantearon como acciones o como iniciativas que surgieron de las excelentes presentaciones y disertaciones de los últimos 2 días y que podamos comentar de algunas actividades, acciones concretas que habrían derivado de este foro, que si bien el objetivo, como bien decía Jelle, y bien está planteado en el objetivo del evento, no es de aquí generar un plan de acción como tal, pero sí ir documentando acciones concretas, casos, estudios de caso, buenas prácticas, que podamos en un segundo foro pues comentarlas acá y demostrar de que estas 3 instituciones y muchas más pues estamos con el compromiso de avanzar hacia un nuevo tipo de agricultura, a un nuevo paradigma vinculado con el desarrollo agrícola y el desarrollo económico de nuestros países y de México en particular. Pues un agradecimiento muy especial a las 850 o 60 personas que se inscribieron a este curso, que en promedio participaron a este foro, que participaron en promedio entre 300 y 400 en diferentes momentos, a quienes están aquí presentes presencialmente, pues un voto de confianza y de y de compañerismo, de habernos acompañado 2 días presencialmente, y a esta enorme cantidad de gente que nos ha acompañado desde diferentes latitudes. Hemos tenido gente desde Europa, desde las Américas, desde el Caribe, que nos han acompañado en este foro, generando mucho interés en lo que se viene haciendo acá desde México y desde las Américas. Pues el compromiso del ICA, ratificado también por FIRA y por CIMIT, de continuar trabajando en esta ruta. Quién sabe, aquí lo fundamental es que toda esta gama amplia de proyectos e iniciativas que tenemos todos en nuestros proyectos e iniciativas propias por nuestras agencias, debemos tratarlo de hacer converger hacia objetivos comunes. Y aquí tenemos 2 grandes objetivos que creo que pueden ser perfectamente planteados para que estas iniciativas variadas que desarrollamos cada una de nuestras instituciones tengan a la decarbonización de los suelos agropecuarios y a la descarbonización de los sistemas agroalimentarios como los grandes objetivos allá al final del túnel. Pues un agradecimiento y una felicitación y un aplauso a todos quienes han participado virtual y presencialmente de este evento, y un agradecimiento y un cierre, por lo que tengo entendido, ya de este primer foro de recarbonización de suelos agrícolas y descarbonización de los sistemas agroalimentarios. Muchas gracias.
Pues ahí quedan esas tareas, ese segundo foro que ya Alejandro mencionaba, Diego ahora otra vez, ese evento para rendir cuentas de lo que pasó aquí, que Bram nos exigía ayer y que se resume en lo que ellos decían ahora, que
Many
es
others
dar
have
seguimiento, que
mentioned,
esto no sea el punto
and
final, sino el
just
punto
like Bram
de
Grover said,
partida.
please, this is not the end,
Pero
this
por
is
hoy
just a departure
descansamos,
point.
todos se lo han
But for
merecido,
today, let's
y
go
además
and
es
rest.
necesario meditar
Very
y
well
reflexionar,
deserved.
como bien
It's
decía Jelle,
important
sobre
also
todo
to
lo que ha pasado
meditate,
aquí
to
para
ponder
poder
upon
continuar.
of what we
Gracias
have
una vez
heard of
más,
here in order
panelistas,
to continue. Thank you once
conferencistas,
again to the panel
moderadores por
members,
hacerse
to
eco
the
de la
speakers, to the
convocatoria y estar
moderators.
aquí en
Thank
este
you
foro.
for
Gracias al
attending
público
our
en la sala,
invitation
más de
and being here. Thank
150
you to our
personas entre
public
los
in the
2
audience,
días
over
del foro.
150 people
Gracias a
in the
nuestro
2
público
days. Thank you to
virtual con
our
datos actualizados, más de
virtual
980
public, over
personas
980
registradas,
people
casi
registered
400
online,
atendiendo el día
almost
de ayer, que no tenemos
400
todavía el dato
people
del día de hoy, pero es
yesterday,
más o
and
menos parecido.
today we do not
Gracias
have
a
yet
los
the
intérpretes
number.
por su
Thank you to
arduo
the
trabajo en
interpreters
estos 2
for their
días.
hard work in
Y
these 2
gracias a todos
days.
los
And thank
compañeros
you
que
too
han
much
estado
to
en
all
toda la
the
logística
colleagues who
y la
have been
organización para
accompanying
hacer
us
esto
throughout the
posible. Por
logistics
supuesto,
and the
gracias a CIMIT,
organization.
a
Of
ICA
course, thank you
y a
too
FIRA.
much to
Con
CIMIT,
esto los
FIRA,
dejamos.
and
Muchísimas
ICA.
gracias. Estén
And with
atentos a redes
this,
sociales
we leave
para
you,
les
and
estaremos
please
comunicando cuando ya estén listas
follow
las
up
grabaciones, las
on
presentaciones y demás materiales.
social media,
Y a los
so
presentes en la sala,
you
por
will have
favor,
access to all
acompáñennos
the
a comer.
presentations
Gracias a todos.
and what we have
Buena
heard of
tarde.
here. And thank you so much. For those of you in the audience, let's have lunch.